Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Hey everybody, get ready for some great shows. Starting out with Cavalcade of America, Lux Theater with some great Hollywood stars, Groucho Marx, one of the best comedians in history, and also followed by the hilarious Red Skelton.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware presents the Cavalcade of Music. Years ago, few people dreamed that someday the movies would talk and sing, that music would be specially written for the film, and that Hollywood would have a Tin Pan Alley all its own. But it happened, and one of the composers who has climbed to the top via the movies is a young man named Nacio Herb Brown. Born in Los Angeles, Brown simply moved a few blocks and went to work in Hollywood studios, writing tunes that quickly caught the national fancy and established him as a top-flight composer of light music. In fact, Brown has written only for the pictures, an unusual record in itself. Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra are ready to play a full program of music by the young University of Southern California graduate with the unusual first name. Incidentally, we asked him about that name, Nacio Herb Brown, and found he was the first child born of an old Spanish-American family, and that Nacio means firstborn. As a special feature of our DuPont Cavalcade program this evening, a little later on, we're going to hear from Dr. Frank C. Whitmore, incoming president of the American Chemical Society, speaking from Rochester, New York. Here's a Nacio Herb Brown tune everybody remembers. From the picture Hollywood Review of 1929, the cheery Singin' in the Rain. When Raymond Navarro starred in the talking picture The Pagan, audiences left the theater humming a song that soon became one of the country's top tunes, Nacio Herb Brown's Pagan Love Song. Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra play it. years ago, Nacio Herb Brown had established himself as a star composer for the musical movies. One hit after another came from his pen, and one of the most popular was this one, The Moon is Low, from the picture Montana Moon. One of the finest actresses on stage or screen once sang a Nacio Herb Brown number into almost immediate popularity. The actress turned singer was Pola Negri. The song was Paradise from the picture of 6 years ago, A Woman Commands. Here it is, a special Don Voorhees setting of the waltz, Paradise. addition to his skill at writing interesting melody, Naisho Herb Brown knows how to make music tell a story, too. Here's an example of tunes from the Broadway melody of 1930, The Wedding of the Painted Doll, played by Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra. The high spot of a picture called Student Tour, which came out 3 years ago, was a gay, jingly tune that was easily the hit of the show. It's one of Naisho Herb Brown's own favorites. And if he's listening in out in Hollywood, we hope he'll enjoy hearing Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra in a special setting of A New Moon Over My Shoulder. ask a group of musicians to name the best number Nacio Herb Brown has written. The chances are good that the majority vote will be for Temptation. Bing Crosby sang it in the picture Going Hollywood. And ever since then, it has been a real favorite. Temptation. Now for a preview. Next week, the musical picture Broadway Melody of 1938 will be released nationally. It boasts one of Nacio Herb Brown's best scores. Now we'll hear three of its top tunes, Your Broadway and Mine, Yours and Mine, and Feelin' Like a Million, played by Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra. Horatio Herb Brown was among the first to win renown in popular music circles without even setting foot on Broadway's famed Tin Pan Alley. For his contributions to the music of the movies, which is much of the music we sing and dance to these days, we're pleased to salute Horatio Herb Brown in our DuPont Cavalcade of Music. Now for our trip to Rochester, New York, which we mentioned earlier. In that city, 3,000 members of the American Chemical Society are attending the 94th National Meeting, and at this moment are holding their banquet in the dining hall of the Bausch & Lomb Optical Company. We're going to hear from Dr. Harrison E. Howe, outstanding writer and editor of chemical subjects, and Dr. Frank C. Whitmore, Dean of the School of Chemistry and Physics at the Pennsylvania State College and President-elect of the American Chemical Society. Dr. Howe will ask Dean Whitmore a few questions about the activities of the American Chemical Society and their importance to the world at large. We turn now to Rochester, New York, and Dean Whitmore.
Good evening. I'm happy to appear on DuPont's Cavalcade program as spokesman for my fellow chemists. I find that I am to be interviewed by my friend Harrison Howe, and I guess we're ready, aren't we, Harrison?
I guess we are, Dean Whitmore. And why don't you begin by telling the Cavalcade audience the purpose of these national meetings of the American Chemical Society?
Well, there are many reasons for the meetings, of course, but the principal ones are these: to hear reports on original research projects of the past year and to review the most recent achievements of chemistry. By exchanging information, we make progress easier. And when we achieve progress, we feel that chemistry is doing its part toward serving public welfare.
I see. Now, Dean Whitmore, how does such progress directly affect my friends and my family?
In many ways, every day. For example, chemistry gives us better food, better clothing, and better shelter. Chemistry provides improved refrigerants to preserve our foodstuffs, garments produced from man-made fibers, new materials for our homes, the automobile, from its tires to its finishes, the photographic industry, including the movies. All these necessities, as well as many luxuries, were created or vastly improved by chemists.
Yes, chemistry certainly has contributed to our comfort and well-being. Now, Dean Whitmore, won't you tell us about some of the new things right out of the chemical laboratories, which soon may play an important part in our lives?
Yes, there are plenty of them, too. The health-giving vitamins are all pretty much under control now. Vitamin A has been separated from cod liver oil so that it no longer tastes fishy. Vitamin B within the year has become a product of the chemical factory instead of being laboriously extracted from rice husks. Vitamin C has been made synthetically, and a new method of putting vitamin D into milk increases its effectiveness tenfold.
And what about the rest of our food supply?
Several important developments are underway. Plant hormones, those complex chemicals which control the growth of plants, have lately been discovered. They so stimulate plants that we may soon be able to produce fruit or grain almost as plentifully as we wish. The ravages of insects, such as moths, grasshoppers, scale beetles, that devour much of our food, may very well be prevented in the future by new insecticides harmless to humans and animals. Agriculture may become more productive, and humanity may get a more generous share of the products of the soil when some of these recent chemical discoveries are put to work.
Dean Whitmore, do you think we have reached anywhere near the limits of discovery in chemistry?
Well, Dr. Howe, prophecy is hazardous at best, and when speaking of research, it is doubly so. It can be said, however, that although the chemical industry now produces about 10,000 different substances for sale, we have definite knowledge concerning an additional 500,000 substances for which there is no present use. Furthermore, the number of chemical substances obtainable from only two of the elements, carbon and hydrogen, may someday reach the astonishing total of millions of millions. With such unexplored prospects before us, prophecy fails us completely. Research by chemists into these things will change our habits in the future, as it has in the past. Just what form these changes in our habits will take, no one can guess. However, we can be sure that chemists will create new uses for products of farm, forest, and mine, and new employment and opportunity for generations of Americans to come. I have an abiding faith that our children and their children will find life better because chemists are working and searching today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Whitmore. We're back in New York, ladies and gentlemen. And you're invited to tune in again next Wednesday evening for a full program of music by Cole Porter. You'll recognize his work, for instance, That's Night and Day by Cole Porter, one of the Porter tunes you'll hear next Wednesday. And here's news. We had so many nice letters about radio's ace baritone, Conrad Thibault, when he appeared on this series earlier in the summer, that we've asked him to return. So tune in next Wednesday, same time and station, for Conrad Thibault with Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra, when the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, will again present the Cavalcade of Music.
Thank you for the Age Radio, SGAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin in Ceiling Zero.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's a romance of the skies we bring you tonight, a thrilling drama of the early days of transport aviation, of the men who made it possible, of the women who loved them. Ceiling Zero stars James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin, with Boots Mallory and Gene Cagney. Our orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers, and tonight's special guest is Major Carl A. Kober, Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Douglas Aircraft Company, who will speak on air transportation as it is today. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle flakes that are the safe, thrifty care for all washables. Do you know that the inexpensive large box of Lux holds 12 cups of flakes? That's a lot, isn't it? And a few flakes go so far, just one big box of Lux will take care of many, many nice things for you. Use Lux for everything safe in water alone. Not only for your stockings and underthings, but for your dresses, sweaters, and all the other washables you and the children wear. You'll do that, won't you? Remember, Lux is thrifty. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. James Cagney's career has been as checkered as it has been innocent and upright. To work his way through school, he was an office boy for the New York Sun, a page boy at the public library, a package wrapper at Wanamaker's, and a Wall Street runner. Since stardom overtook him, Mr. Cagney has contrasted his two-fisted roles with a private life in which he reads good poetry, plays the piano, sings, and dances. Between pictures, he can be found tilling his acres at Martha's Vineyard off Cape Cod. There, the red-headed bantam of the screen is a country gentleman, restoring antiques, raising chickens, goats, and vegetables, running a tractor, petting his horse, which he slightly distrusts, and never raising a hand except in self-defense. Appearing through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, his new picture is The Oklahoma Kid. And tonight, as he did on the screen, he plays Dizzy Davis in Ceiling Zero. Ralph Bellamy is here directly from the sound stages of Columbia Studio, where he's starring in Blind Alley. Like Mr. Cagney, he's a long-distance agriculturist whose favorite pastime is making his Connecticut farm pay. He's one of the best-known actors in America, where he spent 9 years touring with 15 different stock companies, playing a total of 375 characters. We hear him shortly as Jake Lee. Also from the screencast comes Stuart Irwin in the part of Tex Clark, and Boots Mallory plays Tommy Thomas. New to Hollywood is James Cagney's sister, Jean, who makes her radio bow tonight as Lou Clark. We're ready now for the takeoff, as the Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin in Ceiling Zero. It's a gray winter afternoon a few years ago. At Newark Airport, a dense fog smothers field and sky, wrapping the buildings in a blanket of ghostly white. In the operations office of the Federal Airlines, the radio engineer sits at the control panel, his voice droning on endlessly.
Federal Airlines Newark calling Davis in plane 22. Calling Davis in plane 22. Davis, why don't you answer Newark? Federal Airlines calling Davis in plane 22.
At his side stands Jake Lee, the division superintendent. Jake Lee knows about fogs after 8,000 hours in the air, and now his face is creased with worry. Somewhere in the swirling mist, a plane is lost.
22. Why don't you answer Newark?
You sure you're transmitting?
Well, Texas Clark picked me up 5 minutes ago, and if he can hear us, Davis ought to be able to.
Let me at that thing. Calling Davis. Davis, acknowledge this message. Report your position and altitude to Newark at once.
Nothing doing, Mr. Lee.
Call him every 5 minutes. Notify the pilots in the air by radio and all eastern ground stations by teletype.
Yes, sir. I hope he's not down.
Don't worry about Davis. He could fly here in a balloon.
Hello, Newark. This is Texas Clark in plane 4. Hang out a lantern or a couple of candles. I'm coming in.
Tell him okay.
Okay. Texas Clark in plane 4. Come in.
Hey, Jake.
What do you want?
Mr. Stone just came in. He wants to see you.
Okay, go to work on that, Buzz.
Yes, sir. Calling Davis. Newark calling Davis in plane 22. Calling Davis.
Hello, Al. How's our Sterling vice president?
Hello, Jake.
Doc said you wanted to see me. Important?
In a way. It's about Dizzy Davis, Jake. I hear you can't reach him.
He'll be all right.
He wasn't all right yesterday when he was forced down in Cleveland. Who asked for him to be transferred here? You?
Yeah, why?
Well, he's not even here yet, and he's up to his old tricks already. That forced landing yesterday was a fake.
How do you know?
Report from Cleveland by phone. When the mechanics reached the ship, they found nothing wrong except the left magneto wire had been pulled loose.
Pulled loose?
Of course, and Davis did it himself. Mechanics say he drove back to the plane with a limousine load of cuties, thanked the boys, kissed the girls goodbye, and got into the air. 24 hours late.
That's your story. Why don't you wait and hear what Dizzy has to say?
Oh, he'll spin a good yarn, all right. He always does. Jake, I'm telling you, Dizzy Davis is a menace and a liability, and...
Now just sit down there and relax, Al. I want to make a speech.
All right, shoot.
Who made the first night hop over the Alleghenies? Dizzy Davis. Who kept yelling for radio until you mugs finally spent some money on it? Dizzy Davis. Before then, it was standard practice for an aviator to stick his head out of the window in the morning and say, "Aha, it's raining." Hop right back into bed. I know. I was one of them.
I don't care how good he was 5 years ago, Jake. I'm talking about now.
Hey, Jake.
Come in, Tex.
Hey, was that Dizzy Davis you were calling?
Yeah.
You mean he's coming back here?
If he ever gets in.
Dizzy Davis. Boy, the three of us back together again.
We haven't heard from him yet. He ought to be...
Hello, Newark. Dizzy Davis in plane 22.
There he is.
Come on.
Hello, Newark. What's the matter with you guys?
Look out, Buzz. Hello, Davis. Go ahead.
Was that Jake? Hiya, Jake. I'm 90 miles west of Newark. Altitude 2,000, temperature 58. Visibility unlimited. Oh, how I miss you, dear old pal of mine. Hiya, Jakey, baby.
Radio regulation number 3. Pilots will refrain from all personal conversation while in flight.
Okay, Toots, I can read. Goodbye.
Speak of the devil.
Devil is right.
Listen, Al. Dizzy, Tex Clark, and myself are the only old-timers left in this line. We were together during the war. I taught him to fly.
That's pure sentiment, Jake. We're in business. And the wartime pilots who can't fit today's standards are through.
All right, but get this. I hire and fire the pilots for this division. As long as I have a job, Dizzy Davis will have one.
Okay, Jake. Only the next slip Dizzy makes, out he goes. Even if you go with him.
Thanks. I'll remember that.
Okay, 19. Go ahead, number 6.
Lawson in plane 6 to Newark.
Go ahead, Lawson.
Testing radio in plane 6, ready to land at Newark.
The training job with the solo student is heading in, Tay. Take another turn around the field.
Okay.
Who's flying a training job, Buzz?
Miss Thomas supposed to solo this afternoon.
Solo, no fooling.
Yeah, she's doing all right, too.
Hey, Buzz, hear any more from Dizzy Davis?
I'll see. Calling Davis in plane 22.
I can't give you anything but love, baby.
Cut him off. That guy'll sing us into the commissioner's office.
He sure got a rotten voice.
Hey, Jake.
Well, look who's here.
Hey, you mug, I've flown alone for the first time. Jake, I've soloed.
Mug, is that any way for an air stewardess to address her boss?
Oh, Jake, don't be so dignified. Give us a kiss, will you?
Cut it out. There's the boyfriend.
Hey, Tay.
Hello, Tommy.
Your trip okay, Lawson?
Oh, fine, Mr. Lee.
Hey, listen, I soloed. I made it just like that.
Atta girl. Were you scared?
Well, kinda. Gee, it was sort of like falling in love and going to church and having your first cocktail all at once.
There's no doubt about it. You've just soloed.
Dinner tonight, Tay?
Oh, not tonight, honey. I got another trip to take out.
Davis in 22 calling Newark. Boys, I'm almost home. I can smell the meadows.
Okay, 22.
Don't be so businesslike, Buzz. I'm trying to tell you I'm landing in Newark. Never mind the fatted calf. Making love to Thermidor at Mama Junie.
Okay, 22. Shut up.
Here I come, Jake. Yeah! Hey, Jakey, can I come in this upside down?
What? No.
Oh, come on, Jakey, be a sport. Let me come in upside down.
Now, listen, Dizzy, I said no. I don't want any fooling around.
Here I come. Look at me, Jakey. How's it?
He's doing it, Jake. He's going into a roll.
Dizzy, cut it. Straighten out, you hear?
I can't give you anything but love, baby.
Dizzy, cut it out.
I can smell the dandelions on the field, Jakey. Don't worry, here I go. If I don't come out of this roll, I'll...
Dizzy, listen, Dizzy.
There he goes. Oh, he's okay, Jake.
I ought to break his neck.
Boy, can that man fly. Those sparrows just tucked their heads under their wings and fell right off the telephone
Check
wire.
him in, Buzz. I'll go out and say hello. Come on. Hey, you egg.
America, I love you.
Hiya, Dizzy.
You old...
Tex!
Hey, cut it
Jake,
out.
you old sweetheart.
Look, Jake, he's got a new dimple.
Been having a facelift, Dizzy?
Sure, that's better than going up paunch like Tex.
Oh, now lay off. I'm building that up for a rainy day.
Looks like Noah's Ark already. Well, same old joint. Come on, I'm starved.
Wait a minute, fella. Are you Dizzy Davis?
In person, why?
I'm Joe Allen, Inspector, Bureau of Air Commerce.
Oh, well. How are you, Joe?
That was a very fancy landing, Davis. The next one like it'll draw you a suspension.
You government guys are always wrong. There isn't going to be any next time.
Cut it out, Dizzy. This is serious.
Let's see your pilot's license.
There you are, brother. You'll note my application for renewal has gone in.
I see you've applied for a waiver for physical defect. What is it?
Skippy Pump, 6 years old. How is Washington on us old cripples these days?
Tough.
You had a nice hand, Joe. I suppose you're going to put in a rap.
I've got my job to do, but I'm no stool pigeon. You get my notice about inspecting, Jake?
We're all ready for you, Joe.
Good. See you later.
As lucky as ever, Diz. Say, let's go over to the office.
Come on. Well, Jake, how's Mary?
Fine. She'll be over to pick me up pretty soon.
Swell. And how's your matrimony, Texas? Still moaning along?
Yep. On a clear day, I can hear her in Cleveland.
Go on in, Dizzy.
Hello, Dizzy.
Hiya, Buzz.
Hey, Tommy, come here. You want to meet a real pilot?
Around here? I'd be delighted.
This is Dizzy Davis.
How are you?
And Dizzy, this is Tommy Thomas.
Well. How are you? What was that name again?
Tommy Thomas.
Well, I'm certainly glad to meet you. You an aviator, Tommy?
No, not yet. I'm just a stewardess. Tex is teaching me to fly, though.
Yep, I'm her daddy.
Gee, your landing was a honey, Davis. I wish I could fly like that.
Well, maybe I could give you a lesson or two.
Would you really?
Right now, I can't think of anything I'd rather do.
Oh, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, Tay?
Number 11's inspected. I'm ready to take off.
Right. Oh, here, I want you to meet somebody. Pilot Davis, Pilot Lawson.
How are you?
Oh, welcome back to Newark.
Lawson's my right-hand man. Been developing this new de-icer to keep ice from forming on the ships. Go over the records with him when you get a chance.
Yeah, sure.
How about tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Well, now, wait a minute. I've got to see what my engagements are. Tommy, what are we doing tomorrow? I mean, what are you doing tomorrow?
I don't know yet. Why not ask me the day after tomorrow, and I'll tell you all about it. Come along, Tay. I'll walk down the ship with you.
Thanks, honey.
Oh! Hey! Did I get the brush, or is she always like that?
I never thought I'd live to see the day.
Dizzy was a good guy when he had it, huh, Jake?
Well, the old meister isn't licked yet. That was routine number 1. Wait till you hear routine number 2. It's never failed yet.
Well, now that you're here, where are you going to stay, Dizzy?
Oh, Tex asked me to stay at his place.
Huh?
Well, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but, well,
Well, what?
I guess I better phone Lou. Excuse me.
Uh-huh. So you got to phone the little woman, huh? If it was up to her, I'd sleep in jail.
Oh, no.
Why so worried, Tex? Don't you ever wear the pants in your little home?
Well, you know darn well I do.
Tell her I won't be there much. I've got that roving insomnia.
Hello, Lou. This is Tex, your husband. Now, listen, honey. Dizzy's here. Yeah. She sends you her best, Dizzy.
Nice work.
Honey, look. I thought until he gets settled permanent that we might put him up.
Be firm, Texas. You're the man of the house.
Huh? Well, you could move the puppies off the sleeping porch.
Oh, no, Texas. That wouldn't be fair.
Well, how about a cot in the hall? No, I don't expect him to sleep with us.
Why not?
Well, there's still a sofa in the living room.
You're doing fine.
Oh, well, why didn't you tell me your mother was coming?
Well, that settles that.
Okay, honey. Bye, dear. Gee, Dizzy, I'm sorry, but my mother-in-law is...
Oh, forget it. Say, is that Lawson warming up?
Yeah, why?
Oh, nothing. How long will he be gone?
Back tomorrow.
That makes it perfect.
Say, can I come in?
Oh, sure. Come in, Mike.
I cleaned up that brass door plate, Jake.
Oh, thanks, Mike. You can go home now.
Well, okay.
Mike, you old son of a gun.
You want something?
Hey, Mike, it's Dizzy. You remember me?
Oh, yes.
Dizzy Davis,
yes,
59 Squadron, Kelly Field. You remember?
Dizzy Davis? Oh, sure. I remember you. You were a pilot.
Yeah. I still am.
Well, you've been away.
Yeah. Out west for a while.
Thought I hadn't seen you around. Well, drop by the house sometime.
Thanks, Mike. I will.
I don't fly anymore.
Mm-hmm. I see.
I shined that plate, Jake. It looks good.
That's swell, Mike. Thanks.
Jake's afraid if the front door don't look right. People won't come in. Well, good night.
Oh, Jake, you can't do that. Mike's a pilot.
He was a pilot.
But what happened?
Smacked a tree in a fog. You must have heard about it.
No, never a word. Mike Owen shining spittoons.
He doesn't do that very well. He's got a wife and 2 kids. We couldn't let him starve.
Tex.
Yeah?
Tex, here's a few bucks. Have Lou get Mike's kids something, will you? Well, Jake, what do you say we go someplace for chow and a few snorts? How about Mama Jeannie's? Still open?
Sure.
Good. I'll be back in a minute.
What's your idea?
I got to see Miss Thomas. Routine number 2. It has yet to fail. Hello.
Hello.
I thought you'd be coming back this way. I'd like to apologize.
For what?
Oh, for wisecracking. You know, you really hurt me terribly. I can't begin to tell you how you wounded me. But, I guess I had it coming.
All right. Let's forget it.
Oh, no, I don't want to forget it. I know I got off on the wrong foot, but I'd like to start all over and show you I'm not as bad as I looked.
And how are you going to do that?
Well, Tex and Jake are going over to have a bite with me at Mama Jeannie's. How about joining us?
Well,
you've got to eat anyhow, haven't you?
Well, yes.
Well, come on, I'll show you that I know which knife to use. It'll be straight from Emily Post.
Okay.
I swear.
Wait a minute. There goes Tay.
Yeah, there he goes. Back tomorrow, so I hear. Ready, Miss Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Dinner is served, honey. Let's go.
The curtain falls on the first act of Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin. During this brief intermission, we bring you our favorite family, the Brownings. It's evening, and the family are in the living room. As the scene opens, 14-year-old Midge is dancing about the room in a series of fantastic swing steps.
I'm just a jitterbug, a little jitterbug. Boy, does that music send me. I'm in the groove. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Midgie, calm down a little. Why all the excitement?
I'm practicing for the jam session at school, Mother. We're having a contest for the best dancer.
It takes more than dancing to win that contest, Midge.
Why, Dot, what do you mean?
Zippy, zippy, zum, little run, little run. Stocking runs won't take any prizes, Midgie.
Oh, my gosh, have I got another run?
Yes, and it's a beauty. Zip clear down your leg when you were shagging just now.
Oh, dear, what am I going to do about these awful runs?
Oh, Midge, it's so simple. If you'll only remember to lux your stockings every night, that'll cut down on those runs.
Look, Midge, why don't you make a little sign, Lux Stockings Tonight, and put it up on the bathroom mirror? Then you'll be sure to remember.
Dot, that's a grand idea. I'll do it right now.
Smooth-fitting stockings without a sign of a run. They help any girl to be a winner. And it's easy to have nice-looking stockings when you give them regular Lux care. Why? Because Lux saves elasticity, that live, springy quality in your stockings. When your stockings are nice and elastic, they give instead of breaking easily under strain. And that's exactly what you want, isn't it? So Lux your stockings every night. It takes only a moment. Do your under things at the same time. Regular Lux care keeps them fresh and dainty, new-looking longer. Buy the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes. And now, Mr. DeMille. Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin, with Boots Mallory and Gene Cagney. It's late the same evening, and Mama Jimmy's, a cafe near the airport, is almost deserted. On the tiny dance floor, Dizzy and Tommy move slowly to the rhythm of the four-piece orchestra. How am I doing?
All right. A little close, that's all.
Well, that's the way they taught me.
When, in the gay 90s?
Say, how old do you think I am? I'm only 34.
That's an awful lot when you're only 19.
But when you're 34, it's nothing. Say, you realize when you're 34, I'll only be 49?
What of it?
Well, if you think when I'm 49, I'm going to dance with an old hag of 34, you're crazy. Better enjoy yourself while you can. Look up here a second, will you?
What's the idea?
I'll show you.
You're not going to kiss me in public, I hope.
Sure. How was that?
Not bad.
Have another?
Oh, I don't think I'd better, thanks.
Oh, come on, just one more. Can't hurt you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What's that?
My mother always told me to count 10 if I was tempted or something. Can you wait?
Sure, if you can. Come on, let's count together. 1,
2,
2, 3,
4.
4.
Hey,
5.
how about dancing this one with your boss?
Okay, Jake.
Beat it, Dizzy. You can keep Mary company.
Yeah, sure. You got up at the count of 5, Tommy. That means there was no knockout.
Well, stay on your feet. You may get a draw.
Hiya, Mary.
Sit down.
Say, you better watch that husband of yours, Mary. Look at him dancing around with that nice young girl. Ought to be ashamed of himself, the old reprobate.
What about you?
Who, me? Well, I'm not old.
Uh-huh.
Look, Dizzy, I don't want to preach, but Tommy's only 19.
Well, what of it?
Nothing. Only when you're 19, it's so easy to fall for a dashing aviator and get your heart broken into tiny pieces. I remember reading about a case like that.
Oh, you do, huh? But she turned out all right, didn't she? I mean, the girl you were reading about?
She turned out fine. Because right after that, she met a swell guy named Jake Lee. And she married him. She's had 4 of the happiest years in her life. You see, her husband didn't ask her any questions about what happened before.
Mm-hmm. Suppose he had asked her.
I think she'd have told him, without mentioning any names. Wouldn't make things any better to break up a lifelong friendship, would it?
No, guess not.
Whoa, Slug, that's my wife.
Sure. Hey, where's Tommy?
She wanted to make a phone call. We better head for home soon, Mary.
I'm ready.
Not me. I've got some counting to do.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, Mama Jeannie? Oh, that dinner was swell.
That's so good. Say, you know that girl who was here?
Yeah? Where is she?
Well, she's to tell you she's to take a taxi.
What?
Sure, she's to go home.
Home? Well, that's fine. That's great. Hey, Mama,
Yeah?
what are you doing tonight?
Newark, calling all Federal Airlines stations. Business dispatch. Bad weather ahead beginning this afternoon, affecting Eastern Division only. Passenger runs may be canceled on short notice. Mail pilots will punch in regardless of weather until further orders. WWGR, Newark.
Here you are, Tommy. Catch.
Hey, watch where you throw things.
That's not a thing. It's a book. A little present.
What is it? Poetry?
No, it's a little arithmetic book I picked up. Got all the numbers from 1 to 10 inclusive.
Oh, thanks. Just what I wanted.
And after you get those down, I'm going to buy you a little book on etiquette.
And do I need that, too?
Well, you certainly don't know how to act toward a gentleman. What did you run out like that for? Think I was going to stick you with a check?
Well, I'll tell you. You see, you began to look so attractive to me last night. You know the way those soft lights flatter you when you're 35?
34.
All right, 34. Anyhow, you looked so attractive that my heart kept going pit-a-pat. I finally got hold of myself and said, but Tommy, how does he look in the morning? So I thought I'd wait until morning.
And now?
And now I know.
Yes. Will you let me in on it? How do I look in the morning?
Not a very good shave.
Oh, the quiet, Rudy toot and the razzmatazz. Well, how about teaching you some stunts this afternoon?
Oh, gee, that'd be swell.
Only one thing would be sweeter. Tonight you have dinner with me.
But you're scheduled to go to Cleveland this afternoon.
I can fix that. I'll get Tex to take my run.
Jake won't stand for that.
Now, you just leave that to me. I'll see Tex now. It's in the bag, honey.
Hiya, Dizzy.
Hiya, Tex. How's the old...
Hey, what's the matter? Dizzy. Dizzy, what is it?
Oh, it's nothing.
Huh?
I'll be all right in a minute.
What is it? That bum ticker of yours?
Yeah.
Too much last night, huh?
Yeah.
You're getting old and you can't take it.
Yes, Tex. I guess you're right.
Say, you can't go to Cleveland feeling like that.
Oh, it's all right. I've done it before, and I can do it again. How would it look getting sick the minute I came?
Oh, well, what do you care how it looks? Now, listen, Diz. Don't you worry about your run. I'll take it.
No,
And you can take mine this weekend.
No, Tex. I've got no right to do that to you.
Why not, now?
Lou'll be sore.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Well, let her be sore. I'm taking your run tonight.
Oh, gee, Tex. That's swell.
Bureau of Air Commerce, Washington, to all planes and stations, 8 o'clock weather. Colsman barometer, 2980. Temperature, 30. Dew point, 30. Surface wind calm. Heavy fog. Visibility 0. Ceiling 0.
Hand me that last report from Belfont.
Here you are.
This fog is thick enough to cut in chunks. Look at those seagulls are walking around.
Texas Clark in plane 9, calling Newark.
Go ahead, Texas.
Texas Clark to Newark, eastbound, 10 miles west of Bethlehem. Flying blind on instruments on Newark beam. Altitude 10,000. Visibility 0. What's the ceiling at Newark?
Ceiling here, still 0, Texas. Getting no better. Keep in touch.
Okay.
Boy, Dizzy should be happy he's on the sick list. He sure handed Tex a sweet run.
Dizzy recovered fast. I saw him at Mama Jeannie's having dinner with Tommy.
What's that? Is Dizzy at Jeannie's?
Yeah. Well, at least he
It was grand this afternoon. I didn't know anyone could handle a plane so smoothly.
You know, for a student, you're doing all right yourself.
Dizzy, what is it that makes flying so worth loving?
You're the first girl I ever heard talk like that. Well, I don't know. When you're up there, it's a one-man show, and the whole world slides under your wings. There's danger and thrills and progress. Hey, what the heck am I doing? Making a speech? Oh, I don't know what it is. All I know is I'd rather be a male pilot than king. But no passengers for mine.
You should complain. We stewardesses get the grief.
Hey, look at that fog out there.
Yeah, it is pretty low.
No more ceiling than a dugout. I didn't know Tex was going to be up against that when I asked him to take my run. Tommy, come on, let's hit the office and see how he's making out.
Blind on instruments on Newark beam. Altitude 10,000. Visibility 0. What's the ceiling at Newark?
Ceiling here, still 0, Texas. Getting no better.
Okay, as long as the beam's okay.
Hey, Dizzy, Texas radio sounds kind of sour.
What do you think, he's a mind reader? Tell him about it.
Newark to Texas Clark. Check the connections and tubes on your radio set, Texas. Your transmission is blurred.
Okay, Newark.
You know, Tex would be in a bad spot tonight if his radio went dead.
Oh, Tex is an old hand. He'd figure out some way out of any jam.
Oh, sure. You know, I've been thinking, Dizzy. I still can't figure out how you did that barrel roll this afternoon.
Say, can't you think about anything but flying? When did the bug bite you anyway?
Do you remember the day Lindbergh came back from Paris?
Yeah, I do, but you don't. You were in your cradle.
I was only a kid. But I'll never forget it. You know, they wrote Welcome Home in smoke across the sky and signed it QB.
Yeah, you were there, all right.
I didn't even know what QB meant. When someone told me about the Quiet Birdman, old pilots joined together to help the flying game. Gee, I love that. You know, they seemed apart from ordinary people.
They were. That first QB hangar was a great spot. Each QB had his own drinking mug. If he got bumped off, the mug was put on a shelf over the bar, bottom up. Your first drink was always a silent toast to the shelf.
How swell. You know, you ought to be proud of the way you feel and all the flying you've done.
You're a grand kid.
You're sort of goofy and tough and sweet all at once, aren't you?
How's your counting?
Cut it out, Dizzy.
Oh, come on.
No, Dizzy, you spoil everything.
Oh, now, don't be silly, baby.
All right, Big Shot. Now that you've taken one from her, maybe you'd like one from me, too.
No, Tay, listen, it's quite all right.
It's not all right. What do you think you're doing, Davis?
What's that to you?
I'll show you. Oh.
Never lead with your right, Lawson.
Cut it out. Cut it out! Cut it out! What's wrong with you guys? If I catch you pulling this stuff again, you'll both get fired. The least you can do is settle your snarls away from here.
I'm at your service anytime, Davis.
That's fine. Remember to have my suit pressed in the morning.
Go on, Tay. Tommy, you go with him. Why don't you grow up, Dizzy, and let those kids alone?
Got a cigarette?
She's not your kind. She's not for you.
Why don't you let her decide that for herself?
Newark, calling Texas Clark and number 9. We're ready to check your transmitter. Go ahead, Texas. Newark, calling Texas Clark and number 9. Go ahead, Texas.
Doesn't he answer?
No, sir. His last report came in garbled. I told him to check his set.
Try him every couple of minutes. Notify all stations by teletype number 9 not reporting.
Yes, sir.
Radio must be dead.
Jake, I want you to know that I didn't swap with Tex just to hand him a tough one.
Forget it.
Jake, is Tex in the air? And this?
Yep. On his way home, Mike.
It was a night like this. I was coming home. I couldn't see the ground, or the trees, or the houses, or anything. Then I hit. I stopped like a train hitting a wall. And I hurt all over.
Take it easy, fella.
Yes, take it easy. I'm all right. I shined that brass plate, Jake. It looks real pretty.
Forget it, Mike. Run along home.
I guess I'd better. The wife might be worrying. She still thinks I'm flying.
Buzz, put that outside radio transmitter on the window ledge.
Yes, sir.
Tex will never get in here without radio unless he finds a hole.
A hole? In that mud? Solid overcast, 15,000 feet thick. No use worrying till he begins to look for the field.
Yeah, then we'll pray him down.
Hiya, Jake.
Oh, hello, Smiley.
Well, Dizzy, I heard you were back.
Hiya, Smiley. What are you doing over here among us common people? I thought you'd quit the racket.
Believe it or not, I'm looking for a job. Can you use a good aviator, Jake?
You wouldn't want to work for us.
Why not?
Have to spend at least a year learning the ropes as co-pilot.
Co-pilot? I'd hit the bread line before I'd start riding with some other guy at the controls.
Newark, calling Texas Clark, and number 9. Newark, calling Texas Clark, and number 9. He still doesn't answer.
Keep trying.
Well, how you doing, Dizzy? And how are all your gals?
I can't complain.
Say, whatever happened to that slim brunette you used to chase around with?
Am I supposed to know the girl from that description?
You know the one I mean. You were going with her when I was testing those new transports.
Oh, yeah. You mean, I know. You mean Eileen.
Not that one. What was her name?
Oh, stop it, will you?
I've got it. Mary something.
Oh, cut it out. She wasn't my girl.
You remember, she lived in a little white house over in East Orange. Mary...
Shut up.
Was it Mary Miller?
Yeah, that was it. Mary Miller. You know her, Jake?
Yeah, I know her. I married her.
No, not Miller. This was, Mary Dillon. That was it, Dillon.
Oh, then I wouldn't know her.
No, you never met this girl. Well, if there's nothing here, I might as well be going. So long.
Was Mary really under your skin?
Oh, now, Jake, you know the way I was, how I used to talk. It was just part of the act. Mary and I just clowned around, and then you came along and she found out what a foul ball I was.
If your reputation wasn't so cockeyed, you'd be easier to believe.
Oh, wait till Tex gets in here. He and I were living together, and he knows everybody I went around with. He'll smooth this out in no time.
Yeah? Try Tex, Buzz.
Newark, calling Texas Clark, and number 9. No, he still doesn't answer.
Say, he ought to be here any second.
If he's on time. Doc, field lights.
Yes, sir.
Texas Clark and number 9 to Newark.
There he is.
Still flying blind on the Newark beam near in the field. Give me the surface wind and the Colesman barometer reading. I'm coming in.
Surface wind calm, Colesman barometer 2988, ceiling 0.
Newark, answer 9. I want to set my altimeter. I can't land without it. When I get on the ground, I'm going to wrap this radio around Buzz's neck. The beam's fading out. I can't hear.
Newark to Texas Clark, come in. Sounded like his sending said quit on him.
I wish it was me coming here instead of Tex.
Bad enough to have Tex up there. If it was you, we'd have an argument about how to get you down.
All lights okay, Mr. Lee?
Jake, I just heard a plane. It must be Tex.
Listen.
That's him. He sounds high, Jake.
Yeah.
Come on, fella, talk him down.
This is Jake, Texas. You're approaching the field west of the office. You sound much too high. You must be 1,000 feet. You should be losing altitude very fast. Answer by radio or jazz your motor if you hear me.
Come on in, baby.
Why doesn't he answer?
He's probably getting it, but just can't send.
You're much too high, Texas. You're over the edge of the field now. You better circle back and make another approach. Come in much lower. You can't make it this time. You're sure to overshoot the field.
Oh, he's going on.
Didn't hear a word.
He's after the flight. I don't know what to see.
He won't pass the coast. He knows he's somewhere near Newark.
Tex will bring you in if anyone can. He isn't one of these kid pilots.
Hey, Jake, he sounds like he's coming back.
Here he comes. Give me that mic. Hello? You are calling Texas Clark. You are calling Texas Clark. Go ahead, Texas.
He's lower this time.
You won't land on that course. Keep trying.
You are calling Texas Clark. You are calling Texas Clark. You are calling Texas Clark.
He's passing again. You'll never get in. Tell him to climb for altitude and use his chute.
New York to Tex Clark and plane 9. Do not attempt to land. Climb for altitude and go over the side. That's orders. Acknowledge.
Hey, Mr. Lee, here comes
New York
Tex's wife.
to Tex Clark. Climb for altitude and hit the silk. Acknowledge.
Here comes Tex's wife.
How did she...
Jake,
Come in, Lou.
Jake, what is it? What's wrong? I've been at home listening in. What is it?
Texas radio's dead. Don't worry, he'll get down all right.
Come on, Lou. You don't want to stay here. Let's go home.
Home? I've just been there. Not just tonight, but one night after another. Sitting over the radio, alone, wondering whether Tex will ever come home or not.
I know, darling, but please, come along.
Oh, I've been through it so often. Sitting there, going crazy, waiting for the telephone to ring. Jake, what are you going to do? Can't you do something?
We tried to tell him to use his chute, Lou.
Tex ought not to be flying.
You'll make it all right, Lou. Don't worry.
Don't touch me. I know why you got Tex to take your place. Because you had a date with Tommy, the great Dizzy Davis, out after another girl.
Is that why you switched your run?
Jake, listen. He's turned back for the field. You hear that? He's picked up the field lights.
Newark calling Texas Clark. Newark calling Texas Clark.
Jake, I'm heading in. At least I think I am. Our radio sure is sick. Haven't heard a word for an hour.
You're coming into the field, Tex, toward number 1 hangar. You sound just about right. Keep her straight and settle in slow.
Why don't you answer me? Are you guys shooting crap or something?
You haven't reached the edge of the field yet, Tex. Your altimeter should read about 200 feet. You're headed over the hangars for the middle of the landing area. Keep her straight and steady.
Here I come, feeling for the ground. Why don't you answer? It's a wonder you wouldn't help a fella.
He can't hear us. He's coming in blind.
You ought to be up there. You're a murderer. That's what you are. You're a murderer.
You sound a little low, Tex. Let's lift her up about 50 feet.
He's too close, Jake. Too low. He's coming right toward us.
Pull her up a little, Tex. Pull her up. You sound low. You're still outside the field, heading for the hangars. Watch it. Pull her up, Tex.
Fella, lift
pull up, Tex. Pull up. You're too low. You're right on top of the hangar. Watch it. Pull up, Tex. Pull up.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain falls on Act 2 of Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin, who will be heard shortly in Act 3. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille introduces our guest. But first, I'd like to say a word about our product, Lux Flakes. Have you ever figured out how thrifty Lux really is? How much it can do for you? It's amazing how far a penny's worth of Lux will go. Listen to this. Unless the water is hard, about 1 penny's worth of Lux will do your underthings 3 times. Your stockings 4 times, or your dishes for a whole day. Or you can look at it this way. Just a little more than a penny's worth of Lux does a sweater and a dress. Yes, Lux is thrifty, and it's safe. Safe for anything, safe in water alone. So every time you buy the generous large-sized box of Lux, just think to yourself, it's safe and it saves. Now, Mr. DeMille. As our guest tonight, I thought it most appropriate to present a man from the skies. Someone from real life who can match the color and skill of the pilots of our play. But he's as different from the aviators of our play as the plane which he's flying is different. The swift progress of aviation since the writing of Ceiling Zero has outstripped man's imagination in making air travel safe, and safer still. Right now, in the sky above the Lux Radio Theater, a modern transport plane is circling. At the controls is Major Carl A. Cover, Senior Vice President and General Manager of the famous Douglas Aircraft Company, makers of planes flown the world over. Major Cover trained the men who trained the pilots to fly in the World War, and has had much to do with the pursuit of safety for the past 20 years. But let's hear from Major Cover direct. Are you ready, Major?
I've been accustomed, Mr. DeMille, to look up to the Lux Theater. This is the first time I've ever looked down on it. Incidentally, I'm now speaking from a regular DC transport plane, while in the course of a routine checkup flight. This plane belongs to the Royal Dutch Airlines. It will soon be delivered for operation in the longest passenger run in the world between Amsterdam and Batavia.
Well, as you fly around up there, Major, what picture do you get of aviation today and in the future?
Well, I believe aviation has traveled farther in less time than any invention in the world. I think you'll agree that it has made its vast strides in the brief years since the period of Ceiling Zero as it did between its inception and the first showing of tonight's play. Safety and comfort in the air develop so fast that it's almost impossible for the average person to realize the changes. It would be a full-time job to keep up with the progress being made. As a result, only a few technically minded people can appreciate just where we stand today.
But doesn't such progress take all the romance and daring out of flying?
If you mean romance in the terms of such heroic daredevil performance as you have in Ceiling Zero, then the answer is yes. But there's another kind of romance, the conquest over nature. A conquest made possible by such things as the radio beam, the new altimeter, the icing equipment, the automatic pilot, and the amazing reliability of modern engines. There's romance, too, in the thought that you can fly in the space of a single day from a land of ice and glaciers to the palm trees of the tropics. I'll even predict that passengers will be able to make regular scheduled flights from here to Paris and London within a very few months. I'm not much in the romance angle, but I think that comes pretty close to being the real thing.
The world owes you and men like you a deep debt of gratitude for the safety you've brought about and are constantly increasing. I know that most of us in Hollywood, actors, actresses, and producers, are almost as much at home in the air as we are on the ground.
We hope so, Mr. DeMille. And now I'm sure you want to get back to Zilling Zero. As for me, I'd like to hear the rest of it, too. Good luck, sir.
You've given wings to the world, Major, and to our program. Act 3 of Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin, with Boots Mallory and Gene Cagney. Pulled from the wreckage of the mail plane, Texas Clark was rushed to the hospital to linger for hours between life and death. In the anteroom, Tex's wife, Lou, numb by the tragedy, waits for word from the operating room. Mary is with her, and Dizzy Davis.
Lou, I know it sounds silly to say you're sorry. It's always too late. But I am sorry, Lou. At the bottom of my heart.
I know.
Lou...
Don't worry. I'm not going to shout. I don't think I can ever shout again. I don't want to hurt you, Dizzy. That won't help Tex. But you're no good. You never have been any good. Everyone you touch, you hurt. Jake helped you. Got you sent back here. And what do? You've already hurt Tay and Tommy. And if you stay here, you will hurt Mary.
Lou, so help me.
You can't help it, Dizzy. You're just no good. No good.
Dizzy. She doesn't know what she's saying, Dizzy.
Oh, yes. Yes, she does. And she's right. I'm poison, absolute poison, even to my friends.
Not to Jake, Dizzy.
Oh, to him, too. Smiley Johnson spilled the beans about us.
What did Jake say?
He doesn't know whether to believe him or not.
Then I've got to tell him, Dizzy.
Yeah, I guess you do. Only wait till this is over, will you? Goodbye, Mary. I'm going back to the office. Phone me if anything happens, huh?
Goodbye, Dizzy.
Well, any word?
He's still unconscious, Jake, but a little stronger.
Swell.
Jake, suppose Tex should die.
You weren't to blame for the crash. After Tex took the run, the show was all his.
That's easy for you to say. You're not in the picture. Lou named it. It's murder.
Forget it. He's going to pull through, get well. But you got to learn to play the rules, Dizzy.
I know. Jake, listen. I've cut a lot of corners, but there's one guy I've always been on the level with, and that's you. Jake, I'd cut my heart out for you. Please don't be mad at me.
All right, forget it. What's the latest weather report on, Buzz?
0. Ice at 3,000.
Have Lawson stand by.
You want to push the night mail through that ice?
Probably not, but I never cancel any run in advance. We'll decide when the time comes. Number 7's rigged with those new de-icers. Be worth a crash to find out how they stand up.
You want me to make the hop?
Lawson's scheduled to go.
That kid? He won't get from here to the edge of the field.
No? Why don't you go out and tell him how?
Okay, Jake. I guess you're sick of looking at me right now. I'll see you later.
Dizzy,
How are you, Half Pint?
I'm pretty low. Dizzy, I feel so guilty about Tex. Only we hadn't made that silly date.
Oh, don't blame yourself. It was my bright idea. Everybody knows that.
Dizzy, you mustn't worry about what Lou said. Tex wouldn't want you to do that. He'd understand.
Tommy, you're the only nice thing that's happened to me since I got back here. The rest has been bad news.
Why don't you go home? It doesn't do any good staying here, making yourself unhappy.
I don't want to be alone. I'd go screwy over there by myself.
I wish I could help.
You could. It could help a lot.
How?
Staying close and being near me till it goes away. Will you?
Of course.
Sweet. Here's the key to my apartment. 1211 Wellington Road, number 14. You go down there and wait, and I'll be along in a little while. We'll have some drinks and try to drown all this, huh?
All right. If you see Tay, will you tell him goodbye for me? Please.
I'll tell him with pleasure.
Hey, Dizzy. Jake wants you.
Right there. Go ahead, kid. Well, Jake?
I got a rap for you, Dizzy.
Yeah, what?
Read this. It just came from Washington.
Washington? For me?
They turned down your physical waiver, Dizzy. They won't renew your pilot's license.
Hey, what? Say, what is this, a gag?
No, Dizzy, it's straight.
Well, then I'm finished. Washed up.
Take it easy. We'll find some way out.
Yeah, maybe I could get a job like Mike Owens.
Don't be a fool.
What do I know except to push a plane around?
You could hold down this sort of a job. I can fix it.
Fix it to sit around at a desk watching the other guys fly? Gee, that's great. That's marvelous.
Federal Airlines, Jake Lee speaking. What? When? Okay, thanks.
Was that about Tex?
Yeah. He's gone.
Oh.
Don't let it throw you. You've seen hundreds of crashes. A lot of swell guys go west. It's all part of the game. Dizzy, pull out of it.
Oh, don't worry about me. What about Lou?
I better go see her. Take over the duty watch, will you?
Sure.
Hold the night mail. We're sure to cancel.
Okay.
Dizzy. Listen, Diz. Sometimes a guy gets to thinking he's fair and big. When he's in love with a woman, he can be pretty small. I don't know what got into me. I was jealous, I guess. Forget I ever said anything about you and Mary, will you?
I never heard a word of it.
Swell. So long, Diz.
So long, Jake. Tex. Oh, my God. I killed him. I sure did.
Hey, Dizzy.
Yeah?
That kid Lawson's getting ready to leave. Is the trip canceled?
Canceled?
Yeah, it's awful bad up there. Ice all over the place. I guess the trip's out, huh?
Yeah. No, wait. Where's Lawson?
He's down by the hangar.
I'll go down there and see him. Hold everything. Hey, Lawson. You seen the weather map?
Yes. I'll take another look before I shove off.
From here to Cleveland, it's bird walking weather.
These days, planes fly when birds only sing.
Yeah. Hey, look. You really love that Tommy kid?
What's it to you?
Nothing much. You want to marry her?
Yes, I expect to marry her.
You know where she is now?
Well, I guess she's home.
Yeah. Now, what's the dope on these new de-icers?
An old hand like you should know all about that.
Answer my question. I'm in charge here.
Well, you know how they work. We've been running wind tunnel tests. Now they're installed on 7 here, ready to try out.
Suppose they don't click.
If it gets too bad, I'll go over the side.
Lawson, come on. Let's cut the squabbling. You're right. Tommy is swell. Too swell for me.
Do you mean that?
Yeah, sure. You kids are just getting started. Here you are. Here's all the happiness on earth.
Well, thanks, Dizzy. That's darn swell of you.
So long, kid. Have a good hop.
Thanks.
No. Now, stay asleep until I get back.
Hey, Doc.
Yep.
This kid Lawson is sick.
What?
Yeah, he just fainted. Come on, pick him up and take him inside, will you?
Gee. Hey, Baldy, put that ship up.
Oh, no, you don't. The ship stays. I'm taking the kid's trip.
You can't, Dizzy, not in this weather.
I'm giving orders here, and I'm taking that trip.
Yeah, but...
Now, go on. Do as you're told.
What'd you let him go out for? Why didn't you hold him?
I couldn't help it. Jake
Shut up.
told me to...
Dizzy Davis and 7 in Newark. Altitude 3,000 feet. Flying blind on the Newark beam for Cleveland. Light ice forming on wings and tails. These new de-ices don't quite break it up.
Tell him to turn back and land at once.
Newark calling Davis and 7.
Go ahead, Newark.
Davis and 7 return to Newark and land at once. Division Superintendent's orders.
Tell Jake to come to the mic.
Dizzy, this is Jake.
Here. Here's the dope on these new de-ices, Jake.
Never mind the de-icers. You know you can't fly through that stuff. Get on the ground.
Come on, get this.
Take this down, Buzz.
The pressure has got to be doubled. The rear tube should be moved back 8 inches so the ice won't form behind it. And you need tubes on the tail, too. One on each leading edge. They'll work then like $1 million. Right now, the tubes are frozen flat. That's all, Jacob.
Okay, Dizzy. Now get back to Newark.
There's not much chance of that. Unless you send me up a skyhook. Ship's getting heavy. Losing altitude now.
Dizzy, leave the ship. Don't wait until she begins to spin. Drop your flares and go over the side. Bail out. Hit the silk.
No can do, baby. She's got ice all over her. Sure builds up in a hurry.
Jake, when Dizzy got into that ship, he didn't wear a chute.
What?
He didn't. He wouldn't wait.
Dizzy, isn't there some way? Can't you nurse her down? Slide in on a wing so it'll be an easy crack up? Do something, Dizzy, anything.
She's falling pretty fast, Jake. The ice looks a foot thick on the leading edges. I'm down to 1,500 feet on the beam. Don't look for the crash tonight.
Dizzy, listen!
She's getting wishy now. I'm going to put her into a spin to see how that affects the ice. The ice still ticks to the ship, Jake. She won't answer the controls. Here she goes. So long, Jake. Don't be mad at me.
Newark to Davis and 7. Newark to Davis and 7. Answer 7. Answer 7. Davis! Dizzy! He's crashed.
We got the call, Jake.
They find the ship?
Yeah, pretty bad.
Dizzy. He's gone, huh?
Uh-huh. In the seat.
Sure. He would stick it.
You want to speak to the boys?
No. Not now. Beat it.
Okay.
Jake.
Yeah. What, Mary?
Jake, I've got something to tell you. Something I should have told you a long time ago.
Yeah?
It's about me. Dizzy.
You don't have to tell me anything about Dizzy. He was all right.
And what about me?
The only thing that keeps me from proposing to you all over again is that we're already married.
Oh, darling.
It's okay, honey. It's okay. Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Here are Dizzy's notes about the de-icers. That's your next job. Remember, a swell guy made it easy for you.
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you standing around for? Doc, start the crash truck rolling.
Yes, sir.
Buzz, get a weather report. Notify all stations of the crash and tell them we're holding up trips for a better report. Tell Baldy to see that the ships are ready for everyone on tomorrow's schedule.
Yes, sir.
Snap it. We're running an airline.
Yes, sir.
Ring down the curtain on Act 3 of Ceiling Zero, starring James Cagney, Ralph Bellamy, and Stuart Irwin. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring back our stars to talk to you personally. But first, here's a bit of news for housewives. I read in the paper the other day that a housewife washes about an acre of dishes every year. Imagine all those dishes laid out over more than 43,000 square feet of ground. That's an acre of dishes. And it takes a good many hours to wash all those dishes. Yes, it does. It means your hands spend a lot of time in the dishpan. And if you're using a harsh soap for your dishes, your hands are apt to suffer. Harsh soaps with harmful alkali are likely to dry the natural oils in your skin. That's why your hands chap and get red and coarse. You don't want that to happen to your hands, do you? So won't you remember this? Lux Flakes are kind to your hands. They're mild. They have no harmful alkali, nothing to dry your skin and roughen your hands. No, indeed. Lux helps your hands stay smooth and young-looking. And that's pretty nice, isn't it? Having hands that are lovely to look at and thrilling to hold. Every woman wants them. Remember, Lux is fast, it's gentle, and it's thrifty. Yes, unless the water's very hard, it takes only about a penny's worth of Lux to do a day's dishes. Be sure to buy the generous big box of Lux Flakes. Mr. DeMille.
After spending the last week in the vigorous company of Messrs. Cagney, Bellamy, and Irwin, I'm sorry for only one thing.
Look out, boys. Here it comes.
No, it's not what you're thinking, Mr. Irwin. My lone regret is that all of you went with Barbara Stanwyck, Joel McRae, and me in the making of Union Pacific.
You mean we're too late? Gosh, what'll you ever do, Mr. DeMille?
Well, there's nothing to do, I guess, but hope. Hope that when the next one comes along, you'll be in the cast.
Say, I'd like to cast it for you right now, if I might. Of course, the first thing you'll need is a leading man, a hero. You know, somebody like Bellamy.
Gee, that's white of you, Jim. Darn white.
Well, yeah, but not exactly like Bellamy. What you want is a guy a little on the tough side, hard-boiled, fast-talking, see? Quick with his hands. He's okay on the inside, but on the outside, he's all brass knuckles.
You mean somebody like James Cagney?
No, like Stu Irwin.
Well, I don't doubt that Mr. Irwin has a heart of gold.
Oh,
but...
boy, that's the truth. There's so much gold in my heart that every time it thumps, it whispers, 16 carat, 16 carat. Anybody like to listen?
All right, so you got a heart of gold. But how tough can you be?
How tough can I be? Listen, Bellamy, just put up your hand.
Sure I will, Smarty.
Just as I figured, wide open for a kick in the shins.
Careful, Mr. Irwin. Ralph's in pretty good shape after working that farm of his.
Well, that's not quite as accurate, Mr. DeMille, as I'd like it to be. So relax, Stu. You see, we had a flood back there, and my farm went down the Connecticut River. Flood ruined everything except a couple of crops, but they're doing fine. Watermelons and watercress. Hope you're having better luck on Cape Cod, Jimmy.
Oh, I'm learning, Ralph, learning. I don't think I'll ever be a menace to the landed gentry, but come a few years, and I think I'd be able to live off the place if I had to. Of course, I might get a little tired of eating kohlrabi and rutabaga 3 times a day, but then I'm learning. Mr. DeMille, I got a great kick out of doing Ceiling Zero, and I hope we can all get together again sometime. Many thanks.
Good night.
Good night. Good night and happy landing.
In a moment, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DeMille brings news of next Monday's program. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, the story of a courageous woman in search of her destiny. You can hear it over most of these stations in the United States every afternoon, Monday through Friday, at 2:15 Eastern Time, 1:15 Central Time, 3:15 Mountain Time, and 2:15 Pacific Time. This new daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Assisting in Ceiling Zero were James Bush as Buzz Gordon, Mary Lansing as Mary Lee, Martha Wentworth as Mama Jeannie, Edward Marr as Doc Wilson, Lou Merrill as Alan Jones, Joseph Duval as Joe Allen, Frank Nelson as Tay Lawson, Ross Forrester as Mike Owen, and John Gibson as Smiley Johnson. Ralph Bellamy appeared through courtesy of Harry Cohen. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Wife, Husband, and Friend. Now, your producer.
The program planned for you next Monday night, like all programs in the Lux Radio Theater, is one in which you, too, play a major part. Just as we are occupied every day in the week preparing these productions, you are making them possible by bringing Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap into your homes each day. This cooperation enables us to present plays and stars of the caliber in store for you a week from tonight, when you'll hear Norma Shearer and William Powell. A great hit on the screen, our play is the dramatic story of an infinite love, one-way passage. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Norma Shearer and William Powell in One-Way Passage. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruller. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Who's he? Oh, that's me. Oh. Well, here I am again with $3,500 for one of our couples. Tidy sum, huh?
It certainly is.
Gentlemen, who's first?
Groucho, we invited some delivery men to the show, and our studio audience selected James Walker to be a contestant. His partner is Mrs. Mary Carr. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Mary Carr and Mr. James Walker, huh? Mayor of New York, huh? Mrs. Carr, we get friendly in a hurry around here. You mind if I call you Mary?
No, I'd like you to.
Okay, now where are you from, Mary?
I was born in Philadelphia and raised in Germantown.
Mary, would you mind if I asked how old you were? I realize I might get slugged, but I think our listeners are always interested.
There's one time in a woman's life when she doesn't mind telling her age. I was 80 last March.
Really? Well, you're a very good-looking 80, Mary.
Thank you.
You can help me across the street anytime you want. Jimmy, how old are you?
29, Groucho.
Where are you from?
I'm from Highland Park in Detroit, about 4 or 5 miles from the DeSoto plant.
Oh. Do you work for the DeSoto people?
No, I don't.
What sort of work do you do?
I work for United Parcel Service.
What kind of a racket is that?
Well, that's a delivery system. We have about the best in the United States, I guess. We deliver for retail,
That's
wholesale.
enough. He's a parcel man, all right. He's all wrapped up in his job. Are there any special requirements for getting a job with your outfit?
The main one is you have to be honest.
Well, that's a pretty stiff requirement, isn't it? Let's forget it, shall we? How can they tell you're honest before they hire you?
They can, but if you're not honest, they'll find out soon enough.
I suppose the company gets a little suspicious when the delivery man hires a chauffeur to drive the truck. There's always one way to find out if a man's honest. Ask him. And if he says yes, you know he's crooked. Mary, let's converse with you. Now, let's see. You say you're from Philadelphia?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go to school there or work there?
I went to school. I graduated from the normal school as a teacher.
Oh, you were a school teacher in Philadelphia? Is that so? How long did you teach in Philadelphia?
I didn't teach you. Just a school teacher gone wrong.
What happened? Did the truant officer catch you hanging around the pool room? What do you mean you went wrong?
Oh, I became an actress.
You became an actress, eh?
Well, I hope that's what they called me anyhow. I went on the stage.
Were you in any Broadway plays?
Oh, yes. Some of the Hoyt plays, Alabama, the Cherry Pickers.
Texas Steer, were you in that? Mm-mm. Wasn't that one of the Hoyt plays, huh?
Yes, I think it was.
Yes, it was.
Way before your time.
You think so? Huh? You're very flattering. Not only that, but you can't be a day over 50, Mary.
You tell that to all the girls.
It's true. I tell it to a few men, too. Huh? Were you in any big shows that our audience might remember?
Oh, well, not stage show. I did the Mother and Over the Hill in the Silent Days, way
Over
back.
the Hill of the Poorhouse?
Yeah.
Oh, How long ago was that?
Oh, it was released in 20.
Is that many? You're sort of the fairy godmother of television, aren't you? Huh? Your pictures will be seen for the next 20 years.
I've seen them. Yeah. My grandchildren call me up and say, Nanny, you're on.
I bet they have new respect for you now, don't they?
They do.
What kind of parts did you play in pictures, Mary? You didn't always play mothers, did you?
Well, I was a mother about 200 times or more.
That'd be a good title for a movie,
Yeah.
I was a mother 200 times. I was a mother 200 times for the FBI. You say you were a mother in 200 movies? Did you enjoy playing this role so many times, Mary?
Oh, well, it got to be rather boring, Groucho.
Would you like to play a hussy in the pictures?
Oh, no. I couldn't be wicked at 80.
Mary, it hasn't slowed me up any. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, Mary, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Let's see. Now, you select a dictionary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, you can start with a $10 question, or a $50 or a $100, anything you want. But one answer between them.
What'll it be?
How about 70?
70 you want?
Is that all right
You
with
know
you?
your dictionary?
Is that all right with you?
All right.
Which part of the dictionary do you know, Jimmy? The outside or the inside?
The outside, probably.
All right. What do you call the person who gives the parting address at a graduation?
The valedictorian.
Valedictorian is correct, huh?
And you now have $170.
Now, what do you want?
Well, we might as well go on. Nothing to lose. 80?
80? What do you call the edge of... What do you call the edge of cloth woven to prevent raveling?
A selvage.
Selvage is correct.
You now have $250 in your bankroll.
You're pretty lucky to have a partner like that, Jimmy.
I sure am.
Now what do you
knows
want?
the inside.
Why not? Well, let's go up. No, you're going down.
You want 90? Well, let's see how well you listen to this show. What does the word encomium mean? E-N-C-O-M-I-U-M.
It's a praise.
That's right. That's good enough. Stop right there.
You now have $340.
You know, I mispronounced it a few weeks ago on this show. For some curious reason, I said encomium instead of encomium. And I got a ton of mail. All right, now how much have they got?
$340.
Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for?
100.
100?
Sorry with you.
What is a more common term for a colliery? C-O-L-L-I-E-R-Y.
Well, that's a mine.
It's a coal mine. Don't go any further.
And you've gone all the way. You wind up with $440.
Well, thanks and good luck to the Soda Plymouth dealers. You're pretty shrewd.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Safety Month. Can you see, steer, stop safely? If not, check your car. Check accidents. With the busy driving season here, now's the time to check your car. Be safe by driving a safe car. Last year, over 1 million people were killed and injured in needless automobile accidents. A good percentage of these accidents would have been avoided if the car owners had taken a small amount of time to have their cars checked. And to make sure your car gets a complete safety checkup, there's no better place to take it than to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. His factory-trained mechanics will go over every part of your car that can affect your safety to make sure they are all in perfect working order. Wheels, brakes, headlights, tires, steering, windshield wipers, glass, horn, muffler, taillights. You'll be surprised how little time and money it takes to keep you and your family safe on the highways. Remember, to be a safe driver, you must be able to see, steer, stop safely. Check your car. Check accidents. Stop in where you see the sign of better service, the friendly sign of your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Groucho, we have a housewife for you, Mrs. Jerry Shipley and her
Why do
partner.
you always say you're a housewife for me?
I should change that, I guess, shouldn't I?
I'll take every other housewife, huh?
All right.
You take an occasional housewife.
I have a housewife, Groucho, and her name is Mrs. Jerry Shipley, and her partner is Mr. William Vaughn. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Mr. William Vaughn and Mrs. Jerry Gerard Shipley. Mrs. Shipley, I'll start with you. What is your face name?
Jerry.
Is that short for Geraldine?
No, I was christened Jerry.
You were? How come?
Well, it's just an old
Spanish
southern,
custom?
yeah, an old southern custom, giving girls boys' names down there.
You know any girls named Hank in the South?
I know one named Henry.
Imagine being under a magnolia tree in the moonlight with a pretty girl, and you turn to her and say, "Kiss me, Henry." Probably hit you with a plate of corn pone. Where are you from, Mrs. Shipley?
Well, I usually say Paducah, Kentucky, because people ask so many questions. But
Well, I should think so. Huh?
but it's really a little town called Barlow, near there.
I see. And who are you again? I forgot all about
Jerry
you.
Shipley.
You're both Jerry Shipley? I think
No, I'm Bill Vaughn,
You're
Groucho.
Bill Vaughn, huh? You used to pitch for the Cubs, didn't you?
No, not me.
No? Well, they had a Vaughn there.
Oh, yes, several Vaughns.
You related to that Vaughn?
None whatsoever.
You know, he pitched a 19-inning, 1-0 game against Brooklyn some years ago.
Well, the Vaughns do great things at times.
Have you done anything great that you could tell us about?
Well, it depends upon what you may refer to.
Well, that's true. Well, where are you from? Well, let's start with that. Huh?
Well, I was born in Osceola, Missouri,
Well, that's pretty great, right
and
there.
moved to Oroville, California when I was 6 years of age.
Oh. What sort of business are you in now, Mr. Vaughn?
Well, I'm Executive Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, and Director of Electrical Products Corporation, manufacturers of neon and xenon signs in the 11 western states and for many of the DeSoto Plymouth dealers in the area.
Well, thanks for that information. I'll keep my trap shut from now on. Because I need a job as well as the next fellow. The next fellow happens to be Harpo. Did you have any interest besides being a housewife, Jerry?
Yes, I do. I have some hobbies. I like interior decorating, and I like analyzing handwriting or graphology.
Is that what it's called, graphology?
Yes, uh-huh.
I thought graphology was what a politician did.
No.
Could you analyze my handwriting?
Yes.
If I gave you a sample of Okay. Now, don't look. This will surprise a lot of people who didn't think I could write at all, huh? Here you are. See what you can do with that, Jerry. And while you're working on it, I'll talk to your partner here.
All right.
You analyze that. Now, Mr. Vaughn, do you have any outside interests?
Yes, Groucho, I'm the illustrious potentate of Amalika Shrine Temple, Los Angeles, ancient Arabic order, nobles of the Mystic Shrine.
What are some of the activities of these organizations?
We have many charities centered primarily upon what we consider the world's greatest fraternal philanthropy, Shriners Hospital for crippled children. We have discharged more than 250,000 crippled children who were materially aided or completely cured.
I must say your lodge does a great job, Bill. I know all about your work, and I congratulate you. You do
Thank
a
you,
wonderful
Doctor.
job. Well, Mr. Shipley, how do you analyze my handwriting? What kind of a fellow am I? Tell the truth. Forget that I also happen to run the quiz. Be merciless.
Well, you're very inquisitive,
Nosy, you mean, eh?
Yeah. You're witty. You're ambitious. You have a strong will. And if you hadn't become an actor, I think you might have become a scientist. The way you make some of your characters.
I don't think so, Jerry. I took one of those scientific tests in the laboratory at UCLA just the other day. And 3 white rats and a guinea pig beat me to the cheese. Well, I'm flattered by your diagnosis, Jerry. It's been an experience talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Let's see what we have here.
In the race for the $3,500, the first couple won $440, and the secret word is chair.
You selected geography. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
100.
100. In what country or principality do you find the fabulous resort city of Monte Carlo?
Monaco.
Monaco is right.
You're off to a fine start. You have $200 in your bankroll.
You're off to a flying start.
90.
90. What famous cape on the coast of North Carolina is noted for its bad storms?
Cape Hatteras.
That's correct.
You now have $290.
What next?
80.
What country is directly east of Poland? East of Poland.
Russia.
Russia is correct.
You now have $370.
The way things are going over there, Russia is east of everything.
70.
Okay, for $70, what is the former name of the country now called Iran?
Used to be under the control of Turkey at one time. All right, I think it should be Turkey.
I say Persia.
Persia is right, and it's a good thing you stuck out.
And you wind up with $440.
Thanks, and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Yes, All right, George, proceed.
Well, we found a couple of young single people for you tonight, Groucho. Miss Eleanor Green and Mr. Noel Kennedy. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Noel Kennedy and Eleanor Green. Well, you're a fine-looking couple. Neither of you married?
No.
No, I'm not, Groucho.
You're not married, eh? Would you like to get married someday, Eleanor?
Oh, I think every young girl would. They'd like a husband and a home and some children.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're in the right place. Have you got a marriage license with you?
Well, no.
Don't you think that's pretty careless? You'd certainly never think of going fishing without a fishing license, would you?
Well, I think that would be a different story.
You just think it's different, that's all. Sucker's a sucker, whether he's walking or swimming. Well, let's find out something about you two. Eleanor, where are you from?
I'm from Beverly Hills, California.
Beverly Hills,
yes.
Oh. How long have you lived out here?
23 years.
Mm-hmm. Then you're a natural-born citizen, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What sort of work do you do?
Well, I'm a third-grade teacher, Groucho.
You're a school teacher?
Yes.
Didn't have any school teachers like that when I went to school. You're Noel Kennedy?
Well, I prefer to be called Bill, Groucho.
You prefer to be called Bill Groucho? That's kind of a silly name, isn't
Bill,
it?
period.
Huh?
Bill, period.
Bill, period, you want to be called?
Bill Kennedy.
Bill Kennedy. Well, who is Noel?
I'm confused.
Noel Confused. Well, that's a nice name. Now, where are you from, Noel?
I'm from Brisbane, Australia.
Oh, Australia.
Uh-huh.
Well, what is it like in Brisbane?
Well, Brisbane's a big semi-tropical city. It's
semi-tropical?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's very much like L.A., a little warmer.
What sort of work did you do in Brisbane?
Well, when I was younger, I went prospecting with an older brother in a place called Mai in Queensland.
When you were younger?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Getting along, Bill. Now, where'd you say you went prospecting?
My. It's a little place outside Bong Bong, which is in male section.
My is near Bong Bong?
That's right.
Well, that's right across the river from Walla Walla, isn't it?
No, it's in male section 493, via Morani, via Marion, via Mackay, North Queensland, Australia.
You must get a lot of mail with an address like that. How do you get it? Is it floated ashore in a bottle?
Well, if you send a postcard, there's not much room for the message.
No, I guess not. What's the reason you never got married, Bill? Shrewd fellow, these Australians.
No, I was always a little cynical, and I could never see any reason in giving away half my food to get the other half cooked.
Is this the customary attitude by the Australian youths?
No,
You're
happy
just
to
speaking for yourself, huh?
Just personally. And I've changed a lot since then.
You don't have this attitude about marriage at present, do you?
No.
Well, how recently have you changed? The last 3 minutes?
That's a pretty good estimate.
Approximately. And you, Eleanor, what would you require in the man that you'll marry?
Oh, I'd like him to be nice looking and have a good sense of humor and charming and, oh, he must be intelligent, too.
No money?
Comes later.
Would you say you're intelligent, Bill?
I don't know about that, but I had an IQ test once, and...
You had what?
I had an IQ test once, and it rated fairly high.
Well, do you know what your IQ is, Eleanor?
A psychology teacher once took it, and it came out 140.
Well, if it goes any higher, my advice is sell it. Is that a pretty good IQ, Bill? 140? 140?
That's very good. 140 is genius rating.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's yours, do you know?
141.5.
You mean we've got two geniuses up here? No wonder they're not married. They're too smart. Well, we're going to take an awful beating in the quiz. Bill, obviously you have a lot in common. You could have a good time on a brainy day. All right, let's play You Bet Your Life. We'll start you off with $100. If you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll.
In the race for the $3,500, the first two couples are tied with $440 each.
You selected music. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. It's kind of a curious category for two geniuses, isn't it? All right, now what do you want to start with? 10, 50, 100, anything? 70?
$70.
Before Richard Rodgers teamed up with Oscar Hammerstein II, he wrote many great songs with another talented lyricist. What was his name?
Larry Hart.
Larry Hart.
Larry Hart is correct.
You now have $170 in your bankroll.
Now what do you want?
80.
Okay, the orchestra will play a long-time favorite. You tell me the name of it. Okay, Jack, play. What is it?
My partner says Jealous.
Jealous.
Oh, well, that's right. Jealous is right.
You now have $250.
$250. You want to go ahead?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. $90.
Well, we're on the 90.
Okay. Duke Ellington wrote this song, which became a big hit in 42. You identify it. Music, maestro. Okay, what is it?
Don't get around much anymore.
Well, apparently you do.
And you now have $340 in your bankroll.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
100.
100 $.
$, yeah.
In George White's Scandals of 26, that's 1926. This song was introduced for the first time. What's the name of it?
of the blues.
The birth of the blues. Howie, give me a big kiss.
And besides all that, you have $440.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. I hope you two are very happy together.
And that means that all three couples on our show tonight, in just 1 minute, will get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question. Well, Groucho, here come the three couples, all of them timed for a chance of the DeSoto Plymouth big question. They'll write down their answer on the cards that we've given them, and if all three couples get it right, they'll divide the money among them.
Mob scene, Mary.
Oh, yes.
All right.
That's wonderful.
All right, here we go for $3,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. James Fenimore Cooper wrote 5 historical novels: The Deerslayer, Last of the Mohegans, The Pathfinder, The Pioneers, and The Prairie. For $3,500, what was the name given to this internationally popular series of novels? Write it down.
Piece of paper.
This is a blank.
From Miss Carr and her partner?
Miss Carr and Jimmy Walker. Yes. Leather stocking tails.
And what is yours?
No, leather stocking tails.
It's this couple here. Well, stick around. You come back here, please. You folks, yeah.
Well, now, let's see. The gentleman, the Shriners Organization.
Al Malika.
Al Malika. And Jerry from Paducah.
Barlow.
From Barlow. Well, that's close enough. You win $3,500. And how much in the quiz?
They all $440.
That's $3,940. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. 2 great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. If you can't control your temper, you can't control your driving. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new smoother, better-tasting Raleigh. Yes, proof positive. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Goldwyn Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you tonight, Roderick?
Say, Red.
No, don't call me Red. From now on, it's Richard. If Joe Brown can come on the air and say Los Angeles, you know, I can come on it and change my name to Richard. That's my maiden name, of course. I'm a changed man, you know.
A changed man?
Yes, I got my laundry back today. You know, my girl works in the laundry, and to show my appreciation, I really showed her a good time.
Where'd you take your girl?
Well, you know the Macombo and Ciro's?
Yeah?
I took her down to the beach.
The beach, huh?
Yeah. We went out to the amusement pier there, and I took in all the concessions. The roller coasters. Oh, you know those roller coasters, they're wonderful. You get on them, you know, and they go zooming all around. They go up and down, make these dips and everything. Fast turns, you almost fall out if you don't hold on. Zoom, 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 zoom like that. And everything. Boy, I'm glad it wasn't going. Well, we went from the roller coaster to the Tunnel of Love, the Fun House, the Tunnel of Love, the merry-go-round, the Tunnel of Love.
Well, how come you went through the Tunnel of Love so many times?
Well, you know how dark it is in there.
Yeah?
Well, I want to see my
What?
Wait a minute, here, little girl, look.
You can't pronounce it either.
Me to say, I don't know. Phosphorescent, is that what it is?
I guess so. I guess that's it. Phosphorescent.
Yeah. You know how dark it is in those Tunnel Loves?
Yeah?
I like to see my radium watch light up. I'm getting out of here every week.
Sure do. Well, what else did you do at the pier?
Well, we went to see the freak show, but my girl didn't like it.
Why not?
When she walked in, the freaks went out and bought tickets to see how she looked.
Well, did anyone recognize you on the pier?
Yeah, when I got to the Ferris wheel, one of the operators says, "That's Red Skelton."
And what happened?
Yeah, he waited till I got to the top, and then he shut the motor off and went home.
Well, Red, that was awful.
Yeah, there was an old lady on the ground, looked up, and she says, "My ham's really gone up, hasn't it?"
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new smoother, better-tasting Raleigh. Yes, proof positive. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, scientific tests of America's 6 biggest selling brands based on the method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is safer to smoke. Yes, Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat.
Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos. That smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now our lovely Anita Ellis will sing an old favorite from some years back, On the Street of Regret.
When you're alone on the street of regret, and your eyes are dim and your cheeks are wet, when you know you've been wrong and it's too late to mend, you just stumble along, wondering where you will end. When you're alone with your dreams of the past, and you realize what love means at last, just remember the glory of love's old sweet story. When you're alone on the street of regret, happiness comes and happiness goes. The why or the wherefore, nobody knows. One day we love, one day we hate. How often we understand too late. When you're alone with your dreams of the past, and you realize what love means at last, just remember the glory of love's old sweet story. When you're alone on the street of
Thank you, Anita. And now we turn the page of the Skelton scrapbook of satire to a story entitled Old Letters and Trouble. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons you know, you'd better get new friends quick. Chapter 120 is entitled Mail That Letter. This is the story of Willie Lump Lump and the trouble he had with an old letter that he forgot to mail. Well, I made it home anyhow. Yeah, I better put the old jalopy in the garage, I guess. Who closed that door? You know, doors are getting easier to drive through every day. I guess that green lumber we're getting. Better be quiet so my wife won't hear me. I won't use the door. I'll climb through the window. The same guy must have closed the window.
Willie, is that you? The very idea of you coming in at this hour. Do you know what time it is?
I don't even know what day it is.
Well, it's 3 o'clock.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it's not. You keep out of this stool picking. Well, come on, get the lecture over with. Get the lecture over with.
Have you been at it again?
No, I ain't been at it again. I've just been out eating pretzels is all.
All you've had is pretzels?
That's all, just pretzels. Of course, I had something to dunk them in, of course.
Did you mail that letter to my brother?
Yes, I mailed it, yes.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm sure.
How could you mail it when I see it sticking out of your pocket?
How do you know it's not his answer to you? Details. Always details.
Well, before you go to bed, I want you to mail that letter.
At this hour of the night?
The fresh air will do you good.
It's windy enough in here when you open that big trap.
Willie, if you don't stop talking like that to me, I'll go home to Mother.
Well, when you go, take your father with you.
Willie, for the last...
Oh, shut
up! What's happened to us?
I don't know.
When we were... When we were first married, you never used to go out at night.
I know, but that's before I learned how to get out of that straitjacket, you know. Learned how to pick the lock on my shackles, too, you know.
Oh, sometimes I wonder why I married you.
Because you were the only one at the Lonely Heart Club who could read my writing. Look, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed.
Well, you're not going to sleep until you mail that letter.
All right. Where's my clothes? Where'd you put my clothes?
They're on you.
Always hiding things from me.
And why don't you take that outfit to the cleaner?
Well, that benzene they dunk you in pretty strong stuff, you know.
Willie, you're supposed to take the suit off when they clean it.
Well, I don't. This way we'll both shrink together, okay? Hey, where'd you move the doorknob to? I can't reach it.
Well, get up off your hands and knees.
Oh, all right. I'll be right back. Someday I'll fix her, but the last thing I do... Even with her, but the last thing I ever do... There's the mailbox. Well, look at that sweet little old lady waiting for a bus. Probably a little old scrub woman somewhere. Isn't she sweet? Good morning, Mother.
Don't speak to me, young man!
Crawl back into your cobweb, will you? I gotta mail this letter here. Funny, this box won't open up here.
I've got news for you.
Yeah.
That's not a mailbox. That's a police call box.
I'll get this thing open if it's the last thing I do. Must be for airmail, huh?
You keep that up and you'll get in trouble with the police.
I know what I'm doing here. I think I tilted it.
You hear that siren?
Yeah, it sounds like my old college song it does.
All right, what's the trouble here?
Officer, this man turned in the alarm.
You tattletale.
Oh, he did he? Well, buddy, you better have a good reason for ringing that alarm.
Well, I just heard a shot coming from that house over there.
Come on, fellas! All right, men, all together now, and keep your guns drawn. We'll break the door down.
Boy, they go in that house like it was for rent, don't they?
Oh, mister, what's going on in there?
There's some gangsters hiding in that house over there.
What do the gangsters look like?
Oh, they look about like I do.
Oh, how horrible! Oh, look, the police are coming out of the house with somebody.
Yeah,
Get your mitts off me!
Come on, sister, come on!
Let me go!
Now, you cut one of them, huh?
Willie, tell these men who I am.
They wouldn't believe me. You gotta give people proof positive nowadays.
Thanks a lot for the tip, mister. I think we caught Needle-Nose Nellie.
Well, I'd have swore it was Gravel-Girt Son, no kidding.
Willie, tell them I'm your wife.
Don't get familiar with me, needle nose.
Come on, sister. You're joining the Alcatraz Women's Auxiliary.
Wait a minute, officer. Wait a minute.
Willie, I knew you wouldn't let me go like this.
Nah, I wouldn't let you go this way. Here, take this letter with it. You can give your brother the thing in person.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh. Yes, proof positive. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Hank Greenberg, Detroit Tigers home run king, says, quote,
No hocus pocus here. I've read the reports. Medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke. Knowing the facts, I recommend Raleigh's. Raleigh's are right.
Right, Hank Greenberg. And those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to say that music critics have paid tribute to our David Forrester and his music and courage to give radio listeners better music on variety programs. And now David Forrester and his orchestra goes into the symphonic field and plays the overture to the great classic, Thank you very much, David. Chapter 121 is entitled Little Bitty Mailmen. yes. Love letters in the attic. And Junior's got 'em.
Junior, what are you doing?
I'm just sitting here wondering how that vase stays on that table there.
It stays there because you leave your hands off of it.
Sorry, I can't accept that for an answer.
I caught you with the slingshot.
Oh, no.
Now you're going
No,
to
no,
get
please, it was an accident, Grandma.
It was?
Yeah, I was aiming at the goldfish bowl.
Junior, why don't you reform? Why don't you listen to the good voice?
I do.
Well, then, why do you go on being bad?
Well, because every time my good voice opens his kisser, me bad voice does me foot right into it. Oh, the mailman.
The postman.
Yeah, there he is, old boy. Wait till he lifts the lid on that mailbox. I'm going to find out if my new invention worked or not.
Junior, if you've put one of your booby traps in the mailbox, you know what's going to happen to you?
I'm more interested in finding out what's going to happen to him, you know. Boy, when that thing goes off, you'll think he's delivering ale mail around here.
Oh, Junior. You're kidding me.
You just keep laughing, kiddo, that's all. Boy, they make growing up dumber every day, don't they, fellas?
Mailman!
Oh, boy, look at him sail through the air like a neon sign. Look at him.
That does it. You go up to your room.
Okay, don't whip me. Don't hit me, no. Yeah, I got past you that time. I'm going up to my post office in the attic.
Yes, by all means, go on up to the attic.
Okay, I'll go to the attic. We has a small house. Now, let's see. If I'm going to be a mailman, I'm going to need some letters to deliver. And if I'm not mistaken, love letters that Grandma has been saving is in this trunk. And if I'm not mistaken, there they is. I don't guess she'll ever need them again. And then again, she might. And then again, I don't know why I was worrying me widow head about it. I'm going to do it anyhow. Well, here I go. The mail's got to be delivered. Now I'm going to slide down the banister. Special deliveries, you know.
Junior, what happened?
You know that lamp at the store sent out on approval?
Yes?
You just bought it. And boy, what a waste of money, too. Like I lit on me widow hand.
Oh. Well, for a minute I was afraid you'd hurt yourself.
Yeah. Well, you sure does love me, don't you? Well, the mail's got to be delivered. I'm going to deliver the mail. Oh, there's the man who lives next door, old Joe McGregor. That blimp that walks like a man.
Well, Junior, what have you been doing today?
Oh, nothing good. You can bet your life on that, you know.
What's that package of letters you're carrying?
That's me mail. I'm a postman. Junior grade, of course, you know.
So you're playing mailman now. Isn't that nice?
Not the way I play this fat
I'm not fat, Junior.
If you're not fat, you're carrying an awful lot of flab around in your pockets. I know that. Well, I can't stand here gabbing. I got work to do. Here's your letter for you. There.
Oh, thank you, Junior. Say this isn't from me. It's addressed to your grandmother.
Oh, she's through with it. You can have it.
Why, it's a love letter your grandfather wrote.
Yeah, that's it. Oh.
Junior! Hello.
Ah, shut up. Here comes that old Mr. Fowler, the next door.
Junior, did you see that pie I had in the window?
Did you say pie?
Yes, it's missing. I thought maybe you might know something about it.
I'm sorry. I don't happen to have any pies on me.
Well, I'm glad to hear you didn't take it.
Yeah.
It was the best one I ever baked.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I've tasted better, you know.
So, you admit you swiped it?
No, I didn't swipe it. I just walking past the window, and all of a sudden, it falls into me widow mitt. You know pies do that.
It just fell into your hands.
Yeah, of course, I had to coax it with a little pole, you know.
Is there anything safe around this neighborhood?
Yeah, castor oil. You can put that up there. Now, if you'll cool down, I got a letter for you.
Why, this belongs to your grandmother.
Oh, you can have it.
Junior, don't you know it's wrong to read other people's mail?
You should read these letters. They're a scream.
Yeah, go ahead. You should read the one where Grandpa asked Grandma to get married and let him alone.
The old guy could really write. Say, McGregor, maybe we should buy Junior a box of candy to eat while we read all of these letters.
There's some more upstairs.
Well, maybe he'd rather have a quart of ice cream.
Oh, I run up and
a big piece of chocolate.
Well, hurry and make up your mind. My mouth is watering so much I'm drowning myself.
I say, listen to this.
Let me see.
Oh, keep your hands off.
Here,
I
now,
can
you
read
kids
it.
stop fighting. Go on, read it.
Listen to this. Dearest Berna, my pigeon, my dove, my nightingale, my swallow.
Boy, that old boy really gave her the bird, didn't he?
Listen, it says, tell me the 3 words that will send me out of this world.
I know what that is. Go shoot yourself. That'll do it.
And give a load of this. Marry me and we'll settle down in a cottage small by a waterfall.
And he kept his promise. That's our place. A shack by a sewer.
Oh, imagine the old man writing this.
Yeah. Imagine that, boy. As the tap dancer said when they hung him, the jig is up. Hey, guys, you got to help me out of this, you gentlemen.
Well, Junior, I've got to run now.
See you later.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Traitors.
Well, Junior, what was all the hilarity about?
Oh, those big kids are a lot of fun to play with, you know.
What do you have in your hand?
Nothing. Just some...
Junior, my old love letters.
Well, how do you suppose they got there?
So that's why McGregor and Mr. Fowler ran away. They were reading them, my love letters.
Yeah, and did they love them?
Young man, come here to me.
Well, I was only playing mailman.
Well, I've got a hairbrush special delivery for you.
No. Not the hairbrush again. Will you spank me with the hairy side for once, sir?
No.
Grandma, I'll tell you what. I realized that... Some neighbors are listening. Let's move over. Grandma, I realized that I had done wrong, and that I had a whipping coming to me.
You do, Junior?
Yes, I does. And when I go up to be president, that's if I study me music lessons, of course. Well, when I get to be president, I'm going to point to you and say, there goes me dear old grandma. The woman who used to beat me within the inch of me underwear. What I love that old kiddo, I does.
Aw, will you really say that, Junior, when you grow up?
Scout's honor, and that comes from the best little guy in the skunk patrol.
Well, in that case...
Yes, Grandma, dear Grandma.
I'm going to give you the best spanking you ever got.
No. You hit me. For a minute, I thought I had her, you know.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Hear Hildegard tomorrow night in the new Penguin Room, and People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night. And return with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Clean smoking right down to bowl bottom. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Slow, even, cool burning.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Keeps home sweet home. The brand of grand aroma.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, with men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Terry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now to visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's alternately looking at his watch, which says 3:15, and at a large mysterious package, which says, "Deliver to Leroy Forrester, Esquire." Isn't Leroy ever going to get home from school, my dear?
Now, Uncle Mort, you've been fussing over that package ever since it came. You shouldn't be so curious.
I'm not in the least bit curious. I was just wondering what was inside.
I think it contains magazines. It says Leroy Forrester, Esquire.
No, Bertie. By the way, where's it from?
Some place called Fragile.
No, the name on the other side.
Oh, you mean, Use No Hooks.
Use No Hooks, Colorado, yes. The name of the firm, Bertie. Turn it over. Oh, yes, the Metropolis Merchandise Company. Well, this has me worried. Let me look at it once more, Bertie.
Here it is, Mr. Gilsey.
Thank you. Whoop. Oh, darn it, it almost flew open, but not quite.
Don't lift it by the string, Uncle. It'll break.
Oh, yes, so it will. I'll try to be more careful, my dear. Now, let me examine it.
If you examine that box any more strenuously, it's going to fall apart.
Yes, I suppose you're right, Bertie. Well, this has gone on long enough. Bring me the scissors, please, Bertie.
The scissors?
Uncle, I don't think you should open Leroy's mail.
Who's opening Leroy's mail? I just decided to cut the cuffs off my trousers and bring this suit back into style.
Oh, that sounds like Leroy now.
It can't be. He shut the door after himself.
Oh, Bertie, I'm hungry.
That's Leroy, all right.
Was there any mail for me?
Yeah, here it is.
Gee, I can hardly wait. Good afternoon, Uncle Mort. Where is it? Hi, Marge. Oh, boy, what a big package.
Yes.
Hello, Bertie. Anybody got a pair of scissors? Thanks, Unc.
Yes.
Oh, gee, at last. Why, it's garden seeds. Yeah, 300 packages of them.
That's a good deal, Leroy.
Sure, all I have to do is sell them at 10 cents a package and send back the $30.
That's not such a good deal after all. What do you get out of it, young man?
Well, I'm not going to tell you now. I'm going to wait till I finish selling the whole slew and surprise you.
Well, if you sell that many seeds, it's sure going to surprise me.
Oh, don't worry. I've got 3 surefire customers to begin with.
Is that so? Who are they, my boy?
You, Marge and Bertie. All right, step right up, folks. Get some nice fresh seeds. Which kind do you want, Bertie?
Well, let me see. Oh, you got flower seeds, too?
Sure thing. Petunias, hollyhocks, cucumbers, onions.
Yes.
Yeah, and sweet William.
Oh, that's what I'll have. There's a boy in the Army named William I'd sweet on.
Okay, that'll be a dime, Bertie. How about you, Marge? You ought to take something to remind you of that ensign in the Navy. You want any beans? No, Leroy. I'll remember him without beans. I'll take those forget-me-nots.
Here's my dime, Leroy. I've taken some kohlrabi seeds.
Kohlrabi? What's that?
Kohlrabi, Leroy, is cabbage trying to be cauliflower.
Leroy, don't you think 300 packages are too many for you to try to sell? Oh, no, sis. I am going to cover every backyard in town. And look how well I've done so far. In the first 5 minutes, I've already 3 down and only 297 yards to go. Look, Piggy, why don't you buy your mother a package of flower seeds for Mother's Day? Yeah, but a package of seeds is a lot cheaper than a bouquet. No, I'm sorry, I can't trust you. Now, in the instructions, the company says they trust me, but I'm not supposed to trust anybody else. Well, at least think it over, will you? Okay, goodbye.
By the way, Leroy, it's just a week since those seeds arrived. How many have you got left?
200 163.
No, Leroy, I don't mean the number of seeds. I mean the number of packages.
That's what I mean, too, Unc. Business would have been a lot better. Only half the kids in town are selling seeds.
Oh, well, it's the best salesmen who win out.
Gee, Unc, you used to be a super salesman, didn't you?
Well, yes. When I started selling the Gildersleeve girdle, I developed some pretty snappy tricks, my boy. But the principal thing to remember is politeness. Bear in mind that a polite approach will always get a polite response. Now, who's at that door?
How do you do, sir? I hope I'm not intruding.
You are. What do you want?
Well, I represent the Big Gem Encyclopedia Corporation of East St. Louis, Illinois.
No, scram.
But you haven't...
Beat it.
You haven't even heard what I have to say.
I don't want any. Goodbye. Remember, Leroy, a polite approach will always get a polite response. Always remember that.
I'll bet a quarter that when you went out after a prospect, you brought him back on the dotted line, like Frank Burke.
A buck.
Okay, a buck then.
Let's not bet. However, I wager I could do such a good job selling your vegetable seeds that you could come along 10 minutes later and sell the same people corned beef to go with the cabbages they'd expect to raise.
Yeah, it's too bad you still can't do it, Uncle Mort.
Who says I can't?
Could you?
Why, of course.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Oh, Mort, Uncle Mort is going to show me how to sell the rest of my seeds.
Now, hold on a minute. I didn't say
I'll go to my room and get my stock, Unc.
Oh, great jumping jeeps. I've been taken in again. Remember, Leroy, the important thing is to start talking first and don't stop till your customer says yes. Understand?
Yes.
All right. Now watch me. Oh, Mrs. Dobson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, Leroy. Is there anything I can do for you? Because Mama isn't home right now. She's downtown getting some burned-out electric bulbs in case we have another blackout.
Yes, Well, excuse me for cutting in, Dottie, but I'm helping Leroy sell these wonderful garden seeds, and I thought maybe you folks would like to buy some.
Oh, garden seeds? Well, I don't know whether we're going to plant a garden or not this year on account of I tried one in 1941, but I didn't have a bit of luck.
You didn't? What'd you plant?
Peanuts. I planted a whole bag of them, but nothing came up. Well, do you think the salt kept them from growing, Mr. Gildersleeve? Well, maybe I should try something else this year. Have you got any popcorn? I'm crazy about popcorn. If you have any, I'll take 10 cents worth if it's hot.
Dottie, I'm sorry. However, we have lettuce and spinach and eggplant and oyster plant.
Oyster plant and eggplant? Oh, you can't fool me. Eggs come from nests and oysters don't grow on plants either. You catch them with a harpoon.
You harpoon.
Well, I think I'll just plant birdseed this year on account of the birds always get it anyhow. Well, goodbye now.
It's getting dark, Uncle Mort. Don't you think we better go home while we're just hungry and before we start starving?
No, Leroy. I'd still like to show you how to make a sale. Now, I have a feeling that things are going to be different at this house.
Okay, I'll ring the bell.
Yeah. Now, observe the way I give them the politeness approach.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, how do you do, sir? I'd like to sell you some wonderful garden seeds. They grow so quickly that all you have to do is stick them in the ground and jump back fast.
Say, don't you live over on Parkside Avenue?
Well, yes. How did you know?
Don't you remember me?
No, I can't say that I do.
Well, I came to your door this afternoon selling encyclopedias.
You did?
Yes, I did. And do you remember what you did?
No, what? Yes, now I remember.
Uncle Mort, can't we continue the salesmanship lesson tomorrow?
No. After we sell some seeds to Mrs. Twitchell Leroy, I'm sure she's going to buy some anyway.
Why not? She's been a pioneer in everything else.
What's keeping her? You'd think the old squaw would answer her door, but she's probably too la-di-da, Mrs. Twitchell.
Oh, hello, Leroy. How do, Mr. Gildersleeve? What brings you here?
It's these seeds of Leroy's. He had quite a lot of them, and I suggested to him that you might want some.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you. I could plant some in my garden.
You see, Leroy, your Uncle Mort knows. How about 3 or 4 packages of corn, Mrs. Twitchell?
Are you sure you can spare it?
Oh, sure. we got 9 packages.
Would you like all 9 of them?
Yes, I would.
Oh, splendid. Now, how about some turnips and parsnips?
Oh, do you think they'd be useful?
Oh, surely. They're good for, what are they good for? Oh, yes, they make better mashed potatoes than lima beans do. Here you are, 6 packages.
Oh, I would also like some beet seeds. How do they come?
Beets? 8 to the bar. Kind of silly, isn't it?
Unc, we've struck a gold mine.
Yes, you said it. Now, Mrs. Twitchell, would you like some Brussels sprouts or okra or lettuce?
Oh, no more, Mr. Gildersleeve. I already have more than I should have taken, and really, it was most generous of you to come over with such lovely little gifts.
Yes, gifts?
Thank you, and good night.
Good night. Now, Judge Hooker, the first thing we want understood is that we're selling these seeds, not giving them away.
I understand, Gildersleeve. You're no congressman.
The reason you should buy these seeds is to start a victory garden, Judge.
Yeah, everyone should have a victory garden.
Right. Food will help win the war. Food is as important as ammunition.
Yeah, and all the money we save raising our own food, we can put into war-saving stamps and bonds.
Say, that's a very good point, young man. Hey, yeah, and look at the exercise it'll give us.
Sure, and that way you can get rid of that spare tire, Gildy.
Well, I wasn't aware that I had any spare tire.
Just look in any mirror, Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes. The judge made a joke, Leroy. Let's laugh. I'm glad you agree with us, though, Judge. How many packages of seeds do you want?
None.
None? Why not?
Well, I planted my garden a week ago.
Gee, too late.
You mean that pint-sized plot in your backyard? Well, you can't raise enough stuff there to feed your next-door neighbor's bantam chicken.
Well, I haven't any more room here. If I had a place out in the country, I could sure go to town.
Oh, out in the country. Oh, say, there's an acre that belongs to Marjorie and Leroy's estate right outside the city limits.
There is? Well, we'd let you plant a big garden out there if you bought your seeds from the right party.
Oh, an acre's too much for me to handle by myself. But I take half if you plant the other half, Gildy.
That's an idea, Uncle Mort. Between the two of you, you'd use up all the seeds we haven't sold.
Well, I don't know.
Remember, Gildersleeve, food is ammunition.
Yeah.
Especially the food you'd grow. We can use it to throw at the enemy.
Yeah, that's all. Well, I'll show you. Leroy, how many packages of seeds have you got left?
$23 worth.
All right. That'll be 11.5 from you, Judge, and the same amount from me.
Now, how about making it a sporting proposition? I'll toss you to see who pays for the whole thing.
Okay, he's going to toss me. You call it, Hooker. Ready?
Head.
It's a head, all right.
Head, huh? I should have mine examined.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, here's an interesting question a friend asked me. A question that certainly proves American housewives are nutrition conscious these days. It was about parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. This housewife said, I serve my family parquet margarine and they all like it. But does parquet provide them with the kind of nourishment I should expect from a spread for bread? Well, that's easy to answer. The answer is yes. Parquet margarine provides economically the important food elements that nutritional experts generally require of a spread for bread. Here they are. First, parquet margarine provides energy. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. Second, parquet is nourishing because the wholesome American vegetable oils and farm products that go into parquet are nourishing in themselves. Third, parquet margarine is a reliable food source of vitamin A. Yes, summer and winter, every pound of parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So, you see, thrifty parquet margarine provides the things a spread for bread should provide. And it tastes so deliciously good, your family is sure to like it. So why not try some tomorrow? Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Have you ever tried to locate a piece of property from the legal description on the deed? Well, that's what the great Gildersleeve and his nephew Leroy are attempting to do this morning before starting out to plant that victory garden.
200 northerly feet of the westerly half of Section 5 East. Sometimes known as the old Flugelhammer property. In tract 207.5 of the 1904 survey, as provided for in paragraph O of the treaty made by President Chester A. Arthur with the Kitsikoo Indians.
I still don't know where it is.
Yes, neither do I. Too bad I never went out and looked at that property.
Yeah, it might turn out to be in a swamp or under a lake.
Well, in that case, we could raise ducks. Or rice. Or ducks and rice. Imagine raising ducks already stuffed with wild rice.
Before you start selling any duck dinners, Unc, don't you think we better go downtown and ask the county recorder where this property is located?
That's a mighty good idea, my boy. Then we can go directly out there.
Okay, start the car.
Yeah, not so fast. What about our lunch? Oh, Bertie.
I got the whole pack, Mr. Gildersleeve. Here he is. I picked some new kind of sandwiches I hope you like.
Oh, what are they, Bertie?
I call them Birdie Burgers.
Yes, Bertie Burgers.
They consist of half a cold chicken between 2 slices of baked ham.
Oh, boy. Come on, Unc, let's hurry out there so we can dig in. To the sandwiches, I mean.
Yeah, you're going to do a lot of other digging, young man, before we come to the Birdie Burgers. Are all the garden tools in the rear compartment, Leroy?
Sure thing. Start her up, Unc.
It seems to me we've forgotten something. Tools, lunch, old clothes. I guess we've got everything. Well, thank you, Bertie.
Welcome. Now take it easy the first day, and don't try to chew more than you can bite off.
Yeah, okay, Bertie. Have a good time while we're away.
You sure the funniest looking frogs I done ever seen. Well, so long, folks.
So long. Did you hear that, Leroy? Bertie says we're two of the funniest looking farmers he ever seen. Whoa! Bertie just reminded me what I'd forgotten to take. All that seed. This is certainly out in the country, all right, isn't it, my boy? I bet the Saturday Evening Post doesn't get out here till Saturday.
Ever happened to have property this far from town?
Well, it was taken in on a bad debt that we were taken in on.
Well, according to the directions, it runs 200 feet north from this marker. But which way is north?
It's north? Let me see. If we had an oak tree, we could tell. If it had moss on it. Moss grows on the north side. Nor is it the south side. Well, it's one of the two, anyway.
How about asking that man over there?
That man where?
Over there with the mule.
Oh, I thought that was a pair of mules. Hey, you over there. Which way is north?
What did you say?
I said, which way is north?
Huh?
Which way is north?
Don't know. I just work here.
I could have gotten a more intelligent answer out of the other mule.
Well, maybe we can figure it out by ourselves, Unc. The sun should be in the east, shouldn't it?
Yes, unless it's afternoon already.
Well, then, if you face east, your left hand is toward the north, isn't it?
Why, yes, you're a bright Boy Scout, Leroy. Now, all we have to do is measure off 200 feet towards our left.
Uh-oh, we forgot to bring a yardstick.
One thing after another. And maybe that fellow over there has a yardstick. Hey, you! Have you got a yardstick?
What did you say?
I said, have you got a yardstick?
Got a what?
A yardstick!
Don't know. I just work here.
Never mind, Leroy. I'll just step off the 200 yards.
That's swell. How long a step do you take, Unc?
A step? Well, let's see. Somewhere between, I forget. Or did I ever know? You better skip the stepping, Leroy. Have you got any other suggestions?
Yeah, too bad Bertie isn't here. She wears a size 12 shoe. We could use it for a 1-foot ruler. How tall are you, Unc?
Tall? I'm 5'10". Why?
Gee, if you were only 6 feet tall, you could lay down and be 2 yardsticks.
Hey, that's a good idea, Leroy. I know what we'll do. Bring that rake handle out of the back of the car, will you please?
This one?
Yes. Now, I'll lay down here like this. Yes. Now, you mark the spot in the dust where my feet end.
Oh, okay, but what...
You'll soon see, my boy. Now, mark the top of where my head hits the ground there. Splendid.
What's the idea, Unc?
Yes. Now, add 2 inches.
Add 2 inches? Get away, Walkie. I still don't get it.
Just measure the distance from my head to my toes on that rake handle. Then add the 2 inches, and you'll have 6 feet.
Hey, you, get off, man, come on.
Beat it. Get that cow away from here, Leroy.
Get out of here.
digging that tail in my eyes, madam? Oh, thank goodness she's gone. Help me up, Leroy. My goodness. What does that farmer mean, letting a dangerous cow run around loose? Hey, you!
What did you say?
Why did you leave that cow loose?
What's that?
What do you mean leaving that cow run around stepping on people?
Who's what?
Oh! Why is that cow allowed to run wild?
Don't know. She just works here.
Keep it up, Uncle Mort. That's fine, Judge Hooker. This is our last row.
Yeah, it's a mighty hard row to hoe, too.
Oh, don't beef so much, you old muttonhead. Doesn't this take you back to the days when you were a kid on the farm, Judge?
It would, Gildy, except for one thing.
What's that?
I was never on the farm when I was a kid.
Oh, I bet you never were a kid either. You must have been born middle-aged.
Was it fun on the farm, Unc?
I'll say. I used to go around barefooted. Oh, it was nice to bury my little pink toes in the cool, fresh earth. You know, I wouldn't mind doing that right now.
That won't make you a kid again, Gildersleeve.
Well, maybe not, but these shoes are awfully tight anyway. If no one minds, I'm going to take them off. Yes, there's nothing like getting back to the soil, is there? Certainly feels nice to scrunch the dirt between your toes, doesn't it?
It does?
Yeah. Come on, Judgy. You might as well be comfortable.
I believe I will try it. How about you, Leroy?
Oh, thanks. I've outgrown that sort of thing long ago.
Well, I got my shoes off, Gildy. Feels mighty good.
Yeah, it'd feel even better if you took your socks off, too.
Oh, yes, of course. Hey, what's wrong with you?
I'm standing on a pussy willow.
Pardon me, but if you gentlemen farmers had stopped planting your feet and finished planting the rest of these seeds, we'd be all through.
Yes, you're right, Leroy. Come on, Judge. Quit clowning around and help Leroy and me.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Well, here's some seeds. Unc, you put 2 of these in each hole, and Judge Hooker, you cover them with dirt.
Oh, that's easy enough. Hey, you've got 2 different kinds of seeds in this bag, Leroy. Which do you want us to plant?
1 of each.
That's unusual. What's the idea?
Oh, it's an experiment I'm making. I'm mixing corn and lima bean seeds together to see if we can get a succotash plant.
Well, if this works, we can try planting a blue plate special. Come on, Judge. I'll drop them in and you cover them up.
Surely. Now, let's do it with teamwork and rhythm.
Rhythm.
Yeah, we'll count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
On 1 and 2, you drop in the seeds. And on 3 and 4, I'll rake over the dirt.
Yeah.
Okay?
Why not? Anything your little mind can think of, Judge. Let's begin. 1, 2.
3, 4.
1, 2.
3, 4.
1, 2.
3, 4.
It's corn, beans.
Rake.
Corn, beans.
Rake.
Oh! Quit raking my big toe, you clumsy little bastard.
Oh, I never came anywhere near your big toe, you big ninny.
Is that right? Well, look.
Is that your big toe? Why, I thought it was a lima bean.
Judge Hooker, lima beans don't twitch.
Hey, I finished the rest of this row by myself. You 2 can put your shoes on now and we can go home.
Oh, at last. Judge, what'd you do with my shoes and stockings?
I didn't do anything. Where are mine?
That's kind of peculiar, isn't it? Leroy.
Yes, Uncle Morris?
Did you pick up our shoes and stockings?
No, I didn't touch them.
But how could they possibly disappear right off a bare field with no one else around?
I don't know. We can't pitter-patter home in our bare feet like this.
Hey, I just figured out what happened.
Huh?
Come on, Uncle Mort. Come on, Judge. Let's get busy with our rakes and hoes again. You planted your shoes and socks.
Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days.
Gildersleeve, how soon you expect to start harvesting the truck on your truck farm?
Well, any day now, Bertie. Ever since the last rain, everything is coming along swimmingly.
Yeah, I tried some of the radishes yesterday, and they're coming up fine.
Marjorie, you should come out someday and look our garden over. It's a vision of vitamins.
Well, I'll ride out with you the next time you go. How are you getting along with Judge Hooker?
Oh, all right, except for that dirty trick he pulled on us yesterday.
What was that?
Well, he was raking his half of the garden when he suddenly found out he'd lost his diamond ring.
Yeah, and he offered $1 reward to the one who found it.
Yeah. Leroy and I scratched through his whole patch. When we finished, he discovered that he hadn't worn the ring that day. It was all a scheme to get us to rake his rutabagas for him.
Uncle Mort was so mad he hit the judge over the head with a scarecrow. Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Uncle.
Yeah, I know it, my dear. I'm sorry I did it, too. Now we got to get a new scarecrow.
When are you going out there again, Uncle Mort?
Well, not till next week.
Ain't you afraid the gophers will go for the plant?
What?
Or the weeds spring up and choke them?
No, Bertie. I cleared the garden of all the weeds yesterday.
Yeah, only some of the weeds turned out to be young carrots. Oh, that was too bad. Did you pull out many of them?
Well, I must have ripped up 12 or 14 rows before I discovered what they were. However, I had a lucky break, my dear.
You did?
Yes. I did all my pulling out on Judge Hooker's half. One more row, and I would have starved on our own carrots.
Really, Uncle Mort, I've been amazed at what you've done with this bit of land. You really and truly have a green thumb.
Yes, it matches the rest of his complexion.
Now, see here, Judge Hooker. You get over on your own side with your pumpkins and cabbages. That way you won't look so conspicuous.
Uncle Mort, the judge was only having a little fun.
Huh?
He didn't mean it. Oh, look now, but there's that man again.
Yes.
Oh, Marge. Oh, you mean the hired hand from the farm next door? Yeah. Why does he lean over the fence and grin and laugh all the time?
He's been doing that ever since we started this garden. Used to make us angry at first.
Doesn't he give any explanation?
Well, if you ask what it's all about, he just says,
Don't know.
I just work
here.
Oh, I bet I could find out. Let me try, huh?
That's not a bad idea, Marjorie. Go ahead.
Let's us go over, too. I'd like to know what this is all about. Come on, then. Only let me do all the talking. Come on along, Uncle Mort.
At first, I thought he was amused at our efforts to be farmers. But we've had such marvelous results, and he still gives us the horse laugh.
Good morning.
Good morning, lady.
Nice garden my uncle and my brother and Judge Hooker fixed up, isn't it?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with the garden, is there?
No.
And what's the big joke, huh? Oh, come on, tell me.
It's the land the garden is on.
What's wrong with that land?
Nothing, only it ain't yours.
What? What do you mean it isn't ours?
The first day you come out here, you started measuring south from the stake instead of the north.
What? Does that mean that we put in all that work for nothing and the crop isn't ours?
Oh, I had a feeling I was wrong, Judge.
When did you get that feeling, Gildersleeve?
Yes, this morning.
A fine time.
Yeah, so I went downtown, and I found out that a Mr. Compton owned this property.
Yeah, that's the man I work for.
Oh, no, you don't. Not anymore. I bought this property this morning, and you work for me now. By George, you don't either. You're fired.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. Meantime, I imagine you mothers and housewives are pretty busy these days, so I'm sure you're interested in ways of streamlining the preparing of meals and getting results that are mighty appetizing, too. Now, if you're used to running to the refrigerator for a dab of this for a shortening, a dab of that for pan frying, and something else for a spread for bread, here's a time-saving hint. Use Parquet margarine for all these purposes. Yes, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, the delicate, appetizing flavor that makes Parquet margarine such a delicious spread for bread makes it a favorite for cooking, too. Yes, Parquet margarine is a real flavor shortening that makes all baked foods taste better. It's a swell seasoning for hot vegetables. Parquet margarine makes pan-fried foods tastier, too, and it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. So in one convenient package, you have a grand-tasting product for all these uses. And remember this, no matter how you use it, Parquet margarine is a nourishing, wholesome energy food and a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So tomorrow, sure, try economical Parquet margarine. Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. When you get right down to it, life today can be pretty complicated. You can't simplify things the way Cervantes did when he wrote, "There's a time for some things and a time for all things, a time for great things and a time for small things." If you wrote a thing like that today, you know what they'd say? They'd say, "What kind of time? Daylight saving or standard?" See what I mean? Life has become very confusing. And in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons will probably confuse it still further, like this.
I don't know what's gotten into me lately. I keep yawning all the time.
Yes, dear.
Guess I must be getting old.
Yes, dear.
Well, you don't have to agree with me. Margaret.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I guess I wasn't listening. I was just reading. Jim, you're not going to spread those maps all over the floor again.
Why not?
Because you disrupt the entire household. That's why not. And furthermore...
Dad.
Just a second, honey. What is it, Bud?
Is it all right if I wear your blue denim shirt?
No, it isn't all right. Use your own.
Good gosh.
What were you saying, dear?
I was saying, why can't you listen to a news broadcast like anyone else? You don't see other people spreading maps all over the floor.
For your information, my pet, General MacArthur would rather be caught dead than listen to a news broadcast without his maps.
Well, if it makes you and General MacArthur happy by...
Dad.
Oh, what is it, Bud?
It's in the wash.
What is?
My denim shirt. And the pants, too.
Well, then wear something else.
But I've got the denim pants on.
What denim pants?
Yours.
Bud!
Jim, he's going on a hayride, and I didn't want him to wear any of his good clothes, and I knew you wouldn't mind.
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Take the denim shirt.
Thanks, Dad. You're a pal.
Oh. And Margaret.
Yes, dear.
In the future, please let me handle the trouser concession.
All right, dear.
Gotten so a man can't call his pants his own. Anytime I want to wear something, Bud has it on.
Jim, you've done nothing but yawn ever since you got home. Why don't you go to bed?
I'm going to bed right after the news broadcast. And I'd give $10 to be able to sleep until noon.
Well, tomorrow's Sunday. Why don't you?
Golf, 8 o'clock.
Oh, Jim.
Hi, parents. What cooks for the do and don't department?
The what?
Never mind, Margaret. She just came in on a flying saucer. We're not supposed to understand.
Father.
Don't pay any attention to her, and she'll probably dissolve into thin air.
What is it, Betty? I thought you had a date with Dick Andrews.
Oh, there's lots of time. Look, which nail polish do you like best?
If that isn't a weird setup.
Betty, you aren't going out that way, are you?
With 8 different shades of nail polish? Of course not. But which one do you like best?
The one you've got on your thumbs.
I don't have any on my thumbs.
That's the one I like best.
Mother.
They all look very nice, dear. And I really think you ought to get dressed.
Oh, pretty soon. I was just thinking about the piece of apple pie that was left over from dinner.
Well, it's in the icebox.
It won't be for long. Creepers, if somebody'd only tell me which shade they like best, I wouldn't have all this trouble.
Oh, good grief. Anytime I decide to go to bed early...
I'll get it.
Bud, can't you learn to walk down the stairs? One of these days, the whole house is going to collapse.
Did you want me, Dad?
No, just answer the door.
That's what I was going to do.
Well, go ahead.
Didn't you want something?
I want you to see who rang the doorbell.
I heard you call me, and I thought you wanted something.
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Please, answer the door.
You bet, Dad, right away.
I think he lies in bed at night trying to figure out ways to torment me.
No, dear, you're just tired, and after you've had a good night's rest, everything will seem much brighter.
Well, I hope you're right. And I don't care who it is, Margaret. I'm not going to stay up after 10 o'clock.
No, dear, but we can't be rude, can we?
Maybe you can't, but I can. 10 o'clock is my limit. Who is it, Bud?
It was Willie Freehopper, and boy, did he ever look funny. His hat was way down over his ears, and he said he couldn't help it because that was the only size they had. But if they can't get one to fit him, he's going to stuff it full of newspaper, and then he thinks it'll fit better.
What did he want?
Oh, he brought a telegram. Here you are, Dad.
Just any time at all. We'll be fine.
You should have seen him, Mom. He had this Western Union hat on, and you could hardly see his face. And he had to hold his head way back like this.
No!
Yes, he did, Dad. You see, he had the hat way in the back.
She can't come. Not again.
Jim, it isn't your Aunt Martha.
It certainly is my Aunt Martha.
Oh.
Look at it. Arrive Sunday, be at depot with children, 8 o'clock, Aunt Martha. Didn't even say love. And it's only 9 words. It wouldn't have cost her anything.
Jim.
Just a minute, honey. Bud, aren't you supposed to go on a hayride?
Sure.
Well, go ahead.
I don't have to leave for 10 minutes.
Dear, your father and I have something to discuss.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking. Remember the piece of apple pie that was left over from dinner?
Betty thought of it first.
What?
She's in the kitchen with it now.
She had 2 pieces for dinner. Betty, wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
Jim, why doesn't your Aunt Martha ever give us more notice?
I don't know, honey.
Now I've got to work all night to tidy up the house.
Oh, it looks fine, just the way it is.
It doesn't at all, and you know how fussy she is.
Sure, she's afraid she might get a little dust on one of her $1,000 bills. Old crab.
Jim?
Free room and board at the Andersons. No wonder she's rich. She never spends anything.
Jim, Kathy's coming.
Old buzzard. A fine Sunday I'm going to have.
Kathy, where on earth have you been?
In the kitchen. I was watching Betty make a sandwich.
A sandwich? What happened to the pie?
I ate it.
Why aren't you in bed?
It isn't time.
It certainly is time. It's almost 9 o'clock.
It isn't even 8 o'clock.
Kathy, stop arguing with me and go to bed.
But you said I could stay up until 8:30.
Well, look at the hall clock. It's almost 9.
Oh, no, dear. It isn't quite 5 minutes of 8. And besides...
Oh, I guess I forgot to tell you. I turned all the clocks back.
You did?
Jim, whatever on earth for?
Because tomorrow is the last Sunday in September. We go back to standard time at 2 o'clock. And I certainly don't intend to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to fix a bunch of clocks.
Jim, you aren't supposed to turn the clocks back. You're supposed to turn them ahead.
Margaret, the principle of daylight saving is to save daylight, right?
Well, yes.
So you turn the clocks back in September and gain the hour you lost in April. That's simple enough, isn't it?
If you turn them back, dear, how can you gain anything?
You gain the hour you lost because you get it over again. You have the same hour twice.
You can't gain anything by going backward. You have to go forward.
Not with clocks, you don't. You turn them back.
Daddy.
What is it, Kathy?
You turned them back in April.
I did not turn them back in April. I turned them ahead.
Jim, you said in April that we gained an hour of daylight.
That's right, because it stayed early later. I mean, it got later early. Margaret, the sun stayed up longer.
Why?
Because it got late later.
Kathy, I think you'd better go to bed.
But Daddy said we lost an hour in April, and he turned the clocks backwards. Now we ought to turn them frontwards.
Kathleen, no matter what I did in April, tomorrow we do not turn the clocks ahead.
No?
No.
I already did.
Kathy.
Jim, she was only doing what she thought was right.
Well, she had no business doing anything. If you don't understand the principle of daylight saving, you don't move the clocks around.
But Mommy said...
Never mind what Mommy said. You didn't see her changing the clocks, did you?
No.
Jim,
Yes?
I moved them ahead, too.
Oh.
Well, I'm sure that's what you're supposed to do. The paper said you gained an hour.
You gain an hour by turning the clocks back.
Well, what time is it?
How do I know the way everybody gets the clocks all messed up? Betty,
Yes, Father?
what time does it say on the kitchen clock?
4:45.
Well, that's a great help.
What's all the fuss about, Dad?
Oh, nothing at all. It's just that people shouldn't mess around with things they don't understand.
Daddy's mad because I moved the clocks ahead.
It's perfectly all right, dear. You meant well.
I didn't know I was going to get everything mixed up.
You don't have to worry, Dad. Kathy didn't spoil anything.
What do you mean?
Well, she told me she turned the clocks ahead, so I turned them back.
Bud, you moron!
What?
You didn't turn them back. You couldn't.
Why couldn't I?
Because I turned them back, too.
Oh, Betty.
Well, I thought I was just making it the right time.
Jim, where are you going?
I'm going to find out what time it is. You've got the clocks in this house so mixed up we can't tell if it's Wednesday or Friday.
Daddy, it's Saturday.
Thank you very much.
At the tone, the time will be 8:58 and 40 seconds.
There, now we know. From now on, please leave the clocks alone.
What time is it, dear?
What she said, 8:50, 1 minute to 9.
9?
To 9?
Gosh, I ought to be in bed. Good night, everybody. Oh, Mother, I'm half an hour late now, and I've got on 8 shades of nail polish. What am I going to do?
Holy cow, I missed the whole hayride.
Betty, stop moaning. Get dressed and go.
But my nails...
They'll never notice the nails.
I'm ruined. My whole life is ruined. Good night, everybody.
The last hayride of the year, and I missed it.
Maybe they waited for you, Bud.
They couldn't. There was a rule. No waiting for anybody.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I made up the rule.
Daddy!
You know, this whole thing is very interesting. It merely proves what I've been telling you for years. If you don't understand something, leave it alone. You see what happened? Betty's late for her date. Bud missed his hayride.
And what time was your broadcast, dear?
8 o'clock. Oh, my gosh.
Daddy!
Not now, please, Kathy. Everybody be quiet.
And so we bring to a close this full hour of news broadcasting from around the world. Tune in again.
Jim, dear.
What was it you wanted to say, Kathy?
Good night, everybody.
Another cup of coffee, please. It's the best I ever tasted. Tomorrow you can hear that from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, he'll be there at your table. Because the world's greatest coffee expert is your husband. Of course, we rate ourselves pretty high as experts. Our Maxwell House coffee has long been America's favorite brand. But we know the final judge is that man of yours. And if you'll pour him a cup of Maxwell House, we're pretty certain he'll say, best coffee I ever tasted. In fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. You see, we know no other coffee tastes like Maxwell House, because no other coffee's made like Maxwell House. Get a pound tomorrow. Start serving your husband the coffee with that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. If he doesn't tell you it's his number one choice, why, you send us the can and unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on the front of every one of those familiar blue tins. Put it up to the world's greatest coffee expert tomorrow. Give him Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
for Plainfield, Rockville, Middletown, Pittsfield, Madison, and Klamath Junction on track 4.
All right, Bud, let's watch where we're going.
What?
You're bumping into everybody.
Pardon me.
Betty, hold your brother's eyes open.
I'll hold them open, Daddy. You should have seen them stare at me, Father. You'd have thought I was a freak or something, just because my nails didn't match.
Pardon me.
Fine telegram. Doesn't say what train she's coming on or where she's leaving from. Just be there at 8 o'clock.
Daddy, I can't reach his eyes. Shall I stick him with a pin?
Never mind, Kathy. Skip the whole thing.
Gee whiz.
Pardon me.
All right, Bud, that's enough. Let's wake up. Bud.
Why don't we just prop him up against a post and pretend we don't know him?
He'll come to in a little while. Bud? Bud!
Breakfast.
What?
All right, now stay awake.
Somebody said breakfast.
They did? Well, whoever could it have been?
Hey, we're at the station. How do we get down here?
We'll draw you a diagram as soon as we find Aunt Martha. What happened to the information booth?
It's in back of the magazine stand.
Where'd they move the magazine stand?
Well, it's right over there, Daddy. See?
Stick everything into a corner where you can't see it. Come on, Bud. This is no time to sit down.
People get arrested for yelling fire when there isn't any fire. Why should she yell breakfast when there isn't any breakfast?
It was a joke, Dopey.
Some joke.
Well, it woke you up.
I was waking up anyway. You didn't have to yell breakfast.
And Cornelia said, "These are my jewels, my children."
What?
Never mind, I was just mumbling.
Here's the information booth, Daddy.
Thank you, Kathy. You're a great help.
I am?
You certainly are.
Boy, is this a mixed-up morning.
I beg your pardon. We have a wire from an aunt of mine telling us to meet her here at 8 o'clock, and we don't know exactly where she's coming from, so could you give us any information about any train that's supposed to arrive here anywhere in the neighborhood of that time? I said we have a wire from an aunt of mine.
What do you mean you don't know where she's coming from?
Well, my aunt was staying with my cousins in Bedford. That's where the wire came from, and there isn't any train in Bedford.
So?
Well, Bedford's halfway between Lancaster and New Canaan, and there's a station in Lancaster on the Lackawanna and St. Paul, and a station in New Canaan on the Springfield and Northern...
wait a minute. This is the information desk. I'm supposed to be telling you.
Well, let's not stand on ceremonies. Is there a train from either place at 8 o'clock?
Which 8 o'clock? Eastern, Central, Mountain, or Pacific Coast?
Suppose we try Central.
Oh, let me see. Nope. No train at 8 o'clock.
How about Eastern?
Eastern, Britain, no run straight. Oh, here we are. New Canaan.
8 o'clock?
11:30.
Look, is there any train due in here at 8 o'clock?
A.M. or P.M.?
I don't know. She just said to meet her at 8 o'clock.
Well, wait till I get my book. I'll look it up.
You do that.
Father, Bud's asleep again.
Let him sleep. One of us might as well be having a good time. Where's Kathy?
Oh, I don't know. Kathy!
All you have to do is leave her alone for 10 seconds. Kathy!
She was standing right next to me a minute ago.
Well, see if you can find her before she breaks one of the locomotives. Bud. Bud. We've lost Kathy.
Good.
Bud.
Do you want me to say it again?
No, just go find your sister.
Okay. Kathy!
Attention, please. This is your last call for the new Westerner, leaving on track 4 for Plainfield, Rockville, Middletown, Pittsfield, Madison, and Klamath Junction. The dining car is forward and is now open for breakfast.
What?
Bud, we can't find Kathy.
Somebody said breakfast.
We'll all have breakfast in a few minutes. Why don't you go look for Kathy?
Where'd she go?
We don't know where she went. Just look for her.
Holy cow. Wake you up in the middle of the night and then you can't even have your breakfast.
Well, I got all the information for you on that 8 o'clock train.
Fine.
There isn't any.
But there must be. She said to meet her at 8 o'clock.
We got one at 7:45.
Well, that's close enough. Which one is it?
It don't run on Sunday.
I have a telegram right here in my pocket. I'll show it to you.
Were you calling me, Daddy?
Where have you been?
I was looking at the comics.
Well, where are they?
On the magazine stand.
Oh, those comics. What happened to Betty and Bud?
I don't know. Did they get lost?
They're looking for you.
But I'm here.
See that you stay here. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess we're a little confused this morning.
You're a little confused. People come up and they don't know where they're going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, Eastern, Central. How am I supposed to figure it out? Some of them don't even know where the people are coming from.
That's me.
Oh. Well, now what are we supposed to do?
Shall we dance?
Father!
All right, Betty, I found her.
I wasn't lost.
Oh, Father, the most horrible thing just happened.
You found Aunt Martha.
I got a run in my stocking. I can't walk around here like this. Look at it.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
There's a big cafeteria over at the other end, and you can get all kinds of breakfast.
Later, Bud, later.
For only 85 cents, you can get eggs and cereal and milk.
I said later.
And everything.
Look, miss, I want you to read the telegram for yourself. Arrive Sunday, be at depot with children at 8 o'clock. Now, what could be clearer than that?
What depot?
This depot. How many depots are there in Springfield?
Train depot, freight depot, bus depot.
Bus depot? Oh, no.
Is something wrong, Daddy?
She probably came in on a bus. Is there a bus from Bedford at 8 o'clock?
Mister, I got enough trouble keeping track of the train.
Betty, what time is it?
8:15.
Oh, the poor thing. She's probably sitting in the bus depot worrying about us. We'd better get right over there.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. There's a 7 o'clock train from New Canaan. Maybe that's the one she meant.
She said 8 o'clock.
It never gets in until 8.
Well, where is it?
It won't be in until 9.
Oh, my aching back. Now what do we do?
Well, why don't we split up, Father? You go to the bus depot and we'll stay here.
All right.
Why don't I go home?
You're going to stay here and meet Aunt Martha, all of you.
But maybe she got tired of waiting and took a cab.
That's got nothing to do with it. I'm going to the bus depot, and you're going to stay here.
Father, what if she did take a cab?
With her own money? Don't be ridiculous.
Daddy!
And I don't want any trouble with you.
I didn't do anything. I was just thinking.
Me too.
Why don't you call Mommy and tell her what happened?
What?
And then if Aunt Martha calls, she can tell her not to worry.
Say, that's a very good idea. Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Well, we'll call your mother and get her straightened out, and then I'll take off at the bus depot.
The phone's right here, Daddy.
Thank you, Kathy. I don't know what I'd have done without you today.
Father.
What is it, Betty?
Do we all have to stay here? I mean, couldn't you take Kathy with you?
I'll be glad to take her with me. She's a joy and a pleasure compared with some of my numbskull children.
What did we do?
Hello?
Oh, Margaret, this is Jim.
Oh, Jim, I've been trying to reach you all over town.
Honey, if Aunt Martha calls, tell her I'm on my way over to the bus depot.
Jim.
And I'm leaving the kids at the station in case she's on the 7 o'clock train.
Jim.
And no matter what she says, tell her she's not to worry.
Jim!
Margaret, I haven't got time to talk.
Jim, will you please listen to me?
Yes, dear. What is it?
Right after you left, we got another telegram from Aunt Martha. She isn't coming.
Oh, no.
Every time you buy coffee, you certainly want to get the most for your money. The most in flavor, the most truly good cups of coffee from every pound. And you can get some real help finding that from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am. Just serve up a cup of Maxwell House to that husband of yours. He's the #1 expert. And when you hear him say, "That's the coffee for me," you'll know Maxwell House is the coffee for you, too. Your coffee buy. Bring home a familiar blue Maxwell House tin tomorrow.
See how much your coffee expert husband enjoys every cupful. And count how many truly good cups of coffee you get in that 1 pound. We're mighty sure you'll find it's Maxwell House coffee that gives you the most for your money. Because it's always good to the last drop.
It's an ill wind that blows no good, and civilization goes forward on a succession of disasters such as those which constantly befall the Andersons. Take the sad events of the past weekend. They had their effect on the progress of man in a great many ways. For example, in the arts.
I'm a success, Mother. I'm a success.
Oh?
I'm the biggest thing in Springfield since Hattie Carnegie.
Betty, will you please stand still?
Do you know what happened in school today? Every girl on the campus was wearing 8 shades of nail polish.
The sciences.
Did you know that the rhus toxicodendron emits a glucoside that causes violent itching even after it's all dried up?
Rhus what?
Poison ivy.
What about it?
It was mixed up with the hay, and everybody who went on the ride is sick in bed.
And general education.
I was the only one in the whole class who knew about daylight saving.
Well, that's fine, dear.
And next April, when the clocks go back...
Kathy, they don't go back in April. They go ahead.
Oh, I know. I mean, when they go back on daylight saving.
Well, what about it?
Well, I'll just know why. That's all.
Good.
Jim.
Yes, Margaret?
I understand all about the clocks and why you turn them back.
Yes?
But I certainly think someone ought to tell the newspapers.
What?
Well, they're the ones who get everybody confused. If they just said we lose an hour, then naturally we'd turn the clocks back.
But we don't lose an hour. We gain an hour.
If you turn the clocks back...
Margaret, you get the hour over again. That's why they say you gain an hour. If it's 8 o'clock and you turn your watch back to 7 o'clock, then you've got 60 whole minutes to live over again. If you turn them ahead, you skip an hour and you lose it. That's why the newspapers say...
Life is swell when you keep well. And what better way to help keep well than with Post 40% Bran Flakes, America's favorite bran flakes. Post Bran Flakes provide bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet, plus important vitamins and minerals. And you'll love the delicious flavor of Post Bran Flakes. Serve them for breakfast tomorrow. Remember, life is swell when you keep well. Try Post 40% Bran Flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Yes, now it's Dragnet. Listen Sunday for Charlie Wilde on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about a little... Ow!
Does that answer your question, Buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcer. here's Ann Southern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the fella said. Maisie Revere. And I'm a showgirl. An out-of-work showgirl. I just quit a nightclub because the manager wanted me to show a little too much. So I just packed my old black suitcase and hit the road. It was way out west where men are supposed to be. Only for miles and miles I didn't see any. Then, as luck would have it, I stumbled up to a farmhouse, and the farmer, a really nice widowed gentleman named Jed Parker, surprised me by offering me a job. And I surprised him by taking it. I'd never worked on a farm before, and I never realized what a leisurely life farm work is. You cook the meals, draw the water from the well, feed the chickens, clean the house, churn the butter, scrub the laundry, and simple little chores like that. Well, you'll have to pardon me now, folks. I gotta get to work.
Well, how's it coming, Maisie?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Parker.
Evening? Maisie, it's morning.
It is. And how come it's so dark?
You still got your eyes closed.
Oh, guess I'm still not used to getting up so early, boss.
Oh, I know farming is hard work, Maisie, but it's done you a lot of good. It's making a new woman out of you.
Well, gee, you're very kind, Mr. Parker.
Oh, you're the one that's kind, Maisie. You can stay here as long as you want. I like you. And Timmy worships the ground you walk on.
And I think that son of yours is a wonderful boy. Handsome, too.
Oh, you really think so, Maisie? I mean, Miss Revere.
Timmy, you got everything that Van Johnson has. And I pity the poor girls around here when you start breaking it in.
Van Johnson?
Sure.
Oh, you're just laughing at me.
No, we're not, Timmy. You're my little sweetheart.
I am? Gosh.
Well, stop blushing, sweetheart, and go down and get the mail.
Yes, yeah, sure. Would you like to walk down to the mailbox with me, Maisie? I want to ask you something, sort of personal.
Well, I'm afraid it'll have to keep a while, Timmy. I still got these rugs to beat.
Oh, okay, Maisie. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Maisie, let me beat those rugs for you. You must be tired.
Beating rugs is the one thing I enjoy. I keep imagining each rug is a personal enemy of mine.
Well, okay, then. I'll get to work.
Now, on with the fun. My agent, the guy that sold me these tight shoes, the cricket that kept me up last night.
Ouch!
Oh, I'm sorry, Cricket. I didn't think you were listening.
Miss, I'm not a cricket. I'm Judge Snodgrass.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Judge. But you shouldn't hide behind rugs. Where did I hit you?
Never mind.
Oh, that low, huh? Well, that's what you get for snooping.
I was not snooping, miss. I've got the farm the other side of the fence. Say, I ain't seen you around before. You ain't Jed Parker's new wife by any chance, are you?
Nope.
One of his kinfolk, maybe?
Nope. I'm just staying here.
Oh, I see.
No, you don't see. Now, what's on your nasty old mind?
You tell Jed Parker for me that I won't have his hens laying eggs on my property.
Oh, no, you, Sonny. From what I've seen of hens, when they're going to lay an egg, they're going to lay an egg.
You ain't heard the end of this, young woman. Well, I better get back to my place. Morning air's not good for me. I got a cold in my head, and I don't want it to get down to my chest.
Well, why don't you just tie a knot in your neck?
I'm back, Maisie. Say, isn't that Judge Snodgrass walking down the path?
Yeah. Seems like the judge and our hens don't see eye to eye.
Oh.
Any of that mail for me, Timmy?
Oh, no, just the weekly paper and some bills and my dancing lesson.
Dancing lesson?
Yeah. Well, it's dancing that I really wanted to ask you about, Maisie.
Oh?
Yeah. Will you do me the honor to accompany me to our high school dance next Saturday night at 8:30, formal?
Oh, well, Timmy, I'd love to, but, gee, think of the difference in our ages.
Oh, what difference does a year or two make, Maisie?
A year or two? Oh, Timmy, I love you.
You do? Honest? When did you first know? I mean, am I
interrupting something, old chap?
Oh, Timmy, your voice suddenly got older. Oh, hello. I don't think we've met.
Ronald Thornton, a neighbor, miss. And how do you do?
Well, likewise, don't you know? I'm Maisie Revere.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Say, you aren't a farmer, are you?
Maisie, about the dance.
Well, I came to this country principally to study American agricultural methods, mostly animal husbandry.
Oh, I never knew animals actually had husbands. I just thought they sort of ad-libbed those things.
Maisie, I'd sure like to take you to that dance.
That's a joke, I'm sure.
No, I mean it. I'd like her to go with me.
No, I meant about the animal husbandry, Timmy.
Oh.
I merely dropped over to find out if you've seen her.
Oh, no. Her old lady keeps her under lock and key. Maisie, about
Keeps who under lock and key, Ronald?
They're having a 3-piece band and...
The girl I love, Miss Revere, Joan Hooper.
Oh.
It's a lost cause, I'm afraid.
But why? I'm sure Maisie likes to dance.
No, I mean my chances of marrying Joan.
But why, Ronald? If the boy and girl are in love, that's all that matters, I always say.
That's what I always say, too. This means an awful lot to me, Maisie.
I know it does. And we must do something about it.
Yeah, sure, Maisie. When it's the real thing, we must make the most of each precious moment.
That's right. We should bring Ronald and Joan together.
Ronald and Joan?
Sure.
But how, Miss Revere? Frankly, I'm going a bit out of my mind.
You ain't the only one, Maisie.
Timmy, come here at once.
Just a minute,
Timmy.
Pop. Oh, all right. I'll see you later, Maisie.
Now, Ronald, if you don't mind my butting in, what's the score between you and this Joan?
Oh, well, Miss Revere, I suppose I'm too madly in love with Joan to have any pride left. If only I could see her once in a while.
Gosh, the love bug sure has bitten a big chunk out of you.
Yes, but Joan's mother simply abhors the idea of her daughter marrying a mere farmer. The Hoopers are sort of the local upper crust, you see.
Oh, pooh. What's the upper crust anyway? Just a bunch of crumbs held together by their own dough. Say, what that Joan needs is a little spunk talked into her. What's her phone number?
Oh, I couldn't telephone her. Her mother knows my voice.
But she don't know mine. And I've got an idea how to get her out of the house.
But...
There's no buts about it. You want to have children someday, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course. But Mrs. Hooper would never forgive Joan and me if we got married.
And your children would never forgive if you didn't.
Hello?
Hello. I would like to talk to Mrs. J. Crosley Hooper, please.
This is her. I mean, she. Who is this? I mean, whom?
Oh, well, this is the society editor of Whom's Who. Who's Whom. We are inaugurating a new supplement to our publication, Mrs. Hooper, entitled The Most Outstanding Debutantes of the Year. And your daughter, Joan, has been selected as one of them.
My kid? I mean, my daughter, one of the most outstanding debutantes of the year? Wow! I mean, really?
Yes, really. We should like to take a picture of Joan to publish in our forthcoming edition. Would you have her come out to the Jed Parker farm immediately?
The Jed Parker farm? But why not take the picture right here in our $178,000 home, surrounded by the culture amongst which she was born?
That's a very good question, Mrs. Hooper. Have her at the Parker farm immediately. That is, unless you don't care to have Joan's picture appear in print.
Oh, sure. Keep your pants on. I mean, don't be impatient. Joan will be there. Au revoir, my dear. That's French, you know.
Really? Well, you could have fooled me. Goodbye now.
Joan, come downstairs at once.
Oh, just a minute, Mother.
What's all the ruckus about, Gussie?
Crosley, how many times must I tell you to desist from calling me Gussie? You know what you should call me.
Yeah, but I don't like to do it in front of our kid.
I mean, now that we're accepted into society, I wish you'd refer to me as Augustine. And take your feet off the dining room table.
Well, don't get all head up, Gussie. I got my shoes off, ain't I?
Please, Crosley, don't be vulgar. It's our Joan. They want her picture took as one of the most outstanding debutantes of the season.
Well, gee, what do you know? Our little stinker in society. Making her debut.
Not debut, egghead. It's debut.
Debut?
Yes. Anyway, this will be wonderful for Joan. She'll meet new men.
Now, look, Gussie, why do you have to interfere with the poor kid's love life?
Pooh. Marry a farmer. Our Joni will be brought up amongst culture, not agriculture. Think of our family position.
Family position, eh? What family position?
Mine, Crosley, naturally. After all, I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth.
And a tin tray in your hand.
Crosley!
Ronnie, darling, it's been so long. I didn't dream that I'd find you here at the farm.
Well, it's all Miss Revere's idea. She brought us together.
Oh.
Yeah, but the thing is to keep you together. And there's one real yummy way. Marriage.
Will you, Joan?
Oh, gee, I'd love to. But, Mother...
What's that old crow got to do with it?
Please, that old crow happens to be my mother. I mean, well, despite what she's done, she still loves me.
Well, so do I, darling. And don't you want to marry me?
Oh, I do, Ronnie, in the worst way.
Well, then do it without your mother's consent. That's probably the worst way.
But...
Why not? You're both old enough, aren't you? I mean, for a license.
Well, I'm 28.
And I'm almost 18. I'm 17 and 7/8.
Well, that ain't exactly a December and May wedding, but there is a sizable difference in your ages.
Oh, and you think that's not good?
Well, maybe I've done too much thinking. Look, you two wait here. I'm going in the barn and talk to Timmy Parker and get an innocent bystander's opinion. Timmy! Oh, Timmy!
Here I am, Maisie.
Oh, Timmy.
Huh?
I want to talk to you about something very serious.
Something serious?
Yeah. How do you feel about marriage?
Well, I think that... Huh? Me? Marriage?
Yeah. I feel that that's the only answer to our problem right now, don't you?
Well, but Miss Revere, I mean, Maisie, this is so sudden.
Well, I know, Timmy. It was for me, too.
I'll have to ask my pop what he thinks first. Oh, I know he'll bring up the matter of the difference in ages.
Oh, but that doesn't matter when two people both want each other so desperately, does it?
Doesn't it? I mean, of course it doesn't. Does it?
Well, that's a question I want you to answer, Timmy.
Oh, well, I guess when it's bigger than both of us, who are we to fight against it?
Then the answer's yes?
I guess so. But when?
When? Right away, of course.
Right away?
Well, sure. Timmy, what do people in this town, people madly in love who can't wait, do to get married quick like without waiting for a license?
They drive to Quigley. Judge Wiggins there don't ask too many questions.
Good, we'll all go to Quigley.
All?
Sure, the four of us. Joan, Ronald, you and I. That'll solve the witness problem.
Yeah, gotta have witnesses. I can be ready as soon as I finish my algebra homework.
Oh, I'm so glad that you and I both see eye to eye on this desperate step. Oh, golly, Timmy, I'm so happy about it I could kiss you.
Oh, please, Maisie, not now. Later, when it'll be legal.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. Maisie.
Now that the preliminary arrangements as to the fee for performing this ceremony, we get on with the marrying.
Judge Wiggins, I hope we're not keeping you up.
Well, yeah, I do all my marrying nights and my sleeping days. Couldn't you folks come back later to...
Judge.
Night.
I'm sorry, old chap, but we just couldn't wait. Is that right, Joan?
Oh, no, darling, just couldn't.
No, and I'm in a hurry, too, Judge, so put some toothpicks under your eyelids and start.
Well, we can't without Timmy. Where is that boy?
Yeah, where is the other witness? Miss.
Here I am, Maisie. I was just making a just married sign for the back of our jalopy. I love tradition, Maisie, don't you, dear?
Sure, honey, sure. Well, we're ready, Judge. Judge.
Oh, dear, he's gone to sleep again.
I say, Judge, old chap, do open your eyes and let's have at it.
I'll wake him up with his gavel.
$10 for 10 days. Yes, waiting. Take your places.
Okay. Do I take the bride's hand, Judge?
Oh, well, hardly, old boy. I'll do that.
You?
Well, naturally, Timmy. Then after the ceremony, he goes on a honeymoon with the bride.
He goes? Say, that's going a little too far. Don't you think so, Joan?
Well, of course not. I expect it.
You do?
Timmy, didn't your father tell you about the facts of life?
Yeah, but gosh, he must have skipped something. Maisie, won't it be a little embarrassing to have Ronald along on our honeymoon?
Well, of course not, Timmy. You see, our honeymoon.
Timmy, I'm the one that's getting married.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, Joan, but Maisie asked me first.
Well, I'm afraid there's been a mistake, Timmy. She's marrying me.
Are you, Maisie?
No, he means Joan. He and Joan.
He and... Oh. Silly of me to think
I'm sorry, Timmy.
Oh, so am I, Timmy. You're not the groom. You're just the best man. I mean, the best kid.
Shit. Fine thing. I had to put on my new jeans for nothing.
Well, let's get on with it, shall we? Judge! Judge! Pop out a bit, my lad.
Yeah, wake up.
Yes? Oh, yeah, sure. Dearly beloved, we are gathered together to witness the marriage of...
Hurry up, Judge. I got to get back to high school, and so does the bride.
Timmy.
The bride? How old are you, my dear?
Old?
Old?
You have to be 18 to get married. Not, you must have the consent of your parents.
Oh, fine.
Well, miss, how old are you?
22.
Seems to be a slight difference of opinion.
So I'm just in time, huh?
Yeah, Mr. Parker, it's almost over.
Timmy, you're not marrying that show person.
Well, now, I say, old chap, you've got this thing all wrong.
It's that actress I've had all wrong. She's not going to marry my son.
Oh, well, Mr. Parker, it's Joan and Ronald that are getting married.
Oh.
Shall we start again? I'm a tired man. Do you, Joan?
Where's her folks?
Home. Go ahead, Judge.
Do you...
Oh, then they gave the consent, huh? Couldn't be married unless they did. Joan's underage, you know.
Do you, Joe? Underage?
Oh, now look what you've done, Mr. Parker.
Oh, please, Judge, please. I love him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, little girl. You come back when you're 18. And now, good night.
Well, Dad, you sure did it.
Oh, my mother will never give her consent. She wants me to marry a blue blood.
Yeah, red clashed with her carpets.
Oh, gee, kids, I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Parker, I'm not through yet. Some way, I don't know how. I'm going to get these two kids married if it has to be over your dead body. And at the moment, that's a very tempting idea.
Listen to this telegram. Oh, isn't it too thrilling? It's from Ronnie's sister, Lady Millicent Smythe.
His sister is a lady?
Yes, you lucky girl. And it seems that Ronnie is really Lord Sir Baron Duke Thornton.
Lord Sir Baron Duke? Not Count also?
Oh, silly boy. Counts are French. And dear Ronnie is British.
I never knew Ronnie had a sister.
Oh, and an immensely wealthy one. The dame's loaded. I mean... quite well off. Listen to the rest of the wire. I am passing through the colonies en route to South Africa to visit the diamond mines Mater and Pater left to me and Brater.
Brater?
Crosley, didn't you learn anything at school? That's Latin for brother. Lady Millicent obviously has educated brains.
But to me, she sounds like a screwball.
Joan, dear, that is hardly the way to speak of your future sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law? Oh, you mean me and Ronnie? Oh, Mother!
Exactly. Now, here's the rest of the telegram. Suggest you arrange wedding, my brother and your daughter, whilst I am there. Will arrive at 4, coming direct to your residence. Your daughter is a very lucky girl. Signed, Lady Millicent Smythe.
She's lucky. Well, Ronnie's the lucky one to get a girl like Joan.
Oh, who cares who's lucky, as long as I'm going to be Mrs. Lord Sir Baron Duke Thornton. Well, I'd better hurry and get into something nice for the wedding.
Well, Crosby, aren't you going to get dressed for the wedding?
Dressed? You mean a tie and everything?
Yes. And wear your tails like you did at the opening of the opera.
Tails?
And no brown shoes this time.
Okay, all right.
Oh, darling, it'll be a beautiful ceremony. And we'll have dear Judge Snodgrass perform it. Oh, I know he'll be just delighted to meet Lady Millicent. Well, Carsley, you haven't said a word about the lovely plans I have. Aren't you going to say something?
Raw, raw, raw.
Oh, it's her. I mean, she. Oh, Crosby, I'm so excited. How do I look?
How could you look?
Oh, shut up. Ronnie, dear, aren't you excited at the prospect of meeting your sister?
More than you know.
I'm a little curious, too.
Lady Millicent Smythe.
Well, cheerio, pip, pip, bebop, and all that sort of thing. Oh, Ronnie, my dear brother.
Ronnie, it's...
Hello, Millicent, old girl. 'Tis quite a surprise seeing you.
Yes, it is. Isn't it?
Jolly seeing you again, old girl. I trust everything at the old castle of ours is quite, jolly. How are the moats?
The moats? Oh, they're fine. They send you their dearest regards, you know. All sorts of greetings from your cronies at Leicester Square.
That's Lester.
Oh, yes. Lester sends his regards, too. Laid up, the poor chap is. Hurt his leg at some game of sport.
Oh. Cricket?
No, broke it.
Broke it? Oh, such a delightful sense of humor.
Oh, so this is the lovely bride.
Oh, dear, no. I'm her mother.
Oh, and so young, too. Jiddu.
Jiddu. This is the bride, my daughter Joan.
Jiddu.
Jiddu.
I'm her old man.
Jiddu.
Jiddu yourself. Put it there, sister.
But what, where?
Oh, you mustn't mind my husband, Lady Smythe. You see, he was raised on a ranch.
Well, what say? Shall we get this wedding what-not over with, what?
Yes. I believe I heard the judge's car pull up a moment ago.
Judge Snodgrass.
Well, I'm here, ready to perform the ceremony. Howdy, Crosley, Joan, Ronald.
Judge Snodgrass. Judge Snodgrass, this is Ronnie's sister from England, Lady Millicent Smythe.
Hello.
Fair to middling.
Lady Millicent, what are you doing with Joan's veil over your face?
We just thought I'd wear it till after the ceremony. My face gets chilled from the draft.
Well, Lady Millicent, I'll get you something else. A pillow, perhaps.
Oh, don't bother, really. The veil will do. We British are quite used to roughing it, you know.
Well, Joan needs that veil more than you.
That's what you think.
Now, nobody's holding up the wedding of my daughter to the man she loves.
Yeah, let's get it going. I gotta get the doctors for another treatment. Some fresh girl hit me plumb on my sacroiliac over at the Parkers this morning.
Millicent, let Joan have the veil and let's go on with the wedding. Our train leaves shortly.
Yes, our honeymoon train.
Yeah, so give us that veil.
Oh, Rosalie, you shouldn't have.
If I ever see that girl again, You!
Yes, Crossley, you shouldn't have.
Judge Snodgrass, you know Lady Millicent?
I know her, and believe me, she ain't no lady.
Now, listen, you old goat. Just because I happen to be working at the Parker farm.
Oh, working. Oh, my, I think I'm going to faint. She ain't royalty.
Oh, but she did it for us, Mother, for Ronnie and me.
Yes, we love each other, Mrs. Hooper.
Joan will never marry this farmer. Do you hear me? Never.
Like heck she won't.
That's the spirit, Pop.
Crossley, how dare you talk like that?
Shut up, Gussie, shut up.
Oh.
Now, see here, Mr. Hooper.
Judge Snodgrass, would you like to be a little angel?
Well, sure.
Then drop dead.
Oh, Crossley, you haven't spoken to me like that ever. Not in 20 years.
And I'm 20 years late.
Then we can be married, Father?
You're darn right you can.
Oh, Joan, darling, at last.
Well, if Mrs. Hooper's against it, I won't perform the ceremony.
But we'll miss our train.
No, you won't. We're all going back to Judge Wiggins over in Quigley in a hurry. And Joan.
Yes, Maisie?
If we're ever going to get Judge Wiggins through it, you'd better bring an alarm clock.
In just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. once again, here's Maisie.
Well, so Joan and Ronnie were married, and I sure hope they live happily ever after. And they will if they remember one important thing. It isn't the saying of I do at the wedding ceremony that's important. It's the things they do after that counts. For instance, if you have an argument with your wife and she's right, come to her and admit it. But if she's wrong, take her to the movies. Well, I gotta hit the road again. Living out in the open ain't for a city gal like me. All that health can kill a person. Gee, it's a long way back to Brooklyn, especially if you're traveling by thumb. Well, gotta get going. Come on, feet. Mush.
You've just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Bea Benaderet, Ben Wright, Hans Conried, Sheldon Leonard, Will Wright, Earl Ross, Sammy Hill, and Sidney Miller. Jack McCoy speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camel stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, tonight's guests Sally Eilers and Alan Hale, Warner Brothers star of Adventures of Mark Twain, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What's all the excitement?
Oh, Abbott, the big circus just came to town, and I've been out watching the parade. What a parade! First came the elephants, after them come the clowns, and after the clowns came the beautiful Lady Godiva on a big white horse.
What? Wait a minute now. What came after Lady Godiva?
Me and every sailor in California.
Costello, aren't you a little old to be following parades?
Oh, not me, Abbott. I'm crazy about circus parades. I love those big elephants. Quote, some people like to be firemen and squirt water through their nose, but I like to be an elephant and squirt water through my nose. Unquote.
All right, never mind. Look, never mind the circus.
Boy, did that lay.
All right, never mind the circus. Look, never mind the circus. We have other things to do.
Oh, yes. Yes, but I can't forget about the circus, Abbott. I come from a family of circus people. My Uncle Rollo was the world's greatest tightrope walker.
Yes?
Until he broke his neck.
Well, how did he break his neck?
One night he was tight and the rope wasn't. Zip! Neck. Crack.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I had another uncle. He was 6 feet tall. He used to stick his head in the lion's mouth.
What's his name?
Now we call him Shorty.
No. All right, Costello. I've heard enough. Let's change the subject.
Oh, Abbott, you're talking about the happiest days of my life. What fun I used to have in a sideshow. I always used to tickle the tattooed lady with a feather.
You tickled the tattooed lady? What for?
To see moving pictures.
The moving pictures.
But she finally had to leave the circus, Abbott.
You mean the tattooed lady quit?
No, she had her face lifted and it threw all the pictures out of focus.
Costello, now don't try to kid me. I don't believe you were ever near a circus.
Oh, yeah? Well, here's a picture of me taken with a Ubangi girl.
Let me see it. Wait a minute. I see the Ubangi girl, but I don't see you.
I'm sitting in the shade of her lower lip.
No. Look, Costello, just what did you do at the circus?
I used to train the wild zebras.
You trained wild zebras?
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't make me laugh. You don't even know what a zebra is.
Oh, don't. A zebra is a black horse with Venetian blinds.
Well, hello, fellas.
Oh, it's Ken Niles.
What's cooking, boys?
Nothing's cooking, Niles. You brought that aroma in with you.
No. I'll cut that out. Say, Ken, Costello was just telling me that there's a circus in town. Did you see the parade?
Indeed I did, Bud. I know all about that circus. In fact, my lovely wife helped bring the circus to Hollywood.
What did she do, pull one of the wagons?
Now, look here, Costello. You can't compare my wife to a horse.
You're right. Her ears are too long.
Costello, will you be quiet? What did you mean, Ken, about your wife bringing the circus to town?
Well, Bud, my wife is co-chairman of the big Hollywood Benefit Carnival and Circus.
Mm-hmm.
She's been up every night preparing for this big carnival. That's why she has those little crow's feet under her eyes.
Little crow's feet? Brother, those crows must have been wearing baseball shoes.
Oh, I heard that remark, you overgrown hippopotamus.
I said it for you to hear, yes.
Take it easy, Costello.
What are you wearing?
Now, never mind.
There's an army man outside who wants to talk to you.
An army man? What does he want?
He wants you to replace a tank for active duty.
Now, do you see what you started, Costello? Always fighting. Nobody will like you.
Oh, I don't worry about that, Abbott. I'm the kind of guy that grows on people.
The only trouble is, Costello, a little too much of you grew on you.
Oh, you sure stole him that time?
Boy, you killed you, don't you?
Oh, darling, you're wonderful. To me, you're the only woman in the world.
Oh, and Kenneth, my love, you're the only man in the world.
You're the only woman in the world.
Oh, and you're the only man in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just been listening to Adam and Eve.
Oh, stop it, please, Costello. Mrs. Niles, Ken was just telling us that you're co-chairman of the Hollywood Benefit Carnival.
That's right, Mr. Abbott. And I'm asking all the movie stars to donate their services.
Well, I don't know exactly what I can do, Mrs. Niles, but Costello here was just telling me that he used to be with a circus.
Costello with a circus? What cage was he in?
What cage was I in? I was in there with the little... I wasn't in any cage, kid. I used to manage somebody. I used to manage the great Minestrone. He was the greatest high diver in the world. I didn't know I had to continue. He used to dive 500 feet from the top of the tent into a pail of water.
Dive 500 feet into a pail of water? Nobody can do that.
He did it once.
Never mind what he did. Look, Costello, never mind what he did. What can you do in this circus? For example, are you an equestrian?
I'm an American.
No, Costello. Now, how would you like to ride bareback?
What, in front of all those people?
Listen, you dummy. Do you know anything about trick riding?
Oh, you mean, am I an equestrian?
Well,
that's different, Abbott. I'm the best trick rider you ever saw.
You are?
One time in a circus, I rode 2 horses standing up. 1 foot on one horse and the other foot on the other horse.
And what happened?
Suddenly, an elephant came between us. One horse went one way, the other horse went the other way.
I'll bet that was a laugh.
Laugh? I thought I'd split.
Shut up!
Straddling the equator off the west coast of South America are the Galapagos Islands, guarding the Pacific approaches to the Panama Canal. To Americans stationed in the Galapagos Islands, to United States bases and outposts throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes. By the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. And the Camel cigarettes that reach the Pacific Islands, as well as the Camels that reach you, are fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. Both at home and overseas, more people want Camels now. More people want the fresh cigarette, the cigarette with more flavor. So remember, if your store is sold out today, Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. Camel cigarettes. Camel's standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. Freddie Rich and the orchestra answer many requests for Speak Low.
For the big benefit circus show. Get your tickets right over.
Miss Fatima, she shakes, she quivers, moves every muscle for 10 cents.
And right over here we have Jojo, the dog-faced boy. Hey, you, fat man. Step over and see Jojo, the dog-faced boy.
Get out of here. I wouldn't pay a quarter to see a dog-faced boy.
Say, ain't you Lou Costello?
Oh, yeah.
You can go in for nothing. What? Courtesy to all freaks. Never mind him. Come on, Costello. We're expected at the manager's office. Mrs. Niles told her we'd be here. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Pardon me, miss. We'd like to, Say, Costello, look who it is. Sally Eilers.
Gee, hello, Sally. My name's Lou Costello.
Oh, don't bother about that. It can happen to anybody. You fellas are just in time. The show's about to go on and our lion tamer quit.
Costello, do you know anything about lions?
Do I know anything about lions? Of course I know a lot of things about lions. One time I went lion hunting in Africa with my brother, and I brought back a stuffed lion.
What was the lion stuffed with?
My brother. And another thing, kid, you ain't getting me in a cage with no lion.
Oh, but you don't have to be afraid of this lion. He was raised on milk.
So was I, but I eat meat now. When I can get it.
Oh, but this lion hasn't any teeth.
I know, but he could gum me to pieces.
But, Costello, this circus is for charity. You mean you won't go into that lion cage?
No. Why should I risk youth, security, and beauty?
Well, perhaps lion taming is too dangerous. However, you can help at one of the concessions. Come over here with me. Now walk this way.
I can't walk that way.
Why not?
You're wearing high heels.
All right. Shut up, will you please? We'll find out what's going on around here. Now, what do you want us to do over here, Sally?
Well, Bud, you and I will stand out at the counter and sell these baseballs. And Costello, you stick your head through that hole in the canvas.
And what am I going to see through that hole?
Well, you might see some big stars.
You mean like Ginger Rogers and Lana Turner?
Oh, no. More like Jupiter and Mars.
What studio do they work for? I know that Hedy Lamar's, but that Jupiter guy, I don't know.
I know, but don't be stupid. Go ahead now. Come on, be a nice little boy. Stick your head through that canvas. That a boy. That's fine. All right, folks, step right up. 3 balls for a dime. Hit the little boy on the head.
All right, folks,
3
step
balls
right up.
for a dime. Step right up.
Hit the little boy on the head.
That's the spirit.
Step right up.
Step right up.
Wait a minute. Hit what boy on what head? And with what ball?
We're talking about you, Costello.
Yes, the throw these baseballs at your head. If they hit you, they get a box of candy.
I get a box of aspirins. No. That first word was funny, wasn't it? Listen, you know what you do, Lou? When you see the ball coming, you duck.
Yeah, but suppose I forget to duck. Oh, we've taken care of that. We furnish you with a safety cap. If the ball hits you, it bounces off the cap.
Yes, ma'am. But did you ever take into consideration what makes the little ball bounce off the little cap? My head! I quit! Quit!
No.
Quit!
Don't be silly. Lou, you can't get hurt.
Oh, no? What happened to the guy who had this job before I took it?
Oh, here he comes now. Step aside and let the stretcher by.
Stretcher? Stretcher? Hey, Abbott, I'm going to ask this guy on a stretcher a question. Hey, buddy, did those baseballs hurt you? How does your little head feel?
Oh, my little head feels fine.
Oh, good.
In fact, I feel absolutely normal.
Oh, that's so nice.
I'm so glad you came to see me, Miss Lamar.
Miss Lamar? That's all I want to know, brother. Let me out of here!
Now, don't be such a coward, Costello. Put your head back in that hole. And I'll throw a few practice balls. Get ready now. Now, here comes the first one. Costello, get up. Get up off your knees and stop playing with those marbles.
What marbles? I'm picking up my teeth. Miss Iris, would you mind stepping back, please? You are standing on the tooth that I use for my essence.
This is for charity. Now go ahead, Bud. Throw another ball. It'll attract the crowd.
Now what's the matter?
Why aren't the sirens blowing?
Why should the sirens blow?
There's a blackout!
Oh, Costello, did he really hit you?
Did he hit me? With this lump on my head, a haircut will cost me double. I ain't taking this job, Sally. Get another boy.
Well, that's a fine thing. It's a fine thing coming from you, Costello. This is a benefit and for charity. And they need a hard-headed man like you, and you want to crawl out from under. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Guess I'm an ingrate.
I'll say you are. You could make hundreds of people happy. Think of the fun they could have throwing baseballs at your head. But no. You're selfish. You want to quit and spoil their pleasure.
I'm sorry. I'm a regular killjoy.
Yes, you are a killjoy. Think of the mothers and fathers who bring their little kiddies, little teeny-weeny kiddies down here to laugh at you getting hit on the head. But do you care about the kiddies? Do you care about the little teeny-weeny kiddies? No, not you.
I'm always thinking of myself.
Yeah, I'll say you are.
Oh, I'm a bad boy! Hey, Abbott, please don't tell my scoutmaster on me.
Well, I should.
Oh, please don't. If you do, he won't take me to see the La Brea tar pits.
Oh, Sally! Oh, it's Mrs. Niles.
Oh, Sally, my dear, I just came from the main tent. The wrestling match is about to start, and something terrible's happened.
What's the matter? Did you forget to put on the tights? You forget to get your tights or something? What kind of typing is this?
Oh, nothing of the sort. We arranged for a professional wrestler to take all comers, and he's broken his arm. We must get a substitute immediately. Someone with stamina, strength, and courage.
And that man is Lou Costello.
Oh. Yes, that man is... Cut it out, Abbott. I ain't going to wrestle. My brother was a wrestler, and he got a terrible cauliflower ear.
Oh, that's nothing. Lots of people have cauliflower ears.
Yeah, but his is cream.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea. Look, Lou. They'll announce you wrestle anybody. Then I'll jump into the ring first, and we'll pretend to wrestle. That's all there is to it.
I got a better idea, Abbott. Why can't I wrestle Sally Eilers?
Oh, but Lou, that's silly. Boys don't wrestle with girls.
Oh, she's so young.
Get out of here!
And now here's Connie Haynes to sing a brand new song. For the first time on the air, listen to Saltwater Cowboy.
Who is that great, big, wonderful man wearing that fine coat of tan? He's a saltwater cowboy with the whole world for his reign. Just a saltwater cowboy, and the herd he rides his train. He's the rounding up his country foes, wherever they may be. He's a saltwater a United States Marine. Get along, little Nippy. I can hear my singing pal. I'm taking you to pasture in a barbed wire corral. He's the salt of the earth, boy, and he's long and lank and lean. He's the saltwater cowboy, United States Marine. Get along, Silky Yankee, drag the man from the golden west. I'm gonna brand your carcass with a star-striped U.S. Oh, you don't have to worry, he will keep your pastures green. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine.
As the fellow said after he bet on Bing Crosby's horses, they're going to run all night. All day, too, and with flat feet. Yes, that's plenty flat, all right. And it can be worse in your cigarette. If wartime flatness is spoiling your smoking, get Camel. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. You see, Camel cigarettes are matchlessly blended of costlier tobaccos, blended to give them more flavor. And more flavor helps Camels hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. Give Camel cigarettes the T-zone test. Your taste will prove to you that Camels do have more flavor, and your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth extra mildness. And remember, Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
All right, Costello. The tent is filling up. Are you all dressed for the wrestling match with me?
Yes, I'm all ready, Abbott. How about look in these wrestling trunks?
Wait a minute. What kind of trunks are those? What's that writing across the seat?
Oh, that lights up, Abbott.
And what does it say?
Come to Joe's for dinner. What a spread.
All right. Let's get out there. The crowd's waiting.
Hey, look, Abbott, remember one thing. When they call for volunteers to wrestle me, be sure you're the first one to get in the ring. There's some pretty tough guys out there. I don't want to wrestle any one of them swing shift workers.
Why not?
Because when they swing, I might not shift.
You wait here in the locker room, Costello. I'll see if they're ready.
Oh, Bud Abbott, I've got some wonderful news for you. We've got a great opponent for Costello to wrestle. I want you to meet Alan Hale.
Well, hello, Bud. Where's that little meatball partner of yours? I want to bounce him around a little.
Wait a minute, Alan. Costello expects to wrestle me.
Oh, no. He's my pigeon. I'm collecting waste fat.
Gee, Alan, I don't think Costello's in good shape.
Oh, don't worry. I'll straighten him out. I think I'll go in and take a look at the body. But don't let on that I'm wrestling him. I want it to come as a pleasant surprise.
Oh, Lou, a friend of yours wants to say hello to you. Alan Hale.
Oh, hello, Alan, old boy. Did you come over here to watch me wrestle?
Watch you? Why, Costello, I want you to feel that I'll be in there with you every minute. And tell me, Costello, have you ever had any wrestling experience?
Oh, sure. One time I wrestled a champion of an African tribe.
You bangy?
Yeah, and he bangied me right back. He uppercutted me.
Boys, now we can't stay in the locker room. The crowd's waiting.
Okay, Sally. And don't worry, Abbott. I won't hurt you one bit.
That's right, Abbott. He won't lay a hand on you.
I don't know what I'm laughing at. But after all, he is our guest star.
Well, let's go, Costello. Into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main match of the evening. In this corner, at 205 pounds, Lou Canvasback Costello. And in the other corner, the challenger at 493 pounds.
493 pounds? Hey, Abbott. Ha, they're trying to make you look good, Abbott.
The Warner Brothers star of The Adventures of Mark Twain, Mr. Alan Hale.
Alan Hale? Alan Hale? Abbott, when did you change your name? When did you start working for Warner Brothers instead of Universal? When are you making the pictures of The Adventures of Mark Twain? What's the matter? Ain't we together? Why, they're flaming me. Hale, I'm supposed to wrestle you. Abbott, or somebody?
No matter who you're supposed to wrestle, Abbott's no match for you. He's certainly no match for you. Come on now, Costello. I'm going to slam you on that canvas, step on your gizzard, and hit you on the head so hard you'll be wearing your socks for a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And furthermore, I think you can do it.
Come, boys. Let's get on with this wrestling match. I'm the referee. And as the referee, there's one thing I insist on, a clean fight. I want a clean fight. And I want a clean fight.
Then why don't you two guys fight? I get kind of dirty.
Quiet, Costello. Pay attention to the referee.
Yeah, there's another thing. As the referee, I am not interested in either one of you. I am playing no favorites. No favorites. You understand that, Costello?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that, Mr. Hale?
Yeah, Charlie, and tell your sister I'll be over at 9 o'clock.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Hale goes out with the referee's sister. I'm getting out of here.
Get back there, Costello. Now, remember, at the bell, shake hands.
I don't have to shake hands. Mine are shaking already.
Be a sport, Costello. Stick out your hand.
Okay. My hand. Alan, my hand. Well, I can always use it for a fly swatter.
All right, boys, at the bell, start to wrestle. Remember, one fall takes all.
Costello, get in there and put up a great fight.
Stop the match! Stop the match!
We haven't started yet.
I know, but I'm winded.
Let's go, Costello. I'll mop up the floor with you.
Oh, yeah? Let me tell you something, Hale. You show me a tough guy and I'll show you a coward.
Well, I'm a tough guy.
Well, I'm a coward.
Get ready now, Costello. Here's a toe hold.
Here's a leg hold.
Here's a headlock.
Here's a hammerlock.
Here's your arm.
Thanks.
Come on, Costello. You're putting up a terrific fight.
Oh, my nose! My nose! Hale, you flattened my nose! How will I smell?
Shall I tell him?
Keep going, Costello. Keep going. Get in there.
Hey, Abbott. I think I've got him worried. He's afraid.
Well, what do you mean he's afraid?
He's afraid he's going to kill me.
Get set, Costello. I'm going to give you a body slam.
Wait a minute. Hey! Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Costello, please, stay down there. Don't keep jumping up.
Who's jumping up? I'm bouncing. Hey, Abbott, throw in the towel. Throw in the towel right now.
Why now?
I don't think I'll be around this way again.
Don't worry, Costello. And now I got a little something that'll settle this whole match. See if you like this airplane spin.
You ain't got no pilot's license, Hale. Let me go.
Here you go. Way, way up in the air.
Wait a second. Put me down, Hale. Put me down.
It's round and round and round you go.
And when I come out, and nobody knows.
Costello, get up. The crowd's waiting for you to get back into the ring. Get out from under those seats.
Abbott, I'm not going into that ring.
You're not. You're talking like a coward. Where's your backbone?
Yeah, Costello. Where's your backbone?
I don't know where it is, and I'm not going back in there till I find it.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lieutenant Colonel William Leverett of Lakeland, South Carolina, who has been awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for extraordinary heroism. Leading a flight of only 7 American fighters over the Aegean Sea, he sighted 30 German planes about to bomb an Allied convoy. He attacked immediately, and knowing that his ammunition was limited, waited until he was dangerously close to each German plane before firing. Colonel Leverett personally destroyed 7 enemy planes and damaged 2 others, while the other 6 pilots destroyed 10 more without a single loss. In honor of you and your men, Colonel William Leverett, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Miss Linda Darnell. And now, here's Abbott with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, you certainly made a fool of yourself tonight. Now, I want you to be very careful next week with Linda Darnell.
Why, Abbott?
Well, you know, Linda used to be in the circus business and the mind-reading act in vaudeville. She can read your mind.
She can't read my mind, brother. Hello. Oh, hello, Linda. Abbott, it's Linda Darnell.
No.
Hello, Linda. What do you know? Oh.
Well, Costello, did Linda read your mind?
She must have. It's the first time I ever got slapped over the phone.
Oh, good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with Freddie Rich and his orchestra and our special guest, Miss Linda Darnell. And remember, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Here's one reason why. Prince Albert's no-bite treated to keep your pipe from biting your tongue. Yes, sir, because Prince Albert's no-bite treated to give you cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. PA's crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. The big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert holds around 50 rich-tasting, swell-smoking pipefuls. And believe me, each one is mighty convincing proof that PA stands for Pipe Appeal. More pipe.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
I'm Andy Fisher, and this has been a WNEW News Update. News and sports in detail coming up after the Sears Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight is a mystery story with Vincent Price as your host. Here's a preview.
Everyone considers this a textbook case. Everyone but you.
You're right. I don't. And if you continue following textbook therapeutic procedures, Jane is going to go into withdrawal or do something destructive, maybe even to herself.
What do you propose, Doctor? Exorcism?
I want 2 weeks. And during that period, I want custody of her.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
What if you went off to college and found that you were different from everyone else, and everything was designed for them, not for you? Suppose you went to the library and all the books you needed were in Braille, and you were the only one who couldn't read. You'd feel left out, wouldn't you? And what if you went to class and found that there were no chairs because all the other students rolled in with their own wheelchairs? Suppose one of your professors gave his lectures talking with his hands, only his hands, and everyone understood sign language except you. You'd think it wasn't fair. Well, that's how handicapped people feel now when they go to college and find extra handicaps. But things are changing, and we have free information that can help. Write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
This is Vincent Price. We all hear these sounds at one time or another. Children at play, the screeching of car brakes, a dog barking, an ambulance siren. Our feelings about them are not always personal. But in this case, these sounds, whether alone or in combination, have a special significance. When they are tied to something inexplicable in a child's memory, the child will never forget.
I've got to go look for my sister. Jane, you don't have a sister. I've got to find Wanda. There is no Wanda.
Jane Lytle is 14 years old. Jane's mother, Mildred, is a nurse. Her father, Jack Lytle, is a postman. Mildred and Jack are concerned parents. The Lytle home should be a happy one. But Jane insists that she has a sister named Wanda. The sister Wanda does not exist. Not for Mildred, not for her husband, Jack. Only for their only daughter, Jane. Mildred cannot cope with it any longer. She feels she has come to the end. But Mildred doesn't know that this is only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Wanda, by Bernard Gerard. Our stars, Lynn Berman, Peggy Weber, and Rusey Taylor.
On guard. Effective fencing demands style and endurance. That includes fencing around your home. Sears Armadillo chain link fencing has both, setting off your house and helping protect your home. How? For starters, Sears Armadillo framework has 3 protective coatings that work together for a lustrous, highly rust-resistant frame. Gates even match the fencing design for uniformity. So call your local Sears soon for your free home estimate. Armadillo chain link fencing at most larger Sears retail stores.
Join millions of Americans and shop the easy way with a Sears credit card. All you do to apply is call toll-free 800-526-0444. It's your entry to shopping convenience and quality merchandise. Your card will be accepted at over 3,600 Sears stores across the nation. And you can choose from over 100,000 Sears products and services. Even use it for your catalog orders, in the store or over the phone. Just say charge it. Call 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777 for your Sears credit card.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Didn't anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
Of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores.
The word's out and spreading fast about the jeans from Sears Men's Store that grow beautifully. It's a sure sign they're feeling fine and feeling good. For the denim that keeps going strong a long time. Get them
trim cut, regular cut, even get them pre-washed. The jeans that grow old beautifully. Now at most Sears retail stores.
I want you to listen once again, and listen carefully. And remember what you heard. A life depends on it.
Jane? Jane, are you in the kitchen?
Are you talking to me?
Just turn off the tea kettle. Didn't you hear me?
Were you talking to me?
Oh, never mind. I'll do it myself. Did you finish your homework?
I haven't started.
You've been sitting at that table for 2 hours.
What time is it, Mildred?
Jane, stop looking out the window. I want you to look at me. Now take a good look. What do you see? Your mother's just too tired to play games.
You didn't tell me the time.
It's 10 after 6. Please, will you set the table? Your father will be home any minute now.
I've got to go look for my sister.
You don't have a sister.
I've got to find Wanda.
There is no Wanda.
I've got to find Wanda.
Jane, come back here.
Wanda!
Jane!
Wanda! Wanda!
I'm home. Mildred, where are you?
In the kitchen.
I made it again today. It's now 8 days, 4 hours, and 22 minutes since I've had a cigarette.
Well, have a drink and make mine a double.
What's wrong?
Jane.
Wanda?
Who else?
Where is she?
Probably in the park. Isn't that where she always looks for Wanda? Will you please fix me a drink?
How long's she been gone?
About an hour. Jack, I can't take it anymore. The look on her face, the way she calls me Mildred. I just can't handle it anymore. It goes on and on. We've been through the doctors, the clinics, you name it. And she still thinks she has a sister named Wanda.
Could you help me, please?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm looking for my sister. I've been all over the park and I can't find her.
Maybe she went home.
You don't understand. I lost her in the park. I'm afraid to go home without her. She's only 6. She was wearing a red coat. Her name is Wanda.
I haven't seen her, but I think you'd better go home and tell your parents.
I can't go home until I find Wanda.
I couldn't find her.
But she always goes to the park.
I covered every inch of it. And maybe she went to Ann's
No,
house.
I called there. I was about to call the pizza parlor when you drove in.
I was there twice.
Jack, it's not like when she used to run off when she was 5 or 6. Now she looks older than 14. Nobody's going to take her by the hand and bring her home.
I'm going to call the police.
You can't keep going up and down the aisle, young lady. Intermission's almost over. If you want to stay in here, you'll have to buy a ticket and sit down.
She was wearing a red coat. We came here before we went to the park. Her name is Wanda. She's only 6 years old.
We'd better go out to the lobby. Look, I've been on duty all day. There's been no little girl in a red coat.
She's very tiny for her age.
The manager said you could come in and look for your sister during intermission. The feature picture is going to start in a minute. If she was in here, you would have found her by now.
What's that got to do with the feature picture?
The lights are on. There isn't even a line in front of the popcorn counter. This picture is so bad, if your sister was here, she'd have to be hiding under the empty seats.
I'm afraid to go home without her. Oh, but that's not really true. Mildred and Jack think I made up Wanda.
Who are Mildred and Jack?
My mom and dad.
I don't know what you're on, but you'd better go trip out someplace else.
Rossfield Clinic. One moment, please. You still there, Dr. Shaker?
Yes, operator.
This is the front desk. Mr. and Ms. Lytle are here.
Well, have them go to the lounge and tell them I'll be right there. Mr. and Mrs. Lytle.
Yes.
Please sit down.
Where's Jane?
Is she all right?
She's fine. You'll be able to see her. She's in a dormitory. My name is Crane Shaker. I'm a parapsychologist. I felt it was important that I talk to you personally first. I can understand your fears because your daughter's being held in a psychiatric ward. I know you've been through this before, but please listen to my point of view.
Well,
you know the pattern. The police found her, juvenile hall center here. She'll be held for observation. There'll be the usual recommendation, a state hospital, but I'm going to fight it. I think that Jane is telling the truth.
That can't be. I've only had one child.
Nevertheless, Mrs. Lytle, it's possible that Jane did have a sister named Wanda.
What is it? Didn't I tell you I don't want to take any calls? For the moment, just say I'm not in my office. Yes, Crane Shaker is still here. We don't want to be disturbed.
Dr. Rossfield, why don't we talk this out later in the day when you're not so busy?
You're not leaving this office, Shaker, not till we've come to an understanding. Chronologically, that's the way I want to take it, step by step. I didn't want you here in the first place. I reminded the board of directors that they picked me to run this clinic. I made it clear to them right from the beginning that I believe parapsychology is an unfounded, unproven, bastardized pseudoscience with absolutely no connection to psychology and psychiatric treatment.
But, Doctor...
Unfortunately, this clinic is dependent upon donors. And one of our biggest contributors felt that this new form of quackery should be represented on our staff. That's why you're here.
Doctor, I don't want to have to defend my credentials. You know very well I have a medical degree. I'm a psychiatrist. You also know my work in research. I'm all for science, but I don't wish to confine it. There are no limits. Parapsychology, which I embrace, is the scientific investigation of paranormal phenomena, events which cannot be explained in terms of what is already known.
Tell me, what is paranormal about Jane? We've documented conclusively that Mildred Lytle has only one child, and her name is Jane. She's been here 5 weeks. The staff has concluded that she suffers from an obsessional delusion. Everyone considers this a textbook case. Everyone but you.
You're right. I don't. And if you continue following textbook therapeutic procedures, Jane is going to go into withdrawal or do something destructive, maybe even to herself.
What do you propose, Doctor? Exorcism?
I want 2 weeks. And during that period, I want custody of her.
And I'm going to give it to you, so that you can make a fool of yourself. And then I can get rid of you.
What's the best way to save on new clothes? Sew them. Start by saving $40 on a Kenmore sewing machine at Sears with a convertible free arm for narrow sleeves, cuffs, and legs, a built-in buttonholer, even 6 stretch stitches. This free arm Kenmore just $199.95 and save $30 on a wood veneer sewing cabinet.
Sale ends March 31st. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Come, spin the wheel of fashion. Discover a fortune of spring separates at Sears Junior Bazaar. Silk blend skirt and pants in dusty pastels. A blend of polyester, rayon, and silk, making them easy care, wrinkle resistant. Top them off with white-on-white polyester and cotton blouses. Fashion is your fate at Junior Bazaar. Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Convenience and security. The Sears Best garage door opener is just that. Digital control lets you select your own key signal from 512 different transmitting codes. Sears Best garage door opener has a vacation switch that'll lock out stray signals when you're away from home for long periods of time. Of course, when you're home, you won't have to get out of your car to open up that heavy door. Sears Best garage door opener, featuring digital control, gives you convenience and helps you feel secure. Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Clinging jerseys, tight satin tops, they only look good if they hug your body smoothly. Sears Best All Bra Light helps you and your clothes look good. How? All Bra Light has no seam cups, and straps adjust in the back so you look great up front. Whatever you do, whether it's dashing around town or simmering with disco fever in that slinky dress, it's flattering fun with the Sears All Bra Light. Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
Jane is once again being held for psychiatric observation. The staff all agree that Jane is a victim of a neurotic obsession, except one. His name is Dr. Crane Shaker.
Come in. I've been waiting for you, Jane. Would you like to take a walk?
It's not necessary. I like your office. We could talk here.
That's all right with me.
I've been through this before. All the questions. I know what you're going to ask me. I know all the answers. You're not going to believe me. But go ahead. I'll cooperate.
When was the last time you saw Wanda?
We went to a movie, then to the park. Mama liked to have dinner at 5. I promised I'd bring her home by then. I lost her in the park. I know it wasn't at the Royal. I'm sure of it now.
What is the Royal?
It's the theater.
What theater?
On the corner.
What corner?
Next to Newberry's.
Do you know the name of the street?
Colby Street.
Colby. How far is that from the park?
It's just around the corner.
What do you do in the park?
Wanda's 6. We always had to go to the swings first. I'd push her till my arms fell off.
I bet I know what you did next. The snack bar, right?
No. We'd go sit with the Indian.
Who's the Indian?
He was smaller than Wanda. He held his hands out. Water ran out of his hands and filled the pool.
Did he talk to you?
How could a statue talk to you?
He must have had a friendly face.
I liked his hands.
What did Wanda like?
The water mostly. When no one was looking, I let Wanda and the dog splash in the pool. I'll never forget one day. It was really gray. I couldn't see across the street. Did you hear it?
Hear what?
You know, when a car has to stop fast.
No, I didn't hear it.
I heard it. Somebody was laughing. It seemed funny to me because I could hear the sound of a siren. One thing I can be sure of, it wasn't Wanda laughing. I was alone. I couldn't find her or the dog.
Your dog?
Not really. It was more Wanda's. He was always in the park, and he would follow Wanda.
What was the dog's name?
I don't remember. But he was gone, too.
What did you do then?
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. None of it makes sense, not even to me. I went home. I said to Mom and Dad, I can't find Wanda. What more can I say? You know the rest. Nobody believes me. There's no Wanda, they say. I'm a freak.
Jane, parks are green. They have trees. They have fountains and statues. Can you remember anything else about this park?
Pears would fall off the trees. They were soft and ripe, but they were green.
I've never seen green pears that were soft and ripe.
I have.
Jane, I believe you have or have had a sister named Wanda.
Nobody else believes me. I think you're trying to trick me so you can have me put away.
We have something in common. They'd like to put me away, too. But I'll tell you how we can beat them. All we have to do is find Wanda. But we're going to have to work together. Are you with me?
I'll try.
Okay, for now, you're in my custody, and I'm willing to take you home. But, Jane, if you run off without me, I won't be able to help you. Now, hold on to this card and don't lose it.
What is it?
That's my phone exchange. You can reach me 24 hours a day.
Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
You remember your sister, Wanda, right?
Yes, I really do.
Sometimes, Jane, our memories go back farther than just this present life we're living. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, not really.
Well, I hope you will understand soon.
Dr. Shaker's office?
This is Dr. Rossfield.
Oh, Dr. Shaker is not in today.
He was supposed to give me a report on Jane Lytle. He promised it would be on my desk this morning.
Well, he's in San Diego. Oh, I expect to hear from him later this afternoon. If it's an emergency, Dr. Rossfield, I'm sure I can reach him.
Have him call me.
Operator. Alice, I've got to track down Dr. Shaker. I've got his schedule in front of me. He's at the Grant Hotel in San Diego. Try there first. And then the County Hall of Records. I can hardly read my own writing. The San Diego Union. That's a newspaper. Now, if he gets to that point, he would be in the Department of Dead Files. Good luck.
Dr. Shaker, you're wanted on the telephone.
Oh, where can I take it?
You can use the phone on the desk next to the window.
Thank you. This is Dr. Shaker.
This is Judy. You'd better call Dr. Rossfield. He sounded very uptight.
Oh, I can't be bothered now. I'm still in the Hall of Records. I'm close, very close. Judy, I've found the Indian. I'm going through the obituary files.
I don't envy you.
Oh, I've got it narrowed down to 4 years. Jane said she took Wanda to the Royal Theater, then went to the park. The Royal Theater was converted into a movie house in 1958, and it was torn down in 62.
What'll I tell Dr. Rossfield?
Be my guest.
I got it. I'm fixing your tea, Dad. Do you want some toast?
Tea's enough this morning.
Is Mom coming in for breakfast?
She's still on duty. The hospital transferred her to the intensive care ward.
1 sugar. I could make cinnamon toast.
No, I'm not hungry, Jane. Sit down. I want to talk to you.
Talk?
Jane, you know I'm not an educated man, but I try to have an open mind. We've been through it so much, Wanda. Well, yesterday, this Dr. Shaker called me. He hammered me with questions. What in the world did you tell him?
No more than what I've told you. I went to a movie, then I took Wanda to the park. I started getting sleepy. I said to Wanda, we're going to sit under this tree and take a nap. The last thing I remember was a dog barking. When I woke up, Wanda was gone. I lost her.
Jane, you and I are sitting in this kitchen. There are 2 bedrooms in this house. Your mother and I sleep in one, and you sleep in the other. Where does Wanda sleep?
I know it's weird. I can't explain it. It's a feeling I can't control. I can't sleep. I can't rest. I know there's no Wanda in this house. There never has been. But there is a Wanda someplace in my life, and I have to find her. Help me, Dad.
Yes?
Dr. Shaker's here.
Send him in.
You wanted to see me, Dr. Rossfield?
You asked for 2 weeks, Shaker. I gave them to you. The 2 weeks ended yesterday.
I'm very close now, Dr. Rossfield. I need a few more days.
You act like I'm some kind of administrator in an accounting office.
You're putting this on a personal level. My interest is in Jane.
My interest is in Jane, too. And this clinic. And what I believe in. What is best for Jane. I had a long talk with Jane's parents this morning. For your information, Jane is back in the clinic. She is going to receive the treatment the staff recommended.
You didn't put her back on Ward 3.
Yes, and the committal has my full endorsement.
I know, Jane. I know where I'm going with her. If you keep her here under these conditions, there may be appalling repercussions.
I hate to repeat myself, but you asked for 2 weeks. And Jane's still looking for her sister, Wanda.
You believe that Jane is not telling the truth. I believe that she did have a sister named Wanda. Think about it. She talked about a park with an Indian statue. Water ran out of his hands. 3 blocks from the park, she said her house was on a street called Colby. So far, I've located the park. It's in San Diego. There is a statue just as Jane described it. And there is a street named Colby. And it is 3 blocks from the park.
I think you should take your psychic act and put it in a carnival where it belongs.
I want to take Jane to San Diego with me.
You're not taking her anywhere.
You don't understand. We're fighting time. There could be a complete breakdown. I've got to go to the ward and talk to her right now.
You don't understand, Shaker. You're off the case. I've given specific instructions that she's not to be exposed to you and your idiotic ideas. This Monday, there's a meeting of the board. Not only will you be off this case, but you'll be out of this clinic once and for all.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Yeah, that was about 2 weeks after Dad had his stroke.
Did he have high blood pressure?
Don't know. He's doing a little better now, but he can't speak too well.
Has trouble walking too, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's truly a shame.
You have high blood pressure?
I don't know. I feel okay. I'm not high-strung like Dad.
Whether you're high-strung or low-strung, whether you feel just fine or not, has nothing to do with high blood pressure. High blood pressure is a major risk factor in stroke and heart attack, but it has no obvious symptoms. It can only be detected by a simple, quick, and painless test. The American Heart Association also wants you to know that black Americans, as a group, are more likely to have high blood pressure than whites. We don't know why. But high blood pressure can usually be controlled if it's detected. For more information, contact your American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Each year, medical quackery takes many dollars from unsuspecting people, as well as endangering the health of innocent victims. Watch out for the telltale signs. There are several different types of quackery to look out for. For example, false claims for drugs, food fads, and unnecessary food supplements, as well as fake medical devices. Remember that their promoters are much more interested in making money than in preserving health. Quackery in drugs includes so-called cures for arthritis, rheumatism, baldness, and pills that supposedly melt away fat. Drug quackery can be very dangerous in that the victim is sometimes kept from seeing a doctor and obtaining life-saving treatment. The food quack attempts to convince the dieter that vitamin supplements are the only way to a thinner body. And once again, only a doctor should diagnose a vitamin deficiency and write up the necessary prescription. A tip from your Better Business Bureau. Vincent Price again. And here's the concluding act of Wanda.
Mildred?
What is it?
Would you please join us? Dr. Shaker is here. He wants to talk to both of us.
I'll be right there.
I don't know what to tell you, Dr. Shaker.
I know it's hard for you and your wife to understand. Believe me, I know you're trying to do what is right. But the last place for Jane to be right now is in that clinic.
Listen, I want to cut this short. Jack and I have had all we can take. You came here twice a day for 2 weeks. We went along with it. Jane is still looking for Wanda. And you call yourself a doctor, and you're looking for Wanda, too.
Mrs. Lytle.
We love Jane. But Dr. Rossfield is right. She needs psychiatric help, and we're going to have to live with it.
For Jane's sake, I wish I could convince you you're making a big mistake.
Well, it's not like she's 4 or 5 anymore. She's 14 years old. I was willing to try anything, even this far-fetched notion of yours that she might have had another life. But I realize now that we have to be realistic and objective about Jane's sickness.
Oh, I'll get it.
Believe me, Dr. Shaker, it's nothing personal. I certainly have an open mind, but what you're asking is just beyond me.
Yes, this is Mrs. Lytle.
It's a concept that most people have difficulty accepting. This is not mysticism. Our research is scientific. Cases like Jane's have been well documented.
Well, for me, it's unreal. It's not my belief. I have nothing to base it on.
Jack.
What is it?
That was the clinic. They...
Well, don't just stand there. What are you trying to tell me?
It's Jane. She ran away from the clinic. She broke a window to get out.
Oh, no.
Jack, there was blood on the floor. She must have cut herself.
Pardon me, could you tell me what time does the feature start?
In about 10 minutes.
Oh, thanks.
I can't get in the ladies' room. It's locked. But I can hear someone in there. It sounds like she's crying.
Open the door. You hear me? Open the door.
Tell Wanda to wait for me in the lobby.
You'll have to open the door. I can hardly hear you.
Tell Wanda I'll be right out.
What did she say?
Slide the lock back. And I mean now.
What's she doing?
It's that freak again. I'm going to call the police.
What is it?
Mr. and Mrs. Lytle are back.
Have them come in. Come in. I've had a report from the police.
Have they found her?
No, not yet, but she was in the theater.
We just came from the park, and not a sign of her.
We know her pattern, her habits. It's just a question of time. I beg of you, please, wait at home.
Oh, but if she's cut herself...
It couldn't have been too bad, Mrs. Lytle. It was nearly 2 hours after she broke out when she caused a disturbance in the theater. It's obvious she's quite active. Now, the best way you can help her is to wait at home.
Oh, this is so different. She's run off, but she's never done anything violent.
Well, I've been studying the staff report. Jane's behavior at this point is not unexpected. She needs help, and it's going to take time. Now, I know you're concerned. We'll find her, have no fears. But if you want to help Jane, then my advice is for you to go home.
Oh,
Supposing Jane decides to return to the house and you're not there waiting for her.
We're closed. Can't you read the sign?
My name is Crane Shaker. Now listen, I'm a doctor and I'm looking for a young girl.
I don't make the rules, Doctor. The animal shelter is run by the county. Now, it's spelled out right there. Closing hour is 6 o'clock.
I just want to come in and look for this girl. If you will let me explain.
I can't do it. The supervisor is gone. There's just me and one other security guard.
Her name is Jane. She's 14 years old. She's in trouble. She needs me. She could be hiding in there.
Well, we always do a check before we lock the gate. Now, if she was here, I'd know it.
But it's possible that you may...
All right. You wait here. I'll take a look around. Doctor, I found her. She was in the storage house. Come to the side gate and I'll let you in.
Go away.
Jane, I've come here to help you.
I don't believe you anymore. You lied to me.
No, Jane. Dr. Rossfield believed I was lying to him.
You were going to help me find Wanda.
I haven't stopped, Jane. I'm still looking for Wanda.
Who's this one? Does he drive the ambulance?
No, Jane, he works here. He helps take care of the animals.
I had to call the police. I can't help it. They got a rule for everything around here.
What does that mean?
Well, if you're not her legal guardian, then I have to wait on the police.
Do you mind if I make use of your first aid kit?
No rule says you can't.
I'm not leaving.
That cut on her hand, that don't look too good.
It's not too deep. No, Jane, don't take your hand away. I want to fix this bandage.
Go away.
Sir, I'm sorry. Have you got a pair of scissors?
Oh, wasn't there one in the kit?
No, I couldn't find one.
I'll be right back.
Jane, I know where to find Wanda. Hold out your hand.
No, you're just telling me stories.
Wanda is sleeping.
No, you double-crossed me.
Jane, listen to me. I'll take you to Wanda. I believe in you. I can prove it. Now, Jane, I'm going to open the door. Can you hear them, Jane? Listen, Jane. Wanda can't be too far away.
Hello?
Mr. Lytle, this is Dr. Shaker. I found Jane. You don't have to worry. She's all right.
Mildred, it's Dr. Shaker. He found Jane. He says she's all right.
Jack, listen to me. Jane and I are going to stop someplace, have some ice cream. We're going to talk. Then I don't want to take her to the clinic. I want to bring her home.
Home?
Now remember, Jack, I knew where to find her. You know I'm not going to hurt her. And I need your cooperation for Jane's sake. If you insist on her going back to the clinic, then I have no choice.
Where'd you find her?
At the dog pound.
Hey, wait a minute.
Why are you holding your hand over the receiver?
I want to talk to you.
What's wrong?
This is Dr. Shaker, and I know you think he's crazy.
Oh, this is all so weird.
But he knew where to go and find her.
What are you trying to tell me?
He wants to bring Jane home.
Dr. Rossfield took him off the case.
Off the case? Well, maybe Shaker is right. Maybe it's not a case. How will we ever know unless we give Shaker a chance?
I don't know.
Well, what have we got to lose?
What are you taking your tea, Doctor?
Oh, just a little milk and sugar, please.
I still don't understand the dog pound.
The minute she got in bed, she fell asleep like a baby.
Wanda supposedly had a dog that used to follow her around the park. Jane couldn't remember the dog's name. Well, after she left the theater, the police at one point spotted her on the south side, but they lost her. At that point, I knew she was looking for Wanda's dog. When I found her at the pound, she was very close to a complete breakdown. Now, please understand, we have to be very careful now.
What are you asking of us?
Well, I have to state to you, even though you're aware of it, that Dr. Rossfield doesn't believe in anything I'm doing for Jane. As you know, I've been taken off the case. First, I can't do anything for Jane unless you give me permission.
Well, just tell me what you want me to do.
To begin with, I want your full approval, and yours, Mrs. Lytle. I'd like Jane to feel she's being supported on all sides.
Well, I know you're on Jane's side, but I just don't understand
Well,
this.
the only way we're going to help Jane is to release her from feeling responsible about losing her sister.
Well, I'm so tired of saying it. She doesn't have a sister.
No, sir. There was a sister. Her name was Wanda. But it was in another life.
Another life?
Yes. There are many names for it. Some people call it reincarnation. Some people call it transcending. Some people call it transmigration of souls. I would be lying if I told you I really understood it, but I have located a Wanda, and it could be Jane's sister.
Well, it's beyond me. I don't know what to say.
There have been many cases recorded all over the world. It's not that uncommon. There are many institutions doing research. Try to accept it. Jane is not sick. Let's start out now by taking her statements as possible facts.
Like what?
Well, Jane talked about an Indian statue. Soft, ripe green pears. The park was gray. There was a street named Colby. And there was a theater named The Royal. And she talked about hearing a siren. Could have been a fire engine, an ambulance. Those are the clues. The siren, the movie theater, tell me we don't have to go back to the Dark Ages. It establishes the time as the present. The next step was to find the place. Jane and I both agreed that a ripe green pear is an avocado. That limited the area in which I had to search. There are not that many places that grow avocados. What did I need next? In that area, there had to be a park with an Indian statue that had water running out of its hands. There had to be a street 3 blocks from the park named Colby. I found such a place. It's in San Diego.
The whole idea scares me.
There's nothing to be afraid of, Mrs. Lytle. We can't let ourselves be trained animals, schooled to perform in an isolated ring. We have to open our minds. There are so many rings out there to explore. It was hard for me in the beginning to make the break. We're like computers. We've been programmed as to what to accept and what to reject. The first step is to tell yourself you are not a computer.
I'll try.
Well, what do you want to do, Dr. Shaker?
I'd like to take Jane to San Diego, and I want you and your wife to come with me.
Yes?
Mrs. Weber, I'm Crane Shaker.
Oh, please, come in. Would you like some coffee? Tea? I'd like you to feel comfortable with me.
Thank you. Nothing for me.
Oh, all right. When you, called yesterday, I must confess I was very confused. Today, I would have to say that's an understatement. What has this got to do with Wanda?
I hope it's not too difficult for you to talk about.
Oh, it's still difficult, even though it happened 18 years ago.
I know.
And I still don't know what you're talking about.
Once I pinpointed the location, I went through all the obituaries. Mrs. Weber, you had 2 daughters named Wanda and Jane. They were killed in an automobile accident on Colby Street.
I don't need you to remind me of that.
True.
Who are you? You told me on the phone you were trying to help some girl. Now, what in the world do you want from me?
The cemetery, where your daughters are buried. Jane, I've brought you and your mother and father to this graveyard for a reason. Jane, look at this gravestone and tell me what you see written on it.
Wanda Weber, age 6.
It was not your fault, Jane. The driver lost control of his car. He jumped the curb. The car tore into the swings. Wanda died in the ambulance.
I can hear the siren.
That Wanda died 18 years ago.
Jane wasn't even born then.
Wanda had a sister who was named Jane. She was also killed in the accident. You can look at the dates. It's clear to all of us that it happened 18 years ago. Jane, we have found Wanda. You don't have to look for her anymore.
You mean another Jane?
Come over here. Now, read this stone.
Jane Weber, age 9.
That's hard to believe.
I know. It takes a while for these kinds of revelations to sink in. There were 2 sisters, Jane and Wanda Weber, ages 6 and 9. They were in the park playing on the swings. The dog started across the street. The driver of the car tried to swing around the dog. Unfortunately, he hit the curb and couldn't control the car. The car smashed into the swings.
Oh.
The Webers lost both their children. And as you can see, that was 18 years ago.
Oh, do come in.
Mrs. Weber, this is Mr. and Mrs. Lytle.
How do you do?
And this is Jane.
How do you do, Mrs. Weber?
Well, this is strange to me, but Dr. Shaker's very compelling. And I agree we should be candid. Jane, you don't look like my Jane.
You don't look like Mildred.
Mildred? There was a Mildred. She was our housekeeper.
I remember that door.
Oh, that is a closet.
But you have to go in the closet to reach the basement door. I remember, because that's where I used to hide my toys from Wanda.
That's amazing. The door to the basement is in the closet.
Mrs. Weber, don't look for coincidence. And don't any of you be frightened by this. There's nothing to fear in that we are all subject to previous lives.
The door's open, Shaker. Why are you knocking on it?
It was a matter of courtesy, Dr. Rossfield.
Well, that's the last thing I expected from you.
You sent for me?
Yes. I can't deny the end results are what count. We've closed the book on Jane Lytle. All the symptoms have disappeared. Wanda is a figure of the past for Jane. But in all honesty, Shaker, do you really believe in reincarnation? Do you really believe in reincarnation?
There is the correct, absolute truth. And there is the truth that satisfies.
Can't believe you owe the IRS that much. Well, when things just don't add up, you can count on a Sears desk calculator to help you. Add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Then read the figures 2 different ways. 12-digit lighted display and tape printout for your records. There's a 2-memory system that helps ease multi-step problems, plus its many extras make it a great time saver. Now at most Sears retail stores. Sears 2-memory desk calculator. Cut $25, just $99.99 through March 10th. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
You want to buy some radios, but the tires all look the same. You've got to have good feelings. You've got to trust the name. You know our reputation. Remember what we said. When Sears is behind you, you come out ahead.
When my brother was my age, being in style meant wearing old jeans and about a pound of dirt. But today, us guys are more sophisticated in our style. And that's why Sears has Style Works. A guy can pick up on the latest styles in jeans, tops, sweaters, and dressier clothes like vested suits. I can depend on the Style Works shop at Sears for just about everything to keep me looking great. And the prices? Pretty reasonable. My folks like that. Style Works. Today's style's all in one place at most larger Sears retail stores.
To look the height of fashion wherever I go requires many coats. But for home, I need only one coat fashion surrounding me. Sears' best Easy Living interior paint. One coat of Easy Living on the walls and every room looks stunning while I entertain or just relax. Choose from 24 decorator colors in Easy Living flat latex and semi-gloss, plus bright white ceiling paint for your home. Because with Sears Easy Living paint, all you need is one coat when used as directed at most Sears retail stores.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Wanda was written by Bernard Gerard, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Vincent Price. Our stars were Len Berman, Peggy Weber, and Brucey Taylor. Also heard were Barney Phillips, Michael Gelman, Byron Kane, Sarah Selby, Herb Vigran, Barbara Townsend, and Lorene Tuttle. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteran.com. Together we can honor
but back in 1835, in history you may read oh, Ohio fought with Michigan, they fought as hard as Tuesday stand to prove which was the better man, and prove just how their border ran, and where the rights of each began, and which would have Toledo.
The CBS Radio Workshop,
dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, The Toledo War, a new opera performed for the first time, with words by Edward Eager and music composed and conducted by David Brookman. It was in 1835, when Michigan was still a territory, that the young governor, Stevens Thompson Mason, claimed that a strip of land, including the town of Toledo, rightfully belonged to Michigan. But some people in Ohio thought differently, and so it was war, the first war between the states. Exactly what happened isn't too clear, but it might have been something like this.
Just tell us on and strike okay. We're here to show you. And you will have to take our word that all we say is true.
Hard by Lake Erie's fearful foam, the shot began to fly. We take you to the happy home of Federal Judge Phineas Fustian and his wife Vermelia Fustian and his daughter Annabelle Fustian of Toledo, Ohio. The stirring news of war assails our ear, according to the latest thing we hear. The men of Michigan have made complaint. Our town is in the state. We say it ain't. So now with savage skill and aim adroit, they're planning to invade us from Detroit. To stink me, are you ready to go forth and guard us from these vandals of the north and battle to the joy of all bystanders to keep our city safe from Michiganders? Then homie, lay my daughter as your bride. Have you your forces ready? Well, I've tried. My brothers were the only ones who came. But we will guard you safely all the same. They're waiting just outside the door. My brother 1, my brother 3, my brother 4. Good evening, 1. I'm 3. Oh, I see. My father was a military man, and he named us by a military plan. And he formed us in a group, and he trained us in a troop to be as military as we can. With a 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sing, heroes. We've been looking all our lives for an enemy. Any enemy. Any enemy. Anyone with whom we don't agree. Don't agree. Don't agree. And should any sneak and spy come he to peep and fly, we'll hit him in the eye and sit around and watch him die, just to show Ohio that Ohio can rely. On the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
do more. I honor him as champion of our state, and surely when he is victorious, the governor will grant him a handsome commission, and I shall be an officer's bride. Oh, few men are as plain as toad, and much more brawn than brain as toad. By some he might be called that's toad. His hair is growing bald, that's toad. But when the battle's din is through, then wealth and fame he'll win. Will toad. And when I am his wife, I'll read a rich book
Put out the light.
I'll bring the light. Good night. Now I am alone, my secret I'll relate. I love a man from an enemy state. I try to forget him, but how can I forget the kiss he gave me the day we met, and the words he said that I dream of yet. By the shore of the muddy, under the shade of a sad blue tree, on April the 10th at 2:45, I stood in the arms of somebody, and he promised his love would be strong as the earth and deep as the sea, as fair as the bloom on the shadglow tree, and last as long as the muddy morning. Snoring drone, I heard a melody. Who could it be? Who could it be? And where I lay in bed alone, I heard a melody. Who could it be? Not to sing me. And in a voice that I've well known, a charming lyric baritone, I heard a melody, and it is he. It's my beloved enemy. It cannot be he sings for me. My time for serenade is done, and yet oh bittersweet to dim, I could still reprise just one time of singing. My truth is poison to my truth, and so cold outside, but when it is so cold outside, but when it is so cold outside, I think it's justified.
Good evening.
A stranger. Do we know you, sir?
Alas, no.
But...
Hush, not a word. Forgive me. I lost my way, and having my mandolin with me, improvised a serenade to warm my fingers. They're warmer now.
Oh, sir, oh, sir.
And now that I meet with such charm and beauty, too, I can only repeat every word I sang was true.
Well, really?
Hush. Be careful.
Sir, I'm a married lady. I am an engaged young lady. Stick me, brothers. If you are recognized, you will be killed and will be compromised.
Where can I hide?
Under there.
Where?
There, get in front. Quick, move the chair. I see the chair. There.
We see a man from Michigan, but then he ran. You see a man as quiet as a mouse. We saw him creeping. We'd better search the house.
No, my uncle's sleeping. How did you know he was from Michigan? Did he wear a uniform?
No, that's so. He didn't wear a uniform. It would be just like them dirty Michiganders not to wear a uniform. It would, that's good. Them dirty brutes wear business suits.
How can you think that I would hide a spy?
No. Oh.
It is safe now. You may emerge.
How can I thank you?
It was nothing. And now you must be weary from your exertion. Girls, some refreshment for the gentlemen. The cold roast lamb, a slice of ham, cider cool, and gooseberry full and cream. Wait! When the state you love is at war, and a stranger comes to your door, how can you feed him your gooseberry full and cream? Suppose he is a spy, come here to lurk and scheme.
Hush! What are you saying?
Well, suppose he is a spy, what then? War is the concern of men. And when the stranger has such manly grace, such a lofty mind, such a noble face, supposing it were so, I'd rather never know and think of him as though he were a lovely dream. Well, I can only say I consider your behavior hypocritical in the extreme.
What is that voice of thunder?
My husband, my father.
Should I surrender?
No, get back under.
What does this mean? The hour is late. If all the house is aglow.
We weren't sleeping.
Gooseberry fool on the parlor table. Suppose the neighbors should know.
We were hungry.
You must curb this tendency to madcap frolic. Often I told you so.
Yes, I know.
Law and order. Status quo.
I know.
Put out the light.
I'll bring the light. Come out now. It's all right. I'd like to stay and talk if things could be every night. But since they aren't quite, I'd better say good night.
Good night.
Good appetite. I'll bring the light. Well, really, such hypocrisy. They pretend to be for Ohio. Then all for the sake of a handsome face, they entertain a spy. Oh!
What about you, my dear?
I'm not your dear. I look on you with loathing, you sneaking Wolverine in buck-eye clothing. I knew you were a spy, but I thought you'd spy with candor, not stoop to lie and flirt and philander.
But a spy must lie.
I don't see why.
Nathan Hale and I could tell you that a spy must learn to lie and lie if he'd be a good spy.
Well, of course, that's different. If it's true what you say, I'm learning something new every day. My uncle convinced me to fight for my state, but now my state is Michigan, the state of my mate. So now I'm a spy, and I think if I try, I can learn to lie and be a good spy. But how did you come here, and what is the occasion?
I came from Detroit with a party of invasion. We planned to make for the courthouse with a speedo, to draw up a deed or to claim Toledo. But the night it was dark and the way it was tricky. I got lost in the swamp, and the swamp it was sticky, and I couldn't find the courthouse for my knowledge it was scanty. So I finally came to this house of your auntie.
But this is the courthouse, my uncle holds court session, right here in the parlor every Friday.
The 9 points of the law I've won, for I am in possession without having hardly tried it.
There's paper in the desk, and the quill and ink.
Toledo will be Michigan as quick as a wink. Now to draw up the deeds and writs.
Order in the court sits.
It's done. We've won. Strange as it may seem, we've worked out a scheme, so now let's have some gooseberry fool and cream.
delicious, sweetheart. Darling, you eat hard. Thank you. My dear. I see him. He's in there. Up with your hands and stand where you are. Bring thongs of leather and feathers and tar. Ride him on a rail into the jailhouse, land him. Away, unhand me. Away, unhand him. On Gallows Hill we'll hang you high. Why? Don't ask why, for you know the reason. You're a spy, and you're guilty of treason. I'm a spy.
So am I.
But my ethics don't forbid it.
For his ideals are high.
It is for my state I did it.
Me, oh mine, why does glamour so alarming?
He's a spy.
But he's too young and charming.
What's amiss? What's awry? What's the noise and what's the riot?
He's a spy.
Take him out and hang him high. Will you shoot him or shall I?
He's a spy.
Quiet! You have no right to seize me. For from this date, Toledo is no longer even in your state. Read this paper. Heaven forbid. Niece, you signed this?
Yes, I did.
You are guilty of fraud, impersonating an officer, and contempt.
Not at all, I am exempt. You told me states' rights are the highest rights.
Sustained.
And that's when I decided to join the fight.
Sustained.
But I am a citizen of the state of Michigan. I am secretly married to this gentleman.
Isabel, I am paid.
But you don't know him. Oh, can this be? I do too. We met nasty free at a Sunday school picnic in morning. I know him, I adore him, I live on board him.
You've now told a court to wed this Catalodum. But though we deplore him, we still can't ignore him. For two may be company, but it isn't a quorum.
It isn't a quorum.
It isn't a quorum. We're still in Ohio, it's all hunky-dorum.
I said open forum, we didn't have a quorum. Toledo's in Michigan. Toledo's in Ohio, Toledo's in Ohio. You make your wish and wish again, you'd never been a spy. We'll hang you Ohio and leave you to Rio. Stop there, you die. Come, friend, let us fly. Ohio, goodbye. We'll go there, our army and battle with Ohio. Goodbye, goodbye. We'd like to see you try, just try, just try. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Who knocks? Who knocks? At such an hour, unorthodox, when 10 is striking on the clocks. Who knocks? Who knocks? Unlock the locks. Let's see who knocks.
Special message from President Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson?
In the interest of national unity, the President decrees that this community, up to now in a state of ambiguity, shall be in Ohio for perpetuity. Oh, joy! Toledo is in Ohio. So now you know. Sadly, I bow to the President's order. I linger no longer south of the border. Come home with me, Isabel, and find safe harbor, and live happy ever after in Ann Arbor. No, I object. Objection overruled. Don't reject this suit, nobody. The battle had a happy end, the same night it began. And each man was each other's friend, by President Jackson's plan. So let's be glad it turned out right, as battles seldom can. And let's be happy that tonight, though years and years have passed in flight, Toledo still is shining bright. Wheels are turning left and right. And champions spark, plug and Willis night, and Mather spring, and Autolite are in Ohio.
Exciting news for seekers. Join us on the vibrant landscape of Brazil. YouTube casing. From buzzed beaches to the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
This is Gun Age signing off. Thanks for watching. Rumble.com/justamoment.